Okay, here we go. All right, everyone. Welcome back to our Anti-Imperialist Summit over at RBN. We're actually starting off day 2 discussing Ethiopia. And I have a special guest. Her name is Hermela Aragawi. She is a journalist and she's the host of Hermela TV. Welcome so much.
Thank you, Sabby. Pleasure to be here.
So I got to tell you, our audience is very resourceful. And there were a couple of subscribers that reached out to me and they said, you have to reach out to Hermela. You have to talk to her about Ethiopia. So thanks so much to everyone in the audience because you guys really introduced me to a lot of people. But the reason why I wanted to talk about Ethiopia is because I feel like there's a lot of attention on Russia and Ukraine, on the European conflicts, right? But I feel like a lot of, especially mainstream media, they're not talking about these conflicts going on in countries where there's people of color. And so thank you so much for coming on. And I guess the first thing I want to start with, can you explain to everyone, how is the United States government involved in Ethiopia?
So the one thing I'll say is I think a lot of us wish that mainstream media wouldn't even cover Ethiopia because they actually do. I mean, CNN has dedicated a reporter to it up until a certain point, Nima El-Bagir, but they do it in such a way where it really flips the story on its head and it makes the people, the organization, the really strong organization that was in power for 27 years, that started this war by attacking National Army soldiers. It makes them the victim by including all people of their ethnicity in the Ethiopian government's and the Eritrean government's response. So that's the one thing that's so frustrating. If they just didn't cover it at all, it would be okay. But when they cover it, they keep flipping it. And we've reached out to so many of them to get a different perspective to try to at least balance it out. And if you do end up getting on there, they read you like a whole minute, 90-second old copy that accuses the Ethiopian government of using starvation as a weapon, of blocking aid, of committing genocide and ethnic cleansing, leaving out all this information that shows that the Ethiopian government is actually sending aid into that region, but it's not coming, the equipment that it goes in with is not coming back. In fact, when it does come back, it's with these insurgents killing literally their own brothers and sisters in the country because they've been told and brainwashed into thinking that the government's response is about them as an ethnicity, as opposed to this very particular small organization that we refer to as the TPLF, the Tigray People's Liberation Front. And so that's one thing. I think that in terms of U.S. policy, it's clear where the State Department stands. It stands with their old friends of 27 years in the Tigray People's Liberation Front, although the leader, the prime minister for a long time in Ethiopia, Meles Zenawi, died in 2012, which just opened up a can of worms, a lot of things that were suppressed that came out, and it didn't seem like there was much strategy in the TPLF after that. They were sidelined in 2018 through the struggle of the people. So many protests happened between 2012 and 2018. And it would have just been logical to sort of step back and say, the people don't want us here. They know who we are. We kind of got away with everything that we did in a sense, and let's just, move on and not need to be at the center of power. But they tried it. They attacked the Northern Command in Tigray in November 2020. Mainstream media helped cover that up. For the most part, they still kind of dance around the whole idea, because if you were very clear about the fact that this group actually attacked their fellow, I mean, they were sleeping. It was overnight. It was a surprise attack. It's treason at the highest. If everybody actually knew what was happening, that was happening, I would think every normal person with ethics would support the Ethiopian government and the Eritrean government. So a lot of Americans, Ethiopian Americans and Eritrean Americans, are just really disappointed at the extent of which the State Department is willing to just keep backing this group, that the entire Horn of Africa, the majority, large majority of the entire Horn of Africa, including Eritrea, Ethiopia, and Somalia, have said they are done. They don't want any more of this ethno-fascist group. They don't want to be divided on ethnic lines, these really non-scientific, ways of dividing people. We're all sort of mixed ethnically. Most of us probably can't really say for sure that we're all of one thing. So it's been quite a ride. It's been disappointing in so many ways, but it's also been empowering, because when you realize this entity that you, as an American, have respected to some degree, when you realize there's nowhere they won't go to support their partners in crime in the Horn of Africa, then it really starts to make you get more involved in your community, be more civically engaged, be more engaged with the people that you're electing in your local offices. And so it's kind of one of those, gaining profits out of trials thing, but the war is still ongoing, so it's not easy.
Yes, I actually had on Teddy. I know you're familiar with him. He was talking about conflict in Ethiopia as well. And there was something that he mentioned, excuse me, there was something that he mentioned about the class issue. So I talk about that a lot, like on my show. And Teddy mentioned that he wanted to use the example of Ethiopia, about how in the United States, he thinks that we shouldn't just focus on race when it comes to the class issue, because at the end of the day, he said, if you're poor and you're white, if you're poor and you're black, you're still poor. And he used the example of Ethiopia, and he said, look at my home country. He said, we have a crisis going on in Ethiopia. And he said, we're all the same shade. So he said, so at the end of the day, the class part is still going to be an issue. And I wanted to get your opinion about that.
That's interesting. And this is Teddy that's running for office in Virginia, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I agree. I ran into, or I met Teddy, early on in this conflict. I'm of Tigrayan descent. I'd bought into some of the mainstream narrative. My mother was there for the first couple of weeks of the war. So I was like, emotions were swinging based on some of the stuff I was reading, which was just really extreme. If it was really a genocide and really targeting just your ethnicity, then my mom's that, so it was one of those things. But then also talking to people in my life that have been in my life for a long time that never cared about what ethnicity I was, and just, them actually caring about, whether my mom did get back safely, and all these different things that were happening. But I met Teddy in that time where he was able to walk into this room of mostly ethnic Tigrayans, or people that identified that way, and was able to actually have a conversation with them. So I do think that he has really just like solid, grounded approaches and tactics to human social issues. Absolutely, it's about class. That's what it was when the communist government violently overthrew the feudal system in the mid 1970s, and then that turned into a whole other monster that it wasn't supposed to. But anytime you start something violently, chances are it's going to end that way. And TPLF was supposed to fix some of those issues, and yeah, they've made progress, and no one denies there was any progress in that 27 years. I mean, those were very critical years, even in the, tech boom and everywhere else. But there was just a lot of oppression and silencing of voices that happened. There were protesters that would just get shot at. I mean, that's documented. It just wasn't really highlighted in the mainstream media. So I do think as we move forward out of this ethnic division that was institutionalized by this ethno-fascist group that then became government with the help of the US overthrowing the communist government at the time, I do think we have to start thinking more broadly, more issue-based. I mean, I see it here in the US. I'm at this point, if you're mad I said this, then you're just not seeing it yet, in my opinion. I hate this whole first Black woman, first Black man, first this, because every time they're doing that, It's like you don't get to ask questions about what this person's record is, what they've actually done, etc. And so it's anytime you make it about literal identity politics, and I know sometimes that gets weaponized by the very people that actually use it, but anytime you make things come down to something that you did not choose to be born into qualifying you for something, it becomes a problem. So I think that getting out of the ethnic division issue is the first step. But then after that, we have to say, okay, this is really about equity. And we have to make sure that that comes to fruition, because if not, it's just going to be another 20, 30 years before some ragtag group decides to, use the people's real grievances to overthrowing that government.
Well said. No, we feel the same way when it comes to like identity politics. It's ridiculous. We see them do it with Kamala Harris. We saw them do it with Obama. And then you have like people just focus on that and not their policies or their history.
And you literally have politicians pandering to those talking points, right? Yep. Like the whole, that's what it looked like to me. Hillary Clinton doing I have hot sauce in my bag thing. The Biden saying, are you even Black if you don't vote for me? I mean, the Kamala talking about, yeah, I'm Jamaican. My dad's Jamaican because I smoke weed. I mean, literally they're like saying to you, I don't respect you because I already know that you're going to vote for me because you think I'm A, right? So when you see just that back to back, at some point, we have to stop getting triggered by certain real based issues, but that are being weaponized so that we're not focused on what's actually happening or the candidate that's put before us and what they have and haven't done. I mean, I've literally been in arguments with some of my Black girlfriends where they think I hate someone, and we've come to an agreement. And there's people that I'll say, no, I don't like A, B, and C, and they automatically support them because they're Black or a woman. And then eventually it comes to a point where they're like, you know what, you might be right about this one. So I just think now is the time to start to get outside of that box.
I agree. In reference to the United States government, what are some of the ways you would say that they have intervened in Ethiopia?
So there's what we know of for sure, and what what's reportedly been said. I mean, it's been said that they provide satellite imagery to information to the Tigray People's Liberation Front, now designated a terrorist organization after that National Command attack, the Northern Command attack. So, and it's likely, I mean, they don't have that much. I mean, they may have a lot of weapons on the ground and a lot of, military from being government for 27 years, but they would have to be being provided with some sort of help like that for them to hold on this long. I mean, even still, they've lost a lot of ground. Eventually, the federal government left the region, and there's differing reasons for that. But that's a very tangible thing. And then there's accusations from 2 UN officials that have been sidelined or fired or put on administrative leave, longtime officials, non-Ethiopian, but African women who've been with the organization for a long time, who have accused the head of the World Health Organization, a UN division, of working with the rebels, the insurgents, to redirect aid to fighters as opposed to just civilians in that region. That's not been addressed, not by the US government, not by any mainstream media, and it's out there. There are audio recordings of these 2 women saying that. So that to me was sort of, I mean, there was a million indicators that mainstream media was ignoring things, huge things about this conflict intentionally. So, and then there's the diplomatic cover. They won't call them insurgents, rebels sometimes in some media. They keep talking about an all-inclusive dialogue. And the last thing Ethiopians and Eritreans or Somalis want to see is anybody from this organization. We have a word in Amharic called, it's called tagab. Basically, it's like someone that just can't get enough, right? Like they've had everything. You've had domination over this government for almost 30 years. You got away with pretty much everything that you did during that time, and you still decided to start a war to overthrow the government against the will of the majority of the people, right? So when you provide cover for an organization like that as a huge power like the US, they feel it. And they feel like they can keep on doing exactly what they're doing. And that's what they're doing. The second the US or the diaspora from Tigray, the Tigrayan diaspora, really turns on this group, then we'll see them think twice. But as long as you've got, one of the greatest powers in the world still talking as if there's two equal sides in Ethiopia, then you're going to feel emboldened.
I want to show everyone a map really quick because I think this is important for people to see. I want you to see the region that Hermela is referring to. So here's a map, and this was actually in the New York Times. And notice here's Ethiopia, but notice here there's this section and it says the Tigray region. Hermela, can you explain to everyone, why is this sectioned off?
So the Tigray region is where a lot of this conflict was happening. That's where the Northern Command, the largest military base in Ethiopia, was situated. It was situated there because there was sort of this Cold War with Eritrea for a long time. There was a war that was started in 1998. A lot of people blame the Tigray People's Liberation Front for instigating that. So Tigray is where a lot of this conflict started. But since June, when the Ethiopian government declared a ceasefire, most of the conflict, at least the on-the-ground conflict, has happened in bordering regions, neighboring regions of the Amhara and Afar. So that is where it all started. That's where the Tigray People's Liberation Front started, this ethno-centered group that wanted to separate from Ethiopia. But when they got the backing of the West to overthrow the entire government of Ethiopia, they chose not to have an independent state and actually just be in charge of 110 million people, most of which, by the way, sort of accepted them when they came in 1991. They literally just drove in trucks in Ethiopia because people were sick of what had become of the communist era. There was a lot of opposition groups, a lot of blood spilled by both sides. So they really accepted, coming in. But it was really the 2005 elections when there was an organized push to get other groups in there. Mind you, this is over 10 years of them being in power. And they just do what they do, which is tell bold-faced lies like they got 99% of the vote and shot anybody that protested, and then had the entire mainstream media cover for them, because I didn't know. 2005, I was just graduating high school, so I wasn't paying attention, but it wasn't in mainstream spaces where you could actually see. You would have to be aware of what was already going on in Ethiopia to find it. So that's the background and why they highlighted that region. But it's always been a part of Ethiopia. People from there say they've always felt Ethiopian. They are. I'm an example of that. So many people are an example of that. But in this era, especially in the last few years, the ethnicity has been used as a cover for this ethno-fascist groups that's just been really abusing the people of the Horn to lengths that are just almost hard to imagine how there's humans that are willing to keep doing that.
And I want everyone to pay close attention to this here. Notice Somalia is right here around the right border of Ethiopia. I feel that that's significant because the United States government is attacking Somalia. They're bombing Somalia. So Ethiopia is Somalia's neighbor. I just want to point that out.
I have to say, I don't know about that. Is that happening right now?
Yeah, so the Biden administration, they've actually bombed Somalia, I think, twice within the past year. I know for sure once last year and maybe once this year, but it was twice in the past couple of months. And a lot of people don't know about it. It's not talked about, to be honest. It's not.
I know there's attempts. We're very plugged in, and sometimes we're overwhelmed with what's going on in Ethiopia, but we're plugged in with what's going on in Somalia for the most part, but there's plenty of things that I'm sure I didn't come across. I know there's been attempts at regime change. President Formaggio is, good partners with the Ethiopian prime minister, the Eritrean president. So there's sort of this trio. And so I think anything that happens to Somalia is important for Eritrea and in Ethiopia. So we do work together in so many ways with the hashtag No More movement, which is just kind of trying to combat the false narratives that are created, particularly about Africa. I mean, most people just accept it. You say famine in Africa, you say a government weaponizing or using starvation as a weapon, you say war, most people just go, oh yeah, that makes sense. But does it though? If you really start to look at each story, you realize, okay, why was that country doing fine, or they weren't bothered by all these headlines making major accusations for so long, and then overnight they become this savage beast? Well, usually the answer is that government's no longer so friendly to the US, or they're not really bending to the US the way that maybe the previous government did. So we're all sort of in this together. I think so many communities can understand what this feels like. When you know something really well, when you're following something that is affecting you or your community or people so closely, and you see, I mean, to me, it was a disappointment. I knew mainstream media had its issues as someone who's been in it for over a decade, but I didn't think they would be this bad. But you talk to people from Iraq or Syria or Haiti and go, welcome to the club. So I think that's that to me is the biggest realization is, wow, this has happened to so many communities, much of the global South.
Yep. And I want to show everyone this as well, because a lot of times I try to let people know that some of these countries that here in America we refer to as third world countries or whatever. I hate that term, but people say that here in the United States. A lot of these countries are rich in resources. And I do want to show everyone natural resources in Ethiopia, because I don't think many people know about this, but make this a little bit larger. Ethiopia natural resources. Ethiopia has an abundant natural resources such as land, minerals, and gas. Gold, copper, potash, I hope I pronounced that correctly, platinum, and natural gas lie beneath the surface of the earth in this part of the world. And in 2012, mining reportedly contributed US 500 million to the country's economy, but mining is still a small contributor.
Yeah, that's the story of a lot of places. Ask Haiti. I mean, one of the first, I think the first Black country to gain its independence from France, were taxed since the day that they got their independence, paying France for beating them, right, in a war. And that's something that I wasn't aware of. I had a couple of Haitian friends growing up, but they're not, in college or high school, they're not necessarily talking to you about this. But yeah, this is a story for a lot of places. Mali, very rich in natural resources, one of the poorest countries in Africa. Why? They're basically supplying France and the people in France's lifestyle. I mean, I live here in the US. And so as an Ethiopian American, seeing that, I just think my head spins, because I know there's so many ways that we can actually generate that money or use the money that we allocate, the taxpayer money we allocate better. We have a huge homelessness issue here in Los Angeles. Our schools are really below par. A lot of families, no matter what their income, have to send their kids to private schools or charter schools. So there's all these ways I see the money being thrown away here. And so the idea that wars have to be started for us to generate or income from the resources there, it's just like, there's a better way. I mean, it's just, I guess we're just doing, the world is just doing what it knows best. And the imperialist system is something that's in place. It's still working for them. I think the media landscape is changing. Finally, I think it's been in the works for a long time, but I do see a lot of places, including, your platform, having these conversations in a way that they weren't having before. So I think that is going to require the imperialist system to change up its tactics, which means that we are going to have to be extra alert about the new tactics in place. I think the identity politics were the most recent, the whole Obama first Black president thing got everybody, got a lot of people, right? And then what do people say? A lot of the decisions that were made during his term were so detrimental, particularly for people in the global South. So what's the next game once they know that there's a critical mass that's figuring out the tactics? We just have to be alert for that.
Agreed. Cryptician has a good point. He said third world country is a deliberately derogatory term. To say that implies the country is full of savages who can't figure out how to develop themselves or have a bare minimum society. Can you talk about Africa? Because something I've noticed here in the United States, there seems to be this idea that Africa is full of people living in huts with no shoes, no clothes. And I want people to really understand that Africa is actually a rich country. It's rich in resources, and that Africa was also robbed. Like, I think people need to really understand that. I don't want people to have that impression that that's what Africa is.
Absolutely. First of all, it is a huge continent with so much diversity in language and heritage. And so that in of itself is so rarely recognized in the mainstream message. That's one. Two, when you see people like me in these spaces, it's not because I'm so special. No, I've had the opportunity, right? Like, there's so many other people, if given the opportunity, are able to do the kind of work that we do, to be doctors, to be lawyers, whatever is the case. So I mean, I've heard people even say to me, "You don't look African." It's like, no, I'm African. There's just no other there's nowhere else to go. All my roots. I've done the DNA test, and it's like 99.9% East Africa. So it's our perception of it. And I even hear Africans in the diaspora say, well, it's Africa. And it's like, no, you're not actually understanding what makes each place what it is. When given the capacity or the space to actually practice their own teachings and traditions and grow economically without sanctions or some sort of economic overlord, kind of what's happening now with a couple of bills in U.S. Congress, including the Senate, 3199 in the Senate, HR 6600 in the House. There's another one pushed by, of course, a Black congressman and a seasoned one at that, Representative Gregory Meeks, which is the first two are focused on Ethiopia and Eritrea, and this one is focused on any African nation that chooses to side with Russia, as if this has anything to do with Africa. Africa doesn't want anything to do with what's going on in Ukraine, and yet they're basically being bullied and pressured to vote on the side of the U.S. or to vote against Russia. Ethiopia abstained from voting on the most recent vote. I think it had to do with them being with the UN Security Council. Eritrea, which has been more anti-imperialist than Ethiopia for a long time, they actually voted for Russia in the vote before that. So, these are sovereign countries, and the fact that the U.S. in this day and age can say, if you don't do this, we're going to bully you economically because we have the dollar on our side. It's just, it's neo-colonial at the heart of it. I mean, when you look at the language in these bills, you think, I'm sorry, is Ethiopia a U.S. colony? Like, the way they're talking, like, you have to report to the U.S. government, right? When the Ethiopian people have actually voted in their prime minister. So it's sanctions are a really big deal that, again, is new territory for me, but I think everybody should also know about them so they can oppose them with the same fervency as we do certain issues on the domestic stage. I think the biggest thing right now, more broadly speaking, that's keeping certain social justice movements behind or stagnant is that they're not connected. We all think we're all in this little silo and this is just about us and this is what they're doing to us. And it's like, when you look at the system, they're doing this to a lot of other communities, and we should find each other as we are doing online and use this new technology in terms of Twitter. There's issues, there's a lot of censorship and things like that. But while we can find each other, we should build on that understanding.
Well said. Nestor said Europeans come up with these terms to hide the fact that they are thieves who have not contributed anything to humanity other than war and chaos. Wow. That's interesting, Nestor. That's interesting, Nestor. I do want to show everyone something in reference to Africa on a map, because this was something, and I was fortunate. I had a history teacher that was a little bit more rogue in a sense. So she told us some things that were definitely not a part of the curriculum. And one of the things that she told us is that Africa is actually made to look smaller than it actually is on a map. So I want to show everybody this. I'm going to see if I can zoom in a little bit more. So Africa is actually a large continent. It's huge. It's bigger than what you see on a map. And that's actually done on purpose. And I don't know if everyone realizes that or is aware of that. That's intentional. Because the idea is to make it seem like the European countries, Europe, is bigger than Africa. They want you to have this impression that Africa is less than. And I actually learned that in middle school.
Where did you go to school?
I went to middle school in Germany.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah, I was a military kid. So our teachers came from all over the world. So my history teacher in middle school told us that. She said Africa is intentionally made to look smaller than it actually is.
That's interesting. I feel like that would have made headlines right now in the US if a teacher was teaching that.
Yes, I know.
What is she doing? Yeah, it's I don't know. It makes sense knowing that Africa is definitely way larger than the United States, but I can't really quite tell the ratio. But nonetheless, I do know from diving deep into some of the issues that were sparked from the Ethiopia conflict that so many things, including in our own Ethiopian history or whatever, these lines move, these nations and empires have moved. And a lot of it with imperialist and colonial interference. So I know I have seen how far institutions, imperialist systems will go to hide the basic truths. And why wouldn't you, adjust a map a certain way to give a certain perception? I mean, that's the least crazy conspiracy theories that I've found to be true. So it makes sense. And I think you're, sort of rare in that you had somebody in school that was able to point something like that out to you.
Yeah, definitely. Critition is saying Africa is the second biggest continent after Asia, maybe third biggest after North America. And most maps will not show you that. So we try to educate people on here, but we try. I want to get your opinion about this. So were you born and raised in the United States, or were you born in Ethiopia and then you came to the United States?
I was born in Ethiopia, the capital city of Addis Ababa, and then I moved to the United States when I was 7 because my mom was getting her doctorates here. And then for different reasons, we just ended up staying here.
How often do you get to go back home?
like a total of 3 times in life. The first time I went after immigrating in 1994 is 2007. That's a pretty common story for a lot of immigrants. The first several years, they're, trying to get their green card and make sure everything is right. They're going to school, whatever is the case. So I didn't go back until 2007. And I was a teenager, but I've always felt connected to it. I've always felt connected to the language, the food, some of the customs. People have asked me, which I identify with. I don't know, both, like both. I'm very much a product of America, and I love that. I'm grateful for that. But I'm also very much rooted in what it means to be Ethiopian, African, of a community with a deep history of old traditions, all of that. So I feel like I'm both. And I think this world is a better place because there are people that straddle two communities or cultures or, ways of being. And so they can create understanding between both.
That's good to know, because I'm curious, because I had a friend who immigrated here, and it took her years to get her papers. And I'm just curious, how long would you say that process typically would take? Or do you think it's based on which country you immigrate from?
I can tell you our family's experience. I really don't know the general, the general measurements. But so my mom came to the States in '93, so a year before she sent a visa for us to come, because she was just going to get her master's for 2 years and come back, but that turned into a PhD. They offered her a stipend, all this stuff. So from that point to us getting a full green card took to like 2004, 2005. So at least 10 years. And she was doing it through the, there's a term for it. It's basically saying like, this person is important to the country because she does, in her case, medicinal chemistry research, has published a lot, has a drug that she designed on the market currently. So because it was through that process, as opposed to asylum, which tends to be faster, it was very stringent. She had to have all of these different letters of recommendations. So I don't think that's typical, but I can't say for sure. I do believe it's longer when you go through categories like that.
Because one of the issues we still have in this country, regardless if we have a Republican president or a Democrat president, is the immigration process in this country has not been improved. And it takes people so long just to start the paperwork. It's a long process. And that is something I wish that would change. Just speed it up. Just speed up the process. Why is it taking some people 10, 15 years to get this done? So I don't understand why that is, but I wish that process needs to be fixed.
Yeah, that seems like a very consistent feedback from either side. It seems the issue gets weaponized like many issues. So I don't know which party is better for that. I mean, it sounds like the Democrats use that ticket, into the sunset. So, but then the Republicans sometimes just sound a little bit draconian, but I don't know anymore. I think the truth is somewhere in between those things. But I do think, I mean, a lot of times part of the issue is, this wasn't necessarily our case, but the reason people are fleeing their native countries is because of BS that the US is doing there, right? Like that's Haiti, that's definitely the case. So if you just left them alone, they wouldn't come over here because they could live there in peace, right? So that's where it just gets so chaotic to me in my head, because I don't even know who to blame anymore. It's like we're so bold about denouncing certain types of immigration, but the majority of the American public, maybe that's changing now, but the majority of the American public has this perception that people just want to leave their countries, their native countries, the places where they know the language, their family members. I mean, it's usually a decision that's made because there's not much for you there. And there's not much for you there because of different geopolitical issues.
That's well said. You're right. I think a lot of people don't understand that. They just think, oh, they just want to come here. But usually that's their last resort. They have no they have no other options at that point. Like, and Haiti is a perfect example of that. I want to ask you a question about this, and this is a topic that's come up. Teddy and I talked about this as well. When it comes to reparations in the United States, so you have experiences in both places. You're from Ethiopia, you grew up in the United States. When it comes to reparations, some people argue the point that they don't feel that reparations should go to Black immigrants. I disagree with that, but that's just my take. But some people feel that it should they should give reparations to Black immigrants, Black Americans, like people who were born here, people who immigrated here. And the first country I thought of was Haiti. I thought about everything that happened to Haiti in reference to intervention, these regime change wars. And I wanted to get your opinion about that. Is that something that you think should just go to Black people who were born and raised in the United States, or should Black immigrants be considered as well?
That's a big question. Here's what I'm going to start off by saying. I really don't know enough about the way reparations have been presented here. Of course, I see the headlines. I've read things here and there, but I don't actually know the details of how people are suggesting that it's implemented. So knowing just that much, what I will also say is I don't think the experience of, generationally rooted African Americans is the same as African Americans that are new to the continent. So if we're talking about slavery reparations or reparations based on slavery, then yeah, I don't know that we should be counted as recent African immigrants. But what are we trying to do? What is that a replacement for? I mean, if you just create a more equitable system, a system that's not fueling wars over there, requiring refugees to flee over here, putting people in jail here for things that other people can now do, taking pictures on their Instagram with, right? Like there's so many things to fix. And so with knowing as little as I do about what people are saying when they say reparations, I think any sort of like one-time thing or lump sum or property, I just don't think that's going to fix it. They're going to find a way to make that mean nothing, right? So if they're unwilling to just change way easier things to change to make it more equitable for people, then if they agree to reparations, I'd have to question why. I mean, they've got to be weaponizing that somehow, right? So that's sort of my general take. I just think fix the system. Why just give this like one-time thing, or even if it's a reoccurring thing, why have it be like that instead of creating a more fair system?
Good points. Good points. I recently saw that Prince William and his wife, Kate, they made a trip to Jamaica. And when they got there, Jamaicans were actually, I applaud them for this, they demanded that his country pay them reparations for everything that's been done to their country. And he responded to it. I was surprised he actually acknowledged that and responded to it. But I want people to understand it's just not the United States government that's intervened in countries abroad. Like you have England as well. You have Spain. You have all these other European countries that have basically intervened in countries in the global south. They've taken resources from them. They've stolen their culture from them. It's not just the United States government.
Nope, it's a whole system. And I don't want to put color on it, but it tends to lean a certain way and shade. But it's a system. It's a system that the U.S. takes part in. The British Empire, originated. The French Empire is like, whoa, like they're still operating all under the radar in so many ways, being able to impose taxes on countries that have fought and won against them for their independence. So if you want to talk about reparations, one of the places to start is, how about not have certain countries be paying taxes to their previous colonizers? I mean, they're still colonized. And then, they're paying taxes to this smaller, mostly white country, European country, and that country's living beautifully. And then because they're being supported literally by another country that then they look over to and say, oh, third world, they're so poor. It's like, no, they're actually making it possible for you to live your lifestyle. And you probably don't know that, but even if you do, you don't want to admit it. So that would be a great place to just start with reparations, because that just, to me, it's wild. It's wild.
Yeah, I really wish people would know like the history. Like, I don't think people understand like how much has been taken from these countries, like how much has been stolen from them.
Yeah.
There's a movie I think you should check out if you haven't seen it. It's about Blood Diamond.
Oh, yeah. I think it was out a while ago, right? Years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I've seen it.
Again, it's just something that a lot of people, I think they don't know about it. They don't know about it.
Don't. Yeah, they don't. And I do feel some compassion for folks that aren't connecting the dots. I mean, there's an entire system to make you believe something different. I mean, there's a whole community of Ethiopians that are separated from their family members and friends because they're buying into a narrative that's being told in mainstream media, when it's really not. It's not the case. I mean, it's manufactured division, so it's really hard to see it. But once you see it, then you got to apply the lessons you see consistently. So if you see that Haiti was being smeared in all the mainstream media and the stories were being flipped and all of that stuff, and you get that, and then you see what's going on in Ethiopia, and you just automatically assume those things are true, it doesn't make sense. And the same is true for every other community. There's places now. There's your platform, Breakthrough News, Answer Coalition, the hashtag No More Movement, nomore.global is our website. There's the Gray Zone that does some good work. There's so many places that you can go now to get more independent news. So don't just lean into the mainstream stuff, because as a person that's been in it, I'm here to tell you it does more bad than good.
That was something I was going to ask you. I know you used to work in mainstream media. What kind of pushed you away from that and into independent media?
Well, so the supporters of this now terrorist organization, who are mostly ethnic Tigrayans, but are a mix, they just choose to identify as that, a lot of them. So they were upset that I started to ask questions, because I was working with them in the beginning. Again, my mom was there. I thought it was a humanitarian issue. I didn't understand the complexities of the politics in the country, because frankly, I just wasn't paying attention, and mainstream media was not giving me that take, which is where I was getting whatever news I did get. And then after observing it for some time, I posted something about Ethiopian New Year using the Ethiopian flag, and they called me a genocider, genocide supporter, all this stuff. And I was like, what's going on here? Because I had been quiet for a while, and people were like, what do you do? Why are you being quiet? Why aren't you speaking for your people in Tigray? And to myself, I was saying, because I'm starting to see you guys are lying. Like, I'm starting to catch the gaps, because the made for Africa propaganda is like extra basic. So if you're paying attention, I swear, I mean, maybe they were doing this to Syria and a lot of other places, but I don't know. They really underestimate, I think, Africa and African diaspora, because there were just holes coming up after a few months of coverage. So there was an ethnic group aligned with this ethno-fascist group that was really mad that I started to question what they were doing. Why did this group not start to why did the TPLF not declare a ceasefire when the Ethiopian government did? Why do you guys keep saying it's a blockade when we've now had UN officials say the aid was getting in? Even TPLF admitted that it was getting in. The reason that it was coming out, they said, was because of a fuel shortage, as if the UN would send all these trucks without enough fuel. And so there was a lot of things that came up. And when I started to ask those questions, it didn't take much. Just asking questions in an ethno-fascist world is a, could be fatal in a different, if I was in their territory. So when I started doing that, they started a petition to get me fired from my CBS affiliate job. And I had to have a few conversations. It wasn't the first, because I was pretty vocal about Ethiopia, but I had to have a few conversations that, started to get more serious, where they were like, well, this might be activism. It looks like activism. And, what's difficult is to say to your mainstream media managers, no, the mainstream media is just lying, and that's what it was like. So I basically said that. I said, no, absolutely not. The mainstream media or what we're reporting is just off. Like, it is so wrong, and there's data otherwise. And it wasn't us as a local affiliate. It was my network, like the parent company, right? So nonetheless, you can't have a girl that's working for your network say the opposite of what you're saying. And at that point, I could have made a decision to just kind of lay low and, get back on the schedule, as we call it, or to just go all in. And, I had a conversation with my mom, God bless her. I just said, this is the conversation I had. Here are the options I have. And she was like, go for it. Like, go for it. This is too big. I mean, I'll help you figure it out. And then the Ethiopian community, Eritrean community, completely backed me to just sort of give me a little bit of space to go independent. And that's something I feel like I haven't said enough, and I want to take this opportunity to say it. Really, really support independent journalists that you trust, because without the people's support, good people that mean well, that have accumulated a lot of experience, that know the world from a global perspective, end up just sticking with their mainstream media jobs. But if you give them this avenue, like the people of the Horn and allies sort of gave me when they realized I had made a decision, I didn't say anything about it, but I talked to a couple people in private, and they're like, go ahead and start like a fund, independent journalism fund, go for it. People will support you. And they did. And that is what made it possible for me. So if we, as a people, and I try to sort of pass it on, as a people are frustrated with the state of mainstream media, we'll cut that cable news or whatever subscription and give that to somebody that you trust that's trying to do the news. If we can create a new market like that, I guarantee you're going to see some people fall off the mainstream media wagon, because it doesn't take much nowadays. They're not paying that much anymore. So if you're a community that can, and we all should be a part of the same community in a sense, to that has someone that you want to support, like, you can really make all the difference.
Thank you so much for saying that, because that's something I think people may not realize, that there are some people who may do local news. And by the way, local news does not pay much, just FYI. Yeah. I can tell everybody that from experience.
It's okay in LA, but it's super expensive. So
right. Like they want to leave, but they don't have, how are they going to make money? Like, they may want to start their own like independent network, but again, like that costs money. You need the money to do that. So thank you so much for saying that. There was one more question that Where Pilgrim actually had for you. Do you know if journalists in Ethiopia have been threatened in any way?
No, I mean, this is a pretty liberal government. People are able to say things even in a time of war that are, kind of warmongering. I know there were a few, listen, journalists in Ethiopia has done that country and that region so wrong. I know there were people that were arrested then released. And there was all this hoopla made about journalists from the West temporarily being arrested, but they were doing a hack job on that country. I mean, they were literally fueling a war. So I can't speak to each individual case, but overall, I would say there's exceptions, but I don't know the specific stories and details. But in general, there were journalists that were allowed to come in and report things that were the opposite of what was true for a long time. But eventually, and same with some of the UN officials, the Ethiopian government just kicked them out. And guess what? That's their right. You're there for months telling a lie, telling something that could easily be debunked. And then all you see in the headlines is journalists kicked out, UN officials expelled. But why?
Yeah.
Why would the government do that after allowing you to be there for so long,
No, that's a good point. That's a good point. Before you go, can you please let everyone know where can they find you?
Yes. So I actually have something new that's going to pop up on my YouTube news channel soon. Today, youtube.com/HermelaTV is where I do interviews. Been slacking a little bit because we've been working a lot on the hashtag No More movement, which if you guys haven't seen it, just throw in a hashtag No More on Twitter and you'll see stuff come up. It was just this idea of, no more of the system that continues to subjugate different communities and countries over and over again in the same way, with the overthrowing governments, using mainstream media to tell a flipped narrative, all that stuff. So I think most people that watch this program can relate. We also have a website, nomore.global, that's has some content that you can check out to give you a sense of what it is. And then we also have a global day of protest, Sunday, June 5th. We'll get more information out on that. We're trying to reach out to grassroots organizations that have similar experiences from different angles to create more of a coalition of struggles so that everyone is not fighting alone.
Thank you so much. Very well said. And guys, make sure you follow her on Twitter at HermelaTV.
That part on all platforms, Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. Thanks for that plug-in. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Hermela.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Talk to you later.
Bye. All right, guys. I believe Josana is coming on next. Let me double check. I believe. Greetings, guys. You guys will have to excuse me. I'm a little bit stuffy today. Yes, it is spring allergy season. I'm just here, guys. Sorry. I'm waiting on Josana. I believe Josana's next. Oh, you guys are so sweet. Let's see here. I hope you guys are liking the summit so far, though. Hope you're learning a lot. I actually do want to go back and watch the history of the CIA. I haven't had a chance to watch that yet. Yesterday I was really busy, but I do want to go check that out. Dooby dooby doo. Cryptician said, I sub to Hermela TV. Looks like a great channel. Yeah, it does. And it was actually a couple of you guys that told me about Hermela TV. So thanks so much for letting me know. People reached out to me on Twitter and told me. Sabby, you were a champ using your lunch break to come on yesterday. Yeah, no. I don't actually use a lunch break per se. Like I get a lunch break, but a lot of times I'll usually just eat and work at the same time. I know it's not healthy. I know it's bad. I know. Um, let me see if I can get Josona. Hold on one second. Bye, guys.
There you go. So Christina will be translating. She will be the interpreter. And thank you so much. We have Gerson Oliveira and Gerson. Cristina, eu só vou conversar com a plateia em inglês e já falo com vocês, tá bom?
Okay.
So hi, everybody. Thank you so much for being here with me today. We have the honor to have here today the MST, is the Landless Workers Movement. And today we're going to learn about their story. We are waiting one of our guests, which is the national director of this movement. One of the national directors of this movement, her name is Liu. But we also have Jason here, and we're about to start. What I want to ask to you guys is, we are talking about anti-imperialism, and that means learning our ways out of the Anglo language that comes straight from the colonizer. So as American people, it's good if we can open our hearts and minds for the translation and subtitles. We cannot have live subtitles, but we can have interpreter. So it's going to be like a conversation around the story of this movement. And we are going to translate. And you can also ask questions about the Landless Workers Movement. Okay? So I'm going to start. While we wait for Leo, we're going to start the conversation with Jason. Thank you so much for being here. And yeah, let's get started. Ok, Gerson, so eu falei com eles para poder abrir o coração para tradução, para transmissão. E falei, no, these are people from Brazil. here. We are talking to people from Brazil now. We're coming all the way from Ethiopia to Brazil right now. Eu falei com eles que a gente vai ter uma conversa sobre o movimento sem terra e falei também que para eles terem paciência com a tradução, né, com o intérprete, e aí pedi o seguinte para você, para dar você fala, você responde, mas a gente dá um tempinho para a Cristina poder traduzir. A Cristina não trabalha como intérprete, ela está fazendo um favor para a gente hoje, então vamos fazer nosso melhor para ajudar ela também, tá bom? Seja bem-vindo, obrigada por estar aqui. So we're gonna start, and yes, it's Portuguese. We're talking Portuguese, trucker. So we're gonna start by asking you if you can tell us a little bit about how did it start, the Landless Movement in Brazil. Cristina, você pode traduzir para o Gerson, que eu acabei de falar?
Sim, Gerson, a Joana está solicitando que você fale um pouquinho sobre como o movimento começou, um pouquinho da história. Está sem som.
Oi, Gerson, seu microfone estava mudo.
Estão me ouvindo bem?
Sim.
Sim.
Peço perdão por não falar inglês. Que bom que nós temos a possibilidade de não fazer da língua um obstáculo, uma barreira, e obrigado por colocar tradutoras para poder facilitar essa conversa. Eu sou Gerson, do MST, que é o Movimento dos Trabalhadores Rurais Sem Terra, e atuo aqui no estado de São Paulo, que é o estado mais populoso e um dos mais importantes estados do Brasil. O Movimento Sem Terra, quando fica longo, talvez a tradutora pode me interromper para fazer a tradução, ok?
Tudo bem.
Tranquilo?
Cristina, você pode traduzir o que ele acabou de falar, tá?
Tá bem. So, I'm sorry I don't speak English, but I'm very happy we have translating, and that doesn't make the language a barrier in terms of communication between us. So, thank you for facilitating this communication. I am Gerson, I'm from São Paulo, one of the most important states in the country, where we have the highest number of population, and yes, that's it at this moment.
O Movimento Sem Terra, ele se originou no Brasil no comecinho dos anos 80, da década de 1980, partindo de um processo de construção, de reorganização da classe trabalhadora brasileira, especialmente os camponeses, aqueles que vivem no meio rural. E o Brasil é um dos países que possui uma desigualdade social e uma desigualdade na distribuição da terra gritante, um dos maiores do mundo, das maiores desigualdades do mundo. Diferentemente de países como os Estados Unidos, a nossa história ela não ocorreu, não foi realizada um processo de distribuição de terras ou de reforma agrária, mesmo que pequeno, como ocorreu em países como a Inglaterra, como a França, ou até mesmo nos Estados Unidos, com o fim da abolição da escravatura, né? Após a Guerra de Secessão, uma pequena parcela dos trabalhadores antes escravizados conseguiram acessar um pedaço de terra, mesmo que pequeno. Aqui no Brasil, isso não ocorreu.
Vamos parar um pouquinho para a Cristina poder traduzir.
Okay, so the movement started in the beginning of the 80s, the 1980s, and it was at the same time, if I can say, that other workers in Brazil were restarting their reorganization, political organization. And the movement started in the rural areas, trying to organize the workers in rural areas, And Brazil is, as everyone knows, it's a very unfair country where there is a very unfair distribution in terms of income and land, a high concentration actually of income and land. And it's a country, unfortunately, where we haven't had the opportunity to have any type of real land reform, even a small land reforms, where other countries have had to the opportunity to have, like US, UK, even during the slavery time in US, there was some level of opportunity for slaves and poor workers to have some access to land, which didn't happen, hasn't happened in Brazil. Continua, Gerson.
E grande parte dos modelos econômicos desenvolvidos nesse país tem uma relação direta com os Estados Unidos, apesar da distância. Muito da política econômica brasileira é influenciada pela política econômica norte-americana. Um exemplo é, na década de 80, esses camponeses que estavam perdendo as suas terras, sendo expropriados, eles estavam sofrendo um processo de modernização no campo brasileiro, que, assim como nos Estados Unidos ocorreu uma revolução verde, uma modernização da agricultura, no Brasil isso também ocorreu a partir dos anos 60. E esse processo ele expulsou milhões de famílias do meio rural, pessoas que tiveram que deixar suas casas, ou mesmo foram expulsas ou mortas, como ocorreu com movimentos que resistiram na época, como as Ligas Camponesas, que foi perseguida e massacrada, para que fosse realizado esta grande obra da modernização da agricultura brasileira e formação do que hoje nós conhecemos como agronegócio, vocês chamam aí de agrobusiness, mas é o mesmo processo que está na origem do surgimento do movimento Sem Terra.
Okay, I'm just getting the last. Okay, so what happened in the 80s, or even at the end of the 70s and 80s, is that millions of families lost their lands, were basically expelled from their lands in the rural areas to the big cities. And in order to implement this new development model that is based on agribusiness, because the Brazilian development model has been influenced by the US model for many years, particularly more intensively from the 80s. Continua, Gerson.
E nos anos 80 estava terminando o que aqui ficou conhecido como o período mais truculento da nossa história no século XX, que foi a ditadura militar instaurada em 64 e findada em 1985. E justamente no final dessa ditadura aqui no Brasil, esses movimentos começam a se reorganizar, e não só o MST surge em 84 nos estados do sul do país, no estado do Paraná, mas também o movimento negro brasileiro já se organizava a partir de 78, em um movimento social unificado de abrangência nacional. Os movimentos urbanos e também partidos de esquerda passam a ressurgir na cena política no final da ditadura militar, no comecinho dos anos 80.
Okay. In the workers' movement, many of them were developed, created, and in certain ways increased their organization between the dictatorship time, that was a very repressive period in our history. The dictatorship was installed in 1964, and it ended in 1985. During this period of time, there were lots of initiatives of organizing the workers in many ways, and the MST, the Landless Workers Movement, started in 1984 in a state in South Brazil, Paraná. And over this time also there was an acceleration of political organization of the workers, with new political parties being created, more trade unions, and I can say even more social movements, etc. Continua, Gerson.
E na origem desse movimento está justamente a população pobre, excluída, marginalizada e racializada brasileira, que são os negros e negras do processo da abolição da escravatura, processo inconcluso, indígenas expropriados que perderam suas terras, foram forçados a irem para as cidades, e trabalhadores e trabalhadoras pobres nas periferias e mesmo no campo, que se reuniram e que estão na origem do surgimento do movimento sem terra. Então, ao mesmo tempo que nós temos esse perfil, esse público, nós também aprendemos com processos revolucionários, tanto de Cuba, quanto de outros países como a Nicarágua, e mesmo a teoria marxista, a teoria revolucionária, inspirou também o surgimento do movimento sem terra. E a teologia da libertação, promovida pela Igreja Católica, os setores progressistas.
So Christina, go ahead and translate what he just said, and then I'm going to introduce Liu to everybody. But before we get Claudia to Christina to translate what Jefferson just said.
Okay, in the origin of this movement, the people who really made part of it, created it, the population involved with this movement were composed of Black people that came originally from the slave time, poor workers from the towns, from the cities, and also from the rural areas, indigenous people. So it was a combination of different sectors of poor society, the poor workers in Brazil that composed the participants of this movement. The movement has learned from different revolutionary processes. They have inspired themselves in different international experiences of transformation in different societies, like in Cuba, for example. And they also learned from Marxist theory. And they also learned from the liberation theology that was developed by the Catholic Church. Pronto, Rosana.
Obrigada. So now I want to introduce Liu. She is the Landless Workers Movement national director. And Liu, so I'm going to talk to you in Portuguese in a second. I just want to make sure that we have this connection here and we can move on with the theme. Liu, a gente tem a Cristina aqui traduzindo para a gente como uma voluntária. Ela geralmente não faz esse tipo de trabalho. E aí o que vai acontecer é o seguinte. Deixa que eu muto e unmuto o seu microfone. E aí você vai falar. E ela vai dar um tempinho para ela vai traduzir logo depois, ok? A gente está com o Gerson, Liu, eu não sei se vocês já se conhecem. A gente está conversando sobre um pouquinho da história do MST. O Gerson está contando como surgiu. Então, você pode aí navegar com ele, tá bom?
Agora eu fico mais tranquilo, que a Liu está aqui, já vou ficar menos nervoso. Prazer revê-la, camarada. Eu continuo, Josana? Bom, como eu estava dizendo, então, essas fontes são as fontes nas quais o MST bebeu na sua origem, né? Da trajetória da luta dos negros e negras, descendentes dos escravizados, a trajetória da luta indígena no nosso continente, e também essa trajetória da luta dos setores revolucionários na América Latina, né, como eu citei como exemplo. E isso fez com que o MST fosse também uma síntese, um movimento que representa uma síntese histórica dessa conjuntura de luta contra essa modernização expropriadora desses trabalhadores, mas também de conectar essas desigualdades estruturais, esse racismo estrutural, na sua origem, para conformar um movimento que tem nos seus objetivos a luta pela terra, para reparar essas desigualdades históricas, a luta pela reforma agrária, como um projeto para o campo brasileiro de assentar, de reduzir a desigualdade territorial, fundiária, e também a luta pelo socialismo, a luta pela transformação social, por um novo projeto de sociedade, um projeto de formação humana emancipado.
Okay, so as I mentioned before, the MST has been inspired by different revolutionary experiences that we looked into, including also by the Black peoples and indigenous people's struggle historically in Brazil, and the Latin America revolutionary experiences as well. MST is a synthesis, is a combination of different historical revolutionary experiences that we combined and put in practice in our movement. And our fight is against the structural racism and for structural reforms in Brazil, and for land reform, and to reduce, we are fighting as well to reduce the poverty and the gap between rich and poor, and above all, we are fighting for socialism. Continua, Gerson. Continua, Gerson.
No começo, então, iniciaram essa luta pela terra, de retomada do que havia perdido, né? Isso iniciou no Sul, mas, ao mesmo tempo, no Brasil inteiro havia trabalhadores rurais sendo expropriados. Então, o movimento chamou um encontro da representação desses trabalhadores. Houveram várias reuniões e articulações nesse período, e até em 84, em janeiro de 84, lá no Paraná, quando foi feito o primeiro encontro que definiu, então, a construção de um movimento social autônomo dos trabalhadores e das trabalhadoras, organizado nesses 3 objetivos que eu já mencionei. A partir disso, delegou-se tarefas para essas pessoas, esses representantes, voltando para os seus estados, e passar, então, a organizar esse movimento social a partir da realidade e dos problemas e das contradições de cada região, de cada estado. Então, a territorialização do MST, ela foi se dando a partir desse formato, vamos dizer assim. E o Brasil é um país continental, então imaginem vocês a diversidade conjuntural que existe no nosso país.
Sorry, I don't know.
It's okay. Christina had a phone call, so I am going to translate. Gerson is saying that, Gerson, repete só aquela última frase que você falou, que eu vou traduzir só aquilo, porque eu perdi, porque eu estou também trabalhando aqui enquanto eu faço isso. Qual foi a última? Você falou o MST?
Joanna, I'm back.
Okay. Awesome.
Sorry about this.
Better.
Do apologize. I don't know, to be honest, how to set up the phone not to receive calls. Sorry about this. Okay, what Gerson has just said is that the MST, the beginning of it, was the actions of the movement was about the fight to recover the land lost, the massive amount of land that had been lost by the workers, and the way they decided to organize the movement was via organizing many meetings throughout the country, where there were some families organized, looking into recovering their lands. So they had meetings all over the place, and that culminated with a national meeting, which I believe is the Congress, was the first Congress, the founding Congress, in 1984 in Paraná, in a state in the south. So in this meeting, this national meeting, they discussed their tasks, how they were going to build this movement, how they were going to fight for the land they had lost, and how they were going to organize themselves. So they decided, they defined for many tasks that these people were going to implement in their states when they were going back to their states and their areas. So that's the way it was initially created formally, the MST. Carry on. Continua, Gerson. Pode continuar, Gerson.
Na verdade, agora eu vou tentar trazer ali um pouquinho aqui e vou... Não, vou fazer o seguinte, Gerson. Eu sei que a história é longa, mas tenta fazer um geralzão, resumão, porque eu quero chegar na parte do como fazer, como organizar, porque essas pessoas que estão aqui estão curiosas sobre isso. So what I'm telling Gerson is like, now we're gonna have like the movement is been years in the streets, campaign, occupying land from big corporations. And they exist, and they are solid, and they are not afraid at all. So I asked Gerson to right now make like a long story short in their history, but then we're gonna ask them, how can we in the US do the same? And how can we in the US get the support from the MST? Because we need a Pan-American coalition in order to change things. So we're gonna be learning that here too. Stay tuned. Pode ir, Gerson.
Apesar da repressão...
Just one question. My sound is very low now. Is there any way for you to help me to increase my volume? My volume is very low. I don't know why. I can hear you, but it is quite low now.
It's probably on your phone.
Okay. All
or
right.
on your headphone. Just the side in the side, because
Okay.
here we
I
hear
can hear you anyway. I can hear anyway.
We hear you very clearly right now.
Oh, good.
Right? Like
Good.
I can
Okay.
hear you very clearly. Yeah.
Ok. Continua, Gerson, então, com esse resumo mais breve sobre a criação do movimento.
Então, apesar da repressão muito forte na origem desse movimento, esse ano ele completou 38 anos. Então, é um dos movimentos com mais longa história, é o movimento com mais longa história de duração no Brasil. E, em termos de conquista, apesar dessas conjunturas todas adversas, podemos dizer que avançamos até aqui, e enfrentamos, nesse momento atual, também uma forte repressão com o governo Bolsonaro. São 450 mil famílias assentadas que regressaram, conquistaram a terra no campo brasileiro, no universo de mais de 1 milhão, de 2 milhões de assentados. E é essas conquistas que o governo atual quer destruir e quer desmontar. Justamente esse território da reforma agrária construída em todo o Brasil, a partir da luta do MST e outros movimentos sociais do campo também, que surgiram a partir dessa construção que nós iniciamos, né?
Okay. So despite all the severe repression that the movement has experienced over these years, and they were not short of oppression, the movement has survived and succeeded for over 38 years. The MST is considered the longest movement in Brazil, the longest in time, in existence. They, as far as I understood, Gerson, they have 450,000 families living in settlements, which is approximately 2 million people living in settlements. Settlement means where people have taken the land and are living there, producing crops, making the land productive, so living in these lands and using the land productively. But they are facing the repression from the Bolsonaro government, which is a very right-wing government, and they object to destroy and to the movement and to reduce their victories and to debilitate any idea of land reform. Continua, Gerson.
On that note, I just wanted to say, I just wanted to make a parallel. I like to make parallels to educate people. Eu tô falando que eu vou fazer um paralelo, ok? Porque eu gosto de fazer paralelos para a gente poder entender os exemplos e se educar. So, what happens... Cristina, eu vou te dar um break agora. Não precisa sair, mas só porque eu vou traduzir a minha própria... Tá? Você ficar de boas. So, what is happening in Brazil with the Landless Workers Movement is they are occupying rich billionaires and corporations' lands, and they live in these lands. They are settlers. They produce, and they donate the produce, organic, fresh food for the population. Anyone that wants it can come and get it. O que eu tô falando é que vocês estão ocupando terra improdutiva de grandes corporações e pessoas ricas. Vocês produzem na terra e doam the produce. Porque eu vejo no Instagram o tempo todo, eu fico, ai, como eu queria um acampamento do Sem Terra perto de mim aqui. Porque aquela comida linda, fresh, sendo doada para a comunidade. Where have we heard about settlers also? Where there is occupying land and settlers? Palestine. So when we on RBN tell you that the liberal is the most dangerous person on earth, as Malcolm X said, as Malcolm X said, and other brothers and sisters said before, why do we say the liberal, white liberal, is the most dangerous person? It's because they co-opt the points in the left and they use it for evil. O que eu tô falando para eles é o seguinte, existem pessoas ocupando terra, existem pessoas vivendo em terras ocupadas, assentadas. Onde? Na Palestina. Os israelenses. E eu estou falando para eles que o neoliberal, a direita branca, o neoliberal, eles usam o discurso da esquerda, eles copiam, eu não lembro como é isso em português, pegam o discurso da esquerda e usam para o mal, né? O princípio que os israelenses estão usando é o mesmo princípio que a gente não é. Eu vou falar, gente, quem dera eu fosse do MST, que o MST usa, né? So we have to be really clear. And that's why in Portuguese, we don't say when it's for evil, we don't use the word occupation. When it's for evil, we use invasion. E aí estou explicando para eles que em português, eu lembro de ter sido corrigida por uma pessoa do MST. Em português, a gente não usa a palavra ocupação quando é para o mal. A gente usa invasão, né? O rico invadiu a terra do pobre. Mas aqui em inglês não tem muito essa dicotomia. So, yes, I was doing my own translation and we're going to go. And also, if you have any questions, I have a couple of questions here already to ask. Send it here because now we're going to start with the how to do that. Gerson, você já acabou com o seu resumo ou você ainda tem alguma coisa para falar, né?
Não, tranquilo, essa primeira parte. Vamos ouvir a Liu. Posso voltar depois.
Awesome. Liu, thank you so much for being here. I have to make it clear for people from the US, I am a huge fan. I am a fangirl of the Landless Workers Movement. Everything I learned as an organizer, I learned from you guys, and I had the honor to be in university by that time, to be part of the directory. And I'm just like, I'm in awe. Like you and Justin here, and I know you guys are so busy, but you being here is an honor to me. And I'm very humbled by your presence. Eu acabei de falar para eles que eu estou muito honrada com a presença sua, Liu, aqui. Eu sou uma fã do MST, de carteirinha. Eu era da UFMG. Na época da primeira eleição do Lula, eu era do DCE. A gente organizou tanto com o MST. A gente fez um encontro na Federal de Niterói. Foi maravilhoso. Eu chorava todo dia. Inclusive, estou querendo chorar aqui também. Então, agradecendo você e o Gerson aí por doarem o tempo de vocês, porque eu sei o quanto vocês são tão ocupados e eu assim, nem palavras para te agradecer. Eu vou começar com as perguntas. Daí, agora para as perguntas, eu vou pedir para a Cristina traduzir as perguntas, tá, Cristina?
Tá bem.
Para a gente poder passar para essa parte, que eles estão bem empolgados aqui. Vamos lá. So the first question I got from my dear sister, Quaker Socialist. How does MST collaborate and stay individual as a unique organization?
Sorry, Josanne, can you ask the question again? How
of course.
MST collaborate and what?
Stay individual as a unique organization. É mais no sentido, eu posso explicar isso, é mais no sentido seguinte, como que o MST consegue colaborar com partidos políticos, outras instituições e continuar mantendo a identidade e a individualidade deles.
Independente, a palavra é independentemente.
Isso, independentemente. Tá. Isso.
Então, a questão é como é que é a relação entre o MST, das ações conjuntas, com os partidos políticos e outros movimentos sociais, e, ao mesmo tempo, garante a sua independência. Quem vai responder essa, Liu? Quem vai responder essa pergunta?
Seu microfone está mutado, querida.
Ok.
Olá, boa tarde. É Jossana? Boa tarde, Cristine, Gerson. Que bom estar aqui com vocês. Boa tarde a todos e todas e todes que nos ouvem. Que bom que Gerson está aqui para a gente não ficar apavorado, né, Gerson? Que a gente entende só metade. Mas, então, tentando responder já aqui essa primeira pergunta, mas antes eu queria só dialogar com uma fala da Jossana sobre a palavra ocupação, que ela disse que no inglês não tem muita diferença. No português, nós tivemos que ressignificá-la para que nós pudéssemos determinar que a luta que a gente faz para ocupar os latifúndios, ela é por justiça social e por dignidade. Então, o termo gramaticalmente correto para ocupação é invasão. E ele só se tornou politicamente correto como ocupação porque numa luta de ocupar os espaços de conhecimento também nós os ressignificamos. E, então, respondendo um pouco dessa pergunta, como o MST participa dos processos institucionais, da luta partidária e com outras organizações e mantém sua independência, primeiro, como o Gerson já falou, o MST é um movimento nacional e, sendo nacional, em cada estado nós temos várias particularidades, mas nós temos unidade. E a nossa unidade, ela existe porque o MST tem objetivos, e aí o Gerson já disse quais eram os nossos objetivos, que é a luta pela terra, pela reforma agrária e pelo socialismo, mas nós também temos princípios e nós temos valores. Então, os princípios do movimento e os valores é que garante a nossa unidade e, ao mesmo tempo, a nossa autonomia. Então, a nossa luta com as outras organizações faz parte dos princípios do internacionalismo, da luta coletiva que a gente pratica. A participação no processo da luta institucional, inclusive nós temos uma companheira, a companheira Fábia Reis, que tem uma tese de doutorado que fala sobre isso, que é a participação do MST na luta institucional, com candidaturas, inclusive, pelo Partido dos Trabalhadores, que vai falar que o que garante isso é porque o MST entende que nós podemos desenvolver tarefas para alcançar os 3 objetivos que nós temos. Então, a luta com as outras organizações, a luta institucional para ocupar espaços institucionais, são tarefas que a gente vai fazendo para que a gente alcance o objetivo da luta pela transformação da sociedade, porque nós entendemos que não pode ser uma luta só do MST ou só de um movimento, de uma organização. Então, é possível manter a nossa independência porque nós entendemos isso como uma tarefa.
Okay, I'm just getting the rest of it. Well, has been a long speech, but hopefully I managed to get everything, the essential. Okay, firstly, she started explaining the discussion about the meaning of the words occupation and invasion. That's a quite difficult discussion, but the movement has discussed this, and they understand that when they occupy big pieces of land, what is called in Portuguese latifúndio, which are large parts of land, they understand that's totally fair to occupy these lands. It's to do with the justice and their dignity, the dignity of the movement, and it's for justice. And they had to create a new meaning, a new understanding of the word. And they understand the word invasion, if I'm not wrong. Invasion is the correct word to use for the movement. Am I right, Josanna? Okay, sorry about this. And they understand that what the base for their independence and their autonomy, it's based by their principles and values. Their principles have to do with the international fight, the principles followed by the international fight for justice, and for another principle is to do with the collective fight. The fight has to be collective. And 2 particular values they keep is the dignity and autonomy. And they fight in their objectives, in the process of fighting their objectives for land reform, socialism, they relate to other organizations, social movements, political parties, but they understand that this is part of the process of changing society. So they even have candidates. They are members. They are leaders. Some of them are candidates for political parties. On the left, for the Workers' Party, the PT, which is a political party on the left. And but they understand this is necessary in order to fight together with other, again, political parties, organizations, movements, in order to change, to achieve structural changes in the Brazilian society.
And I want to make a point here before we go to the next question. I wanted to make a point here for the fact that Liv said something really important, because we were colonized here in America, and I'm talking about the whole continent, north, through south. We all were colonized. So they brought in language, right? They forced language down on our throats. They enslaved our ancestors. They killed our ancestors, and they forced language on us. Leo said, in Portuguese, we resignified. We resignified. I don't know if that's proper English, but I've been speaking 4 languages this whole week, so bear with me. We gave a new meaning to the words invasion and occupation. It is revolutionary, the act of. It is revolutionary, the act of taking over the language and make it your own. Because we in Brazil say we speak Brazilian Portuguese. It's not the colonizers' Portuguese that we're speaking there. So that's just a point that I wanted to make, because I call what happens in Palestine invasion. The media, like whatever huge, expensive media where you're not going to see a freaking sheet on the wall and a person wearing headphones. In that media, they say occupation, right? But let's move on. I have a question that goes with that theme. I'm going to mute Christine. I have a question that goes with that theme that says, does the average participant in the movement knows theory?
Ok. Vocês acham que, na média, os participantes medianos, vamos dizer, a média dos participantes entendem a teoria, acho que quer dizer a teoria revolucionária, tem um entendimento teórico desses processos de transformação social? A massa, a grande parte do movimento, não estamos falando dos líderes, estamos falando dos participantes, que são parte do movimento.
Pode traduzir também, porque aqui fica uma coisa de contra-intelectualismo e educação. Então, a pergunta vai mais no senso de, todo mundo, vocês têm programa de educação para os participantes? Todo mundo sabe teoria, tipo, o Capital, essas coisas do Marx, like, vocês estudam?
Então, o MST é uma organização construída pelo conjunto dos seus participantes. E a nossa estrutura organizativa, inclusive, ela é uma estrutura horizontal, onde existe a participação da base, desde os acampados e assentados, e a partir deles é que vai sendo construído a nossa instância. E sim, existe um programa de formação ideológica, política e escolástica da base do movimento. Então, quando nós fazemos o trabalho de base na organização para ir para uma ocupação, é necessário fazer com que as pessoas entendam por que nós vamos ocupar um latifúndio. Para isso é necessário dizer como funciona a sociedade, para isso é necessário dizer que existe uma apropriação ilegal do latifúndio sobre a posse da terra. Para isso é preciso dizer que a sociedade que nós queremos construir, que é uma sociedade socialista, ela perpassa por essa construção a luta por uma terra que não seja individualizada e que a luta coletiva na conquista dessa terra é o que vai assegurar a coletividade e a perenidade das pessoas, dos sujeitos, nesse espaço que é a terra. E seguimos em um processo de formação que vai caminhando até a gente compreender a totalidade. E, só para dar um exemplo, para a resposta não ficar muito comprida, o nosso programa, que é o programa agrário do MST, que é o programa da Reforma Agrária Popular, foi construído, debatido exaustivamente durante quase 7 anos, não é isso, Jéssica? Com o conjunto da nossa base. Então, o programa agrário que o movimento tem, que é o nosso programa da Reforma Agrária Popular, foi um processo construído nos núcleos de base que é os grupos que existem dentro de cada acampamento e de cada assentamento. Então, num processo de debater, sistematizar, socializar e voltar às questões para novamente debater, sistematizar, socializar.
Okay. The MST is a movement that is built, is created, is developed by the collective of the participants, the whole amount of people in different levels that compose this movement. They consider themselves a horizontal organization. And this means that the political discussion, the political education comes from the settlements, from the grassroots. So the answer to the question is yes, there is a political education formally, that there are proper discussion, readings, and education, political education, but also this political education happens via the participation of everyone from the grassroots up to the leaders, up to the national coordination, etc. So the participation of everyone is a process of learning politics. So they understand that the process of occupying the lands is a process of learning how the society works, how this land has been occupied or taken, the ownership of these lands are considered by the movement illegally because they expropriate the land from the original workers that were the original owners of the land. And they understand the process of fighting for the land reform and occupying the land is a process of fighting for a socialist society. And they developed a land reform program which has been discussed for years, I think 7 years, by everyone, from the grassroots, from the little settlements where the families are cultivating the land, up to the leadership, national leadership. And this is being a process of discussion, debating, and reflection, and at the point of elaborating this program. So yeah, people are, there is a whole effort to educate people politically, and the way the organization functions horizontally, where we require the participation of everyone, is the key also for political education.
I just want to touch us, before we go to the next question, I just want to thank Pittsburgh Dude 87 for educating us Brazilians on that. Occupation has a negative connotation in English. It's associated with the Nazis. Israel gets pissed off when people refer to it as the occupation. They prefer to say the Arabs refuse to negotiate. Uma pessoa que está explicando para a gente que ocupação tem uma conotação negativa em inglês relacionado com os nazistas. Então, as pessoas de Israel, né, os nazis, eles não gostam quando a gente chama aquilo de ocupação, entendeu? Por isso que eles usam isso. Então, eles meio que já retomaram. Mas eu vou agora passar para a próxima pergunta. Cristina, você está fazendo amazing. So next question we have here is, how did you convince people that having enough land to live is a human right? Decolonizing the mind of Americans is so difficult.
Ok. Como é que o movimento convence as pessoas que conquistar suficiente terra para se viver eu entendi isso, Josana, significa uma luta de descolonização, é isso?
Isso.
Tá, então como é que você convence as pessoas que lutar por terra para viver, sobreviver e cultivar, etc., é uma luta de descolonização? Quer dizer, como é que você explica isso? Como é que as pessoas entendem que...
Como vocês convenceram as pessoas como vocês convenceram as pessoas que ter terra para viver é um direito humano? Porque a pessoa fez um comentário na pergunta. Decolonizar a mente dos americanos é muito difícil.
Uhum.
Gerson, responde essa para nós?
Sim. Acho que essa pergunta, ela se relaciona com a anterior, sobre a questão da formação, né? Então, para o MST, essa questão da formação, ela não é somente teórica, né? Não se trata de explicar um programa político para que um trabalhador entenda e ingresse no movimento. Então, nós temos como princípio o trabalho de base, que o surgimento do movimento, ele já fazia uma espécie de autocrítica de que para a gente ter essa longevidade, esse enraizamento, a gente precisava estar no meio do povo e construir a partir da demanda, do anseio popular. Então, a formação começa justamente nesse convencimento, que é uma análise das condições de vida das famílias, né, na onde elas estão experimentando a pobreza, o desemprego, né, os aspectos da crise, e a partir dessa constatação, que na verdade a gente faz esse diálogo, e apresenta uma alternativa, que é a alternativa da luta social. Então, a ocupação, ela já é um resultado de uma decisão coletiva que um conjunto de famílias tomou. Ó, a situação está difícil, a gente está num momento aqui de pobreza, de empobrecimento, e a gente decidiu ir lutar por um pedaço de terra para melhorar ou para mudar a minha realidade de vida. Então, essa necessidade é um passo fundamental para movimentar toda essa engrenagem da consciência e esse processo de descolonização, como foi falado, né? A partir dessa ocupação e da construção do acampamento, aí você abre um leque de possibilidades formativas que a nossa experiência mostra de que ela é inédita na nossa história, porque nenhum outro movimento social fez isso que nós temos feito ao longo de 38 anos, né? Então, acho que basicamente isso, e a escola é um princípio, uma das primeiras coisas no acampamento, você vai encontrar uma escola, um espaço de ciranda para as crianças, ou mesmo salas de alfabetização de jovens e adultos para os mais velhos, e esse processo, então, ele começa a ocorrer dessa formação mais sobre os temas da política, sobre os temas de interesse da nossa organização. Mas o primeiro passo é justamente essa análise da sua realidade e a decisão de ocupar.
Okay. So the answer to this question is related to the previous one that we have already spoke about. So as we said, the MST work is based on working with the grassroots, and it's the way it works is that they discuss with these families that to have a land is their human rights, and they discuss the situation, the life experience they are having, the poverty they experience, and they present a alternative, an alternative that they can fight for, which is social justice. So the participation in this process of discussion, their current situation, and the opportunity to dream with changing the situation towards social justice, This is a whole process where people gain social awareness and understanding of the system we live in and the way we are exploited of our rights. And the whole discussion happens, as I mentioned before, from the settlements. And in the settlements, it's important that Gerson said that there are schools. One of the first things they do in a settlement is to open a school for children, and also to start literacy courses for young people and adults, because don't forget, many of these people are illiterate. And so it's a whole process of people are engaged in all levels of discussion of their own reality and how they can change this reality, and they start in practice occupying their lands, changing their lives, and improving their lives in general with education, etc.
We have a next question now, and if Leo cannot respond, I was going to throw to Leo, but I see their camera off, so if they cannot, you jump in, Gerson. Tô falando que eu tenho uma próxima pergunta agora que eu ia falar para Leo responder, mas ela tá com a câmera desligada, então não sei se ela tá podendo falar. Aí qualquer coisa você jump. Obrigada. Oh, ela tá bem, okay. So the next question, is the Catholic Church currently helping or hurting the situation? Aí, Leo, a Igreja Católica tá, no momento presente, ajudando ou machucando a situação? Cristina, se você puder traduzir melhor que eu.
Atrapalhando. Atualmente, né? Essa é uma pergunta atual, porque a Igreja Católica, como o Gerson já mencionou, tem uma tradição da teologia da libertação, etc. Talvez, se ali eu quiser responder um pouco do passado e do futuro rapidamente, fazendo um pouco da comparação, se alguma coisa mudou, o que aconteceu com a teologia da libertação, talvez, e se isso, como ajudou no começo, o que acontece no momento.
Que beleza. Então, a Cristina já falou no início, no surgimento do MST, a gente contou muito com a contribuição das igrejas e da Igreja Católica de maneira muito especial.
Vamos fazer assim, agora separa e a Cristina vai falar essa frase, para eles poderem entender direitinho.
Okay, in the beginning of the movement, as you mentioned before, the Catholic Church has contributed a lot with the development of the liberation theology. That was a very strong way of thinking of large parts of the Catholic Church in the 80s. Continua, Leo.
Atualmente, no Brasil, a gente tem vivido um processo de muito despertar do ódio. E esse despertar desse lugar de ira, dessa indiferença com a condição humana, tem acontecido nos diversos segmentos da sociedade. Como é para uma questão atual, então vou fazer muito a partir do meu entendimento do que a gente está vivendo. Então, esse despertar nos diversos segmentos da sociedade tem ocasionado que uma boa parte da Igreja Católica também tenha se voltado para essa indiferença com a condição humana. Mas continua ainda uma parte da Igreja Católica apoiando as diversas lutas sociais, as diversas organizações. Mas eu acho que é necessário a gente falar que aí no comando do Papa anterior, do João Paulo II, que a Igreja Católica viveu um momento bastante distinto e mais puxado para debater um cristianismo, talvez não não com o exemplo real do próprio Cristo, e que atualmente o Papa tem uma orientação, o Papa atual tem uma orientação mais revolucionária, mais do bem comum. Só que isso ainda não talvez depois Jéssica me ajude, mas isso ainda não reverbera no conjunto da igreja. E também o como é, não sei articular essa palavra, mas assim, os evangélicos neopentecostais tem sido um movimento que tem crescido muito na sociedade brasileira. E estou fazendo essa referência ao neopentecostal porque é exatamente essa ala que tem sido muito mais radicalizada com a pregação desse cristianismo separado, apartado do exemplo de Cristo. Desse cristianismo que permitiu, no último processo de disputa eleitoral, os pastores orientar voto para quem faz o símbolo da arma dentro das igrejas. Então, esse foi um movimento religioso que aconteceu a partir do neopentecostal, desse movimento neopentecostal. E, com isso, a Igreja Católica ela perdeu bastante força na sociedade brasileira. Então, talvez não uma resposta tão contundente assim, mas a movimentação que acontece do ponto de vista religioso atualmente no Brasil é isso. A Igreja Católica tem duas alas, continua tendo, sendo que a ala da teoria da libertação foi bastante enfraquecida no último período, daí a dificuldade, mas ela continua a existir. E esse crescimento do movimento neopentecostal que tem crescido, assim como tem crescido o afastamento deles do exemplo real da vida de Cristo.
Ok.
Cristina, só antes de você ir, não usa, eu não sei se eles sabem o que é neopentecostal, então você pode só falar evangelicals.
Acho que é bom diferenciar de alguma forma.
Vai ser difícil fazer essa diferenciação. Na verdade, Josana, não sei se a gente vai entrar nisso, mas é muito complicado. Essas igrejas foram criadas pelos Estados Unidos, pela CIA, e elas existem nos Estados Unidos, mas nós não vamos entrar nisso.
Projeto norte-americano.
Feel free para falar. Esse canal aqui não tem filtro. Esse canal aqui vai existir até ser retirado.
Ok, eu vou tentar traduzir aqui, que é muito conteúdo. Vamos lá. Então, é o seguinte. So the Catholic Church, as we mentioned before, supported the movement in the 80s quite strongly via the liberation theology. That was a way of seeing the relation between the church and the society and the poverty, a more lefty way of seeing things, of reading society. Currently, Brazil has gone through a very sad process of developing hatred in society. It's an expression of the current government that we have, very right-wing in Brazil. And we have a sort of polarization in society as well, with the same that happened inside the Catholic Church. Inside the Catholic Church, we still have two sectors or two ways of seeing the relation between Catholic religion and the society. One is still based on the liberation theology, and the other side is more traditional, that is more focused on the religion itself, but not seeing religion as a way of liberating people from poverty and oppression. The fact that we have a pope, a current pope, Francisco, that is more left-wing, that has a more lefty view, it has been very positive, not only for the MST, but throughout the planet in terms of supporting movements for social justice. But in Brazil, his views and his support haven't really reached the whole society. It's still part of society that can share this view with him and be influenced by him. And also one particular phenomenon that has happened in the last years in Brazil is the growth of certain evangelical churches that are extremely right-wing, and these churches supported the current government. They took active part of the last election, and they ordered, literally, their followers to vote in Bolsonaro. It's a church that their practice doesn't reflect the Christ's principles and way of life. It's a church that MSC understand that walked away, are very distancing themselves from the Christ's way of life and principles. Yeah, I think that's the summary. There's a lot to take on this.
And I just want to bring that up for the people that are watching. So the new evangelical movement that's happening in Brazil, they took over the house. They have, it's like the gun people here, right? The gun people here, they have a lot. Like the new evangelical movement in Brazil, they have more than half of the House of Representatives and Senate. The new evangelical movement in Brazil was created by CIA. These are extreme right-wingers church, white, mostly. Of course, you're like, oh, how can you be white in Brazil? Well, we're going to talk ethnicity and race in another situation. But they are white, right-wingers, extremists. They are created by the CIA. Guys, pay attention to that. Your CIA is creating religious cult around the world. And guess for who these churches fundraise? Isn't real. All the evangelical churches created by CIA in Brazil fundraise for Isn't Real. Josana, what isn't real? Israel. Israel. Bolsonaro was baptized in Israel before he became the president of Brazil. That should tell you something. Eu tô só falando para eles a coisa da CIA, eu tenho que falar. Que, na verdade, o americano ele é muito isolado de educação e acesso à educação. Então, eles têm uma cabecinha bem fechada. E esses paralelos, eles precisam ser feitos com muita sinceridade, mas não tem risco nenhum. Eu que estou falando isso, eu estou assumindo a responsabilidade. Eu queria falar também esse detalhe do Bolsonaro. Eu nunca vou esquecer aquela imagem do Bolsonaro sendo batizado em Israel antes de virar o presidente do Brasil, né? Bom, agora vamos para a próxima pergunta. So the next question from SCH Dow. Thank you so much. Your questions have been awesome. And thank you for the last question too. Are you guys, and we have to start wrapping up, are you guys open to, are you guys open socialists, or do you try to avoid leftist terminology? Sorry, I just burped on air.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ok, vocês falam sobre o socialismo, a luta socialista abertamente, ou vocês tentam escamotear ou esconder a terminologia mais, a esquerda mais socialista no movimento? Você entendeu? Porque algumas pessoas lutam pelo socialismo, mas não falam isso abertamente, né? E vocês até agora disseram...
E aqui tem uma briga. Ah, você é um anarquista, você é um socialista, você é um dem socialista. Aqui tem tudo quanto é briga para o povo não fazer nada e só ficar na internet. Mas eles estão falando, você tem orgulho da sua identidade socialista? Você...
Quem vai responder essa?
Pode ir, Gerson, os cavaleiros agora.
Sim, nós nos autodefinimos como um movimento socialista. E essa é a construção permanente, né? Da base a todos os espaços da nossa estrutura organizativa, como já foi dito. Agora, mais do que autodefinir, eu acho que a grande contribuição do nosso movimento, para quem nele milita e atua e para a nossa sociedade, são as ações concretas que nós fazemos nesse sentido. Um exemplo, há mais de 20 anos, no começo do movimento, completando a primeira década, foi definido de que as instâncias políticas do MST, elas devem ter, no mínimo, paridade de gênero. Então, no mínimo, 50% de mulheres. Isso parece uma coisa normal, tipo, qualquer organização deveria ter, no mínimo, 50% de participação de mulheres. Mas quando você olha para os outros movimentos ou mesmo partidos, mesmo da esquerda brasileira, você não vê uma equivalência nesse tipo de política. Então, nós demos um passo no sentido de que ser socialista pressupõe ações concretas nesse sentido. Não é só para você botar um carimbo ou um broche no peito, eu sou socialista, e diferenciar. Então, a gente tem que sempre pensar as ações concretas que o nosso movimento faz nesse sentido. Da ocupação do latifúndio, a denúncia da propriedade privada, que é o pilar do capitalismo, a mudança das relações baseada nesses princípios humanistas, que é uma construção constante, o debate. Nós temos uma escola de formação, várias escolas de formação, que se inspira na pedagogia socialista, na pedagogia humanista, e então existe combinações de formação teórica com ação prática, com reflexão concreta da luta. Então, ser socialista pressupõe uma caminhada, um processo que vai se construindo internamente, mais junto com a sociedade, e é um pouco disso que a gente tenta fazer.
Okay. Yes, we are very clear in everything we say and do that we are a socialist movement. We are very clear in expressing and our commitment to the socialism. So we are not trying to hide it, and it's a very clear commitment. And this commitment, it is expressed, it happens, it reflects our actions, and in a socialist fight has to have this combination between the theoretical and the practical. So we do have schools of different types of political schools to offer political education to our members. And this goes along with our practical actions that we have already spoke about, the practical actions where people achieve, conquer things practically, and learn how society works via this collective action. So the actions are, occupying lands, work on the land, and also one particular example that we implemented gender equality in all levels of, let's say, the management of the movement, of all the levels. So we have women in the same number as men in all levels of the movement.
So we just got 30 more minutes. I want to go with more questions, and I have a question here from my sister Quaker Socialist. The question is, how do we decolonize propagandized US brains? Go ahead, Christine.
Bom, não sei como é que vocês vão responder isso. Como vocês descolonizam, como a gente, não vocês, como a gente descoloniza as mentes americanas? Eu só preciso, me dar um segundo, eu preciso acender a luz aqui em casa. Me dá um segundo.
Fica tranquilo, fica tranquilo. Então, é mais ou menos assim, como que vocês podem ajudar a gente a conseguir descolonizar a mente americana? Eu tô aqui, eu fui treinada pela MST e eu vou te falar, minha gente, ó.
Americano, quer dizer, dos Estados
Norte-americano,
Unidos
estadunidense,
ou do
estadunidense.
continente latino-americano?
Estadunidense. Perdão.
Tô de
Desculpa.
volta, desculpa, gente.
Eu tô colonizado. Guys, I have to I'm laughing here right now because I just asked them the question, right? How can we decolonize the American mind? And then they already responded to me. Are you talking people from the US or the whole continent? That's right there. It is the beginning. Because I am too colonized by US culture. And when I talk to people from my homeland, they tell me, sister, wake up. It's not American people, the people from the US. We all are. So let's hear from them. And yeah, let's hear from them. Obrigada, pode responder, viu? Como é que descoloniza a mente do estadunidense? Se vocês têm sugestão, é mais uma... Assim, vocês não precisam dar solução, né? Mas se vocês têm sugestão, eu queria ouvir dos dois, se possível. Aí a gente faz, um fala, a Cristina traduz e depois o outro fala, tá?
Vai lá, Leo.
Vou tentar partir da ideia de como a gente busca a formação do conjunto. Mas, para nós, a descolonização ela passa por uma construção prática. Então, talvez eu não consiga saber exatamente como é estar nesse lugar, porque a nossa impressão, quando a gente está falando do povo dos Estados Unidos, pelo menos para nós, logo tem uma separação, que tem o povo que faz luta nos Estados Unidos. Então, existe uma predisposição de aprender com o conjunto da classe trabalhadora, se colocando na condição de ser classe trabalhadora, de tendo essa identidade coletiva de classe. Para os que se colocam nessa condição de ter identidade coletiva de classe, então a sugestão é a nossa troca de experiência, é o conhecer, o olhar para a experiência do outro como algo importante também. Então, para esses sujeitos, aí o meu ponto de vista é a coletividade das lutas. Então, se colocar nesse movimento de luta conjunta é um exercício para aprender a enxergar a totalidade. Acho que a pergunta que o Gesso faz no começo é de quais americanos? Porque nós também nos sentimos e nos colocamos como povo americano. E como povo americano, aí nós chamamos o povo dos Estados Unidos para se sentirem americanos como nós. Americanos que coletivamente se juntam contra a opressão. Então, é nessa perspectiva que eu entendo, pelo menos, que a gente deve contribuir para a descolonização do pensamento norte-americano. Então, é entender a América como um grande continente, como um único continente, embora exista as lutas e as particularidades de cada povo, de cada país, e dentro do país, de cada segmento e de cada luta, mas nessa grande unidade de fazer de nossa América um lugar que caiba a todos nós.
Okay, so decolonization, I understand, is going to be a practical construction, collective construction above all. Very much reflect as the MST does, I understand that the process of people's fighting, in this process, people can create a identity as working class. That's essential understanding, a view that we are part of the working class to create this notion of collective fight. And this identity is created in many ways, via exchanging knowledge, exchanging experiences, learning from each other. But this all has to be part of a collective fight for change, for social justice, etc. And this collective fight is just an opportunity for us to learn new views of society, and particularly we can ask what is to be America, where what origin we are talking about, because America is a continent, and in order to spread this fight and involve more and more people in this fight, would be very important to see America as a continent, and understand America as a whole continent, despite the differences between peoples and their specificities, their particularities. Espero que eu tenha conseguido expressar isso.
See? And for the people that are asking why I'm wearing a red bandana, and Jason and Leo have red shirts, these are the shirts from their movement, the MST. They have the shirts with the symbol of their movement. That's this year 38 years old. Yes. Eu só falei que da blusa vermelha do MST que eu estava perguntando. E vou traduzir aqui um comentário para vocês também. Grupos como o MST são revolucionários que movem contra os poderes coloniais, construindo um futuro melhor que não é baseado em exploração. Uma pessoa escrever para vocês. Gerson, sua opinião nessa pergunta. Como é que faz para descolonizar a mente do estadunidense?
Bom, existe um pensador aqui no Brasil que ele dizia o seguinte: desconfiai do mais trivial. E isso, para nós, é algo importante, porque ao ver alguém na rua pedindo esmola, ao ver alguém passando necessidade, muitas vezes a gente naturaliza, ou a destruição ambiental, tudo isso, muitas vezes a gente coloca como algo normal, e isso não é normal. Os Estados Unidos sempre foi um dos focos fortíssimos de luta da classe trabalhadora, e isso foi sendo desmontado, principalmente no século XX. Então, nós temos grande referência em movimentos sociais norte-americanos aqui no Brasil, desde a luta pelos direitos civis até os Black Panthers, mais recentemente com os movimentos sociais organizados, com o movimento sindical, que foi quase totalmente fragmentado, mas que teve um dos movimentos sindicais mais fortes em todo o mundo. Então, esse também é um solo de luta, é um território de luta, mas a hegemonia dominante vem, pelo menos para quem não mora nos Estados Unidos, faz parecer de que existe uma harmonia completa no solo americano, que não existe contradições. Então, uma das tarefas dos revolucionários, desses que querem descolonizar o pensamento, evidenciar as contradições, mostrar que esse país não é o paraíso na Terra, como Biden procura dizer mundo afora, e tantos presidentes sempre propagandeiam os Estados Unidos como o melhor, o mais harmônico, o mais desenvolvido, enfim, em vários aspectos que é mais propaganda do que realidade. Pegar o exemplo, nós estamos lutando no Brasil para defender a permanência do Sistema Único de Saúde, o SUS, que é um sistema gratuito, público que atende toda a população, indiscriminadamente, independente da faixa de renda. Você pode ir num posto de saúde, você vai ter uma assistência médica, uma consulta, e possivelmente vai pegar remédios e fazer o seu tratamento. Nos Estados Unidos, a gente sabe que não existe um sistema único de saúde como esse. Então, nós estamos aqui em luta para defender esse patrimônio histórico da classe trabalhadora da sociedade brasileira. Os Estados Unidos precisaria lutar para ter um sistema como esse, um sistema público, para que as pessoas que estão na rua, que não têm uma assistência médica, não morram porque não têm assistência médica. Então, nós precisamos retomar o debate sobre o desenvolvimento humano dos povos, da classe trabalhadora, sobretudo. E nós temos algo em comum, né, pela escravidão, que a população negra norte-americana, assim como a população negra brasileira, ela vive uma situação de extrema precariedade, vulnerabilidade, de encarceramento, assim como os Estados Unidos, que lidera em nível global, é o país que mais tem encarcerados no mundo, junto com a China. E tem uma prisão, um dos poucos países, talvez o único, que tem uma prisão em solo estrangeiro, como é Guantánamo. Mantém um presídio para torturar, para cercear a liberdade desses presos que, no caso de Guantánamo, a sua grande maioria são presos políticos. Você tem ali ex-integrantes dos Panteras Negras que estão há 40 anos em Guantánamo, que estão há 50 anos. Mumia Abu-Jamal continua preso em Guantánamo até sabe-se lá quando. Então, não falta motivos para que os setores progressistas e conscientes dos Estados Unidos façam a denúncia em relação às contradições e desigualdades promovidas pelo Estado americano. E nós estamos aqui torcendo para que essas contradições venham à luz, e a gente vibra toda vez que tem um movimento de luta, de reivindicação em solo americano.
Okay. It's very important that we question things in society. We just don't believe what is told, particularly by the media. Or we need to see beyond and question reality. So we cannot just accept the naturalization of social injustice, environment destruction, etc. In US, there are many movements, many people fighting, but their voice are not heard because they are oppressed, because the elites want to maintain their hegemony, their control, their power. So it's very important for the people who are willing to fight to have one particular task that I consider quite revolutionary, that is to expose the contradictions in society, in the society in US, and try to make a parallel between what is reality and what is propaganda, which has to do with the elitist view and attempt to keep people under their control. So it's very important to review, to expose the contradictions. For example, in US don't have a national health system, which is extremely bad for not only for the poor, but for everyone, particularly for the poor people. In Brazil, we do have a national health system. It's still not perfect, but we are fighting for the improvement of it, to have access to all the services, plus medication, etc. This is a permanent, ongoing fight. And it's one example, one suggestion, perhaps, that in US, all sorts of movements could come together to fight for a national health system. We continue talking about the contradictions, exposing the contradictions in society. You've got poverty. That's something we have in common between US and Brazil. Although it's the idea of the American dream that US is a wonderful place to live, etc., etc. This is a veneer. This is a propaganda. This is a constructed idea, but it's not real. If you see the numbers of people living in poverty, living in the streets in America, in United States, sorry, it's growing. It's getting worse and worse. Another example that has to be reviewed is the number of people incarcerated. It's one of the countries where they have the highest number of people incarcerated in the world. And if you don't mind me adding to it, the majority of people incarcerated are Black people and poor people. And another thing that has to be exposed and publicized is that the US have a prison in a foreign country, which is Guantanamo, where they keep political prisoners that are even former Black Panthers is still in prison there. And so the suggestion is perhaps for the people who are interested in changing society and the movements in general, to start exposing the contradictions and showing the reality in the US society.
I just wanted to say that the name that Gerson said was Mumia Bujamal. Free Mumia! And I'm saying that with a great Brazilian English. Free Mumia! Free him! So I just wanted to bring that Gerson brought this name up, and it's very important that we say his name. Say his name. We're gonna move on. I got a little passionate over there. I'm like, guys, you have no idea. This to me right now, it's like I won the lottery. They gave me more time. I'm sitting with the direction of the MST movement. I have Christina here, like translating. She's kicking ass with the work. And all of you in the comments, and we having a conversation. Have no idea how fun this is for me. I could be sitting here the whole day. Eu tô falando que eu tô muito feliz que, tipo, vocês estão aqui comigo, a Cristina tá traduzindo, eu tô, tipo, parece que eu ganhei na loteria. So we have a next question. Question from Compton J. Compton J is a member of the channel. O Compton J é membro do canal. Is a creator, sorry. He is with Nick and Rome. I think in English you say the founders of the channel. They created the channel. Ele é o criador, o fundador do canal. So he is asking, she mentioned understanding worker solidarity as being very essential. And then he asks me to explain the issue in the United States with coalition building. Eu vou traduzir a pergunta, porque ele está me perguntando direto, aí eu vou traduzir. Então, existe um problema aqui nos Estados Unidos que é o seguinte. Quando o cara fez aquela pergunta, vocês se declaram socialistas ou você não pensa em labels? É porque tudo aqui nos Estados Unidos é naquela mentalidade do time. O time vermelho, o time azul, o time não sei o quê, o time não sei o quê. Por exemplo, as pessoas que apoiam o Múmia, não apoiam o Assange não falam do Múmia, é uma coisa esquisita. E aí a pergunta é, como que vocês conseguem no MST construir a solidariedade entre os trabalhadores? Porque aqui nos Estados Unidos as pessoas não querem se unir com pessoas que são contra elas. Eu, por exemplo, tenho uma resistência muito grande em me juntar com as pessoas brancas supremacistas daqui. Mas a classe trabalhadora dos Estados Unidos está cheia delas. Porque você tem a figura do branco pobre aqui, que é, tipo, sinistra, entendeu? Então, como que constrói, mesmo vocês tendo a identidade do MST, os princípios do MST, como que constrói coalizão com pessoas que às vezes não, sei lá, vamos supor que tem os velhos evangélicos querendo fazer uma coalizão aí, e aí, tipo, como que faz para, né? Entendeu? Ficou claro? A Lil correu da pergunta, Jess. Agora é com você. O rojão está na sua mão.
Eu ia justamente passar para ela. Tem uma experiência lá na Bahia interessante sobre isso.
Quando
Mas
ela voltar, a gente pede para falar.
tá legal. Nós partimos de uma análise de que a questão da ideologia, ela formata padrões, inclusive a divisão entre a classe trabalhadora, entre os povos de um país, de outro país. Então, o nosso movimento, ele é no sentido contrário, de como a gente superar essa fragmentação, e para isso o processo da consciência e da política, ele precisa ser, no primeiro momento, aberto, vamos dizer assim, precisa ser horizontalizado. Então a gente dialoga, por exemplo, dentro do MST você tem evangélicos neopentecostais dentro do MST. Você tem pessoas brancas e negras fazendo ocupação juntas, fazendo luta. Você tem pessoas com, com diferenças, com distinções, mas que tem essa unidade que a Liu já falou. Então, essa unidade, ela é, vamos dizer assim, uma bússola que dá o direcionamento da nossa praxis, da nossa ação política. Então, pegar em termos mais teóricos, que eu acho que nos ajuda também diferenciar o que, que é uma contradição principal, o que, que é uma contradição secundária, o que, que é fundamental de juntar para defender no momento histórico e o que, que a gente pode resolver no outro momento. Então, são questões que, para nós, é muito importante. Um exemplo, e termino, a luta contra o Bolsonaro no país. Tem juntado diferentes espectros da política, de partidos, de movimentos sociais. Então, nesse momento histórico, está colocado uma série de fatores de que é estratégico a unidade para derrotar o governo Bolsonaro, né? Agora, se você perguntar, todos os coletivos que estão imbuídos nessa luta, eles têm centenas de divergências entre si, mas tem uma unidade política de que esse governo de caráter neofascista, ele precisa ser derrubado, precisa sair do governo.
Okay. We understand that we need to overcome the fragmentation of the workers and the movements. And in the MST, the way we deal with that is via dialogue, and the practical actions and the fight. For example, inside MST, the composition of MST is by evangelicals, I mean, the people who follow the evangelic church, got Black people, white people, indigenous people, and all these people have their differences, their way of seeing things, and they see society in different ways as well. But we have a unity between us based in our principles and values and fights and objectives. For example, this is very clear in the fight against Bolsonaro, to out Bolsonaro, the current president of Brazil, where you've got different sectors of society that sometimes seem even contradictory with, you know, different objectives, different views. You've got even evangelicals now, people from the evangelic churches now fighting against Bolsonaro. So perhaps when we are in a fight, we need to be able to define what is the most important, relevant aspect of the fight at that moment, and what is less relevant that should be left for another moment, a second moment of the fight. So when we are fighting with this amount of diversity, you know, the differences, even contradictions sometimes, the way to unify is to define an objective that can unify as much as possible. that doesn't mean there will not be arguments, fights, etc. But in action, in the fight, in the action, people are gaining awareness, more understanding, and it's to do also with the fighting society to influence each other. So this is part of the fight. I don't know if I was clear.
Liu, você pode... O Gerson falou que você tem uma história interessante que aconteceu na Bahia. Você pode dividir ela com a gente?
Será que ela ouviu a pergunta inicial?
Seu microfone está mudo, Liu. A pergunta foi como fazer a união mesmo com as diferenças de ideologia. Eu não sei se ela está aqui, ela está aqui. Né? Mesmo com as diferenças, like, o microfone está cortado, está mudo. Você tem que mutar.
Calma aí, é que minha conexão ficou ruim. Você pode repetir a pergunta?
A pergunta é como que você... eu tenho ela aqui. Como que você faz para construir coalizão, às vezes com diferentes pessoas de ideologias, vamos supor. Eu estava falando que assim, a classe trabalhadora dos Estados Unidos em números tem muita gente branca. Né? E o branco, ele é branco supremacista por natureza, porque ele vive no privilégio. Mas como que vai deixar a classe trabalhadora de lado? Porque tem a figura do branco pobre aqui. Por exemplo, ele está falando aqui também... como que eu faço para construir uma coalizão com pessoas que apoiam Trump ou que são contra aborto ou que são muito religiosas? E aí, quando aconteceu essa pergunta, o Gerson falou que você tinha uma história interessante que aconteceu na Bahia. Se você puder iluminar a gente aí.
Gerson, sobre qual parte da história você está falando?
Eu citei rapidamente, por exemplo, a questão religiosa da nossa base, de brancos e pretos, evangélicos e gente do candomblé. A Bahia tem exemplos importantes.
É joia. Então, na verdade, a gente entendendo que a gente tem algumas poesias, mas na nossa conta, 1 mais 1 tem que ser sempre mais que 2. Então, pensando nisso, é reunir os pontos de convergência. Sem perder de vista, na verdade, na prática do movimento, o que a gente busca é ver o que é convergente para cada tempo histórico. Então, o que é que nos une? E se esses vários caminhos nos levam em uma concluência para os nossos objetivos. E aí nós, no MST, nós sempre temos em vista os 3 objetivos do MST. Por exemplo, a luta contra o Bolsonaro. Bolsonaro é um cara que se coloca diretamente contra a democratização da terra. Então, qualquer luta contra Bolsonaro é uma luta que nos ajuda para alcançar nosso primeiro, segundo e terceiro objetivo. Então, é uma luta que nos interessa. Então, podemos nos reunir com todos e todas que pensam a partir desse ponto de vista. Dos exemplos que nós temos na Bahia, é verdade. Nós aqui, como um lugar de uma grande concentração da população negra do nosso país, somos também um estado que as religiões de matriz africana são muito fortes. E o MST se apresenta, se coloca como uma organização laica, onde todas as fés podem existir, inclusive a não fé, né? A fé apenas na pessoa humana. Mas como organiza tudo isso? Como é que a gente junta todas essas pessoas? E a nossa marcha agora em abril foi um espaço bem bacana que refletiu esse processo. Reunimos todos os que são evangélicos, os que são de candomblé, de umbanda, os que não têm fé e os que todos a partir do princípio da coletividade e do respeito à fé do outro e da outra. O exemplo aqui na nossa marcha, por exemplo, é que foi no período da Semana Santa, que é esse processo da Páscoa, a semana antes da Páscoa, que é da Paixão de Cristo, que para os católicos é uma data importante e que no dia da sexta-feira da Paixão, nós nos reunimos na marcha, no processo da marcha, para fazer uma reflexão com o padre, com pastores, com diversos evangélicos juntos, para falarmos da simbologia de estar caminhando na luta pela terra dos 2000 anos depois que Cristo caminhou também na luta por uma sociedade melhor, por um lugar melhor. Então, o que nos unia ali não é que uns acham que a construção é de um jeito, outros acham que é de outro, mas o que nos unia era a fé, que nós estávamos lutando pelo mesmo objetivo. Então, são diversas as manifestações de fé e diversas que não têm fé nessas coisas. E o que nos junta é porque nós acreditamos na unidade entre nós, povo. Nós acreditamos na unidade entre as pessoas, porque nós somos, por natureza, um sujeito coletivo. A classe trabalhadora precisa ser um sujeito coletivo para termos condições de existir e resistir enquanto classe.
Okay. So Liu was giving a practical example as in a quite diverse situation, population, we can work towards building unity. Okay, so this is an example. I'm trying to explain the example she was explaining. So first, as a principle, when we try to create unity, again, we try to find out what unify, what are the themes, the fight, the situations, what unify people, what bring us to converge together. And that's a challenge, obviously. For example, again, the fight against Bolsonaro, the current government, again, is another an example how we bring people who have different views together, fighting together against him, against Bolsonaro. Another example is what happened in Bahia, a large state in Brazil, where I believe the majority of the population are Black, and many of them follow the African religions. And what the MST managed to do quite successfully was in March, they organized during Easter, I believe, I don't have exactly the date, but recently they organized a march reflecting Easter, which is a Catholic event, very important Catholic event. And they managed to bring together in this march successfully people from different religions. So people from African religions, etc. And the way they managed to bring these people together, what the theme that unified them was faith, but faith in each one of us, faith in people collectively, not only faith in one type of religion or one type of God or one type of religious practice. So what they managed to bring to unify people was that we have the faith of in each one of us and in our collective fight. And they remembered that Jesus Christ, had his life reflected social justice, the fight for social justice, and it has been actually 2,000 years of fight for land and justice for everyone. So that the way is a practical example how they managed to bring people from different backgrounds together, united for a cause that helped people probably to learn together. I hope I managed to express.
You did. And thank you very much. We have to start wrapping up. We have only 5 minutes left, but we have one question. So I'm going to ask our guests to respond it really quick and with a few words, and then we're going to wrap up. Queridos, queridas, muito obrigada pela sua presença. A gente tem 5 minutos e tem uma última questão. Então, se vocês puderem responder com uma frase menos, ia ser legal. Vocês têm alguma opinião sobre Bolívar?
Bolívar.
Um grande libertador que sonhou essa unidade latino-americana de norte a sul. Então, é uma referência muito importante para o nosso continente. Obrigado.
So Gerson just said his opinion on Bolivar is that he is a great inspiration for the liberation and the building of this Pan-American movement. And then he said, thank you. And now I'm going to go with Leo.
Sem dúvida nenhuma, um revolucionário, um companheiro que tem uma grande contribuição para todas as organizações na América Latina e no mundo. E a partir do exemplo de Bolívar, de fazer a luta até o fim pela democratização dos espaços da terra, do conhecimento, nós continuaremos seguindo com essa bandeira de democratização e de um lugar comum. Obrigada.
Can you translate that, Christina?
Okay, so undoubtedly he was a great revolutionary, and he will carry on being a huge example for all of us, for democratization, for unity of Latin America, and for the earth as a place for everyone.
Nice. So this is the opinion on Bolivar. Hi, Nick. Hi, Sebi. I just want to introduce you to Jason and also Leo. They are from the Landless Workers Party. Also, Christina is here translating for us. She's not an interpreter, and she's doing a great work, so we could communicate. I just want to give them like a few words to wrap up, and we're going to get out of the stream and let you guys take over. Gerson e Leo, vocês têm últimas palavras? 2 cada uma, e você quer falar alguma coisa, deixar alguma coisa?
Da minha parte, eu agradeço o convite e a oportunidade de poder falar para o público nos Estados Unidos, principalmente a juventude preta, e dizer que a gente está aqui em luta e também esperamos novos convites e viva a luta internacionalista dos trabalhadores e trabalhadoras.
So just thank you for the opportunity and for being here and talking to all of us, and that is a dream, the international fight, the revolution happening worldwide. Now I'm gonna give Leo her words.
Eu também quero agradecer pela oportunidade de estar aqui dialogando com vocês, falando das nossas experiências coletivas, mas também convidar a vocês para conhecer mais o nosso movimento e esperamos, sem dúvida nenhuma, espaços de lutas que a gente possa marchar juntos, nosso povo da classe trabalhadora. E aí, como disse o Marx, trabalhadoras e trabalhadores do mundo, univos, então unamos-nos.
Oh, it's so pretty. She said, thank you for the opportunity, and also we ask you to look into our movement and get to learn more about the MST movement. We posted the Twitter link, and she's also saying, and it's beautiful what she said, workers of the world, unite. Yes, Christina, thank you so much for being here. Thank you all in the comments for the support. We had a great conversation. Nick and Sabi, thank you. Muito obrigada do fundo do meu coração, Cristina. Muito obrigada, Liu. Muito obrigada, Gerson. I just want to thank Cláudia Bahia, muito obrigada por fazer essas conexões. Você não tem, assim, a outra Cris também que ajudou, você não tem noção do bem que você está fazendo para nós. Thank you so much, Claudia, for helping us. She's been making all these connections, Pan-American connections, so we can get this fight going. And yes, we're going to end in that good note. Workers of the world, unite. That's when they fear us. Mwah. Thank you all. I will see you later. Have another Brazilian panel coming up. I'll have some red wine later on. And you guys have Jimmy Dore coming up now. Nick and Sabi. That's great. So I'm going to leave you in very, very, very good hands. And I'll see you later.
That was a great panel. This is exactly why we appreciate the contribution of our sister, Josana. I love the international perspective. And remember, this was originally her idea. So I'm glad that we are able to form these international ties. So thank you guys for hosting this panel.
O Nick está agradecendo a vocês. Agora a gente sai. Muito obrigada. Beijo bem grande. And thank you, Quaker Socialist, because she was here like today, like moderating in the chat. Thank you, everybody.
We love Quaker as well. She's a great friend of the show, a very powerful mutual aid activist and educator. She's such important. She plays such an important role for workers' movements and what she do. So big shout out to Quaker Socialists and big shout out to our community that is truly becoming international. And I love to see it. Our RBN sister Sabi did an amazing Ethiopian panel as well. So that was great to see. So we also have Sabi, and our guest Jimmy is here. So I'm gonna start popping people out so we can get started here.
Yeah.
So
obrigada, gente. Obrigada. Obrigada, Cristina.
And just trying to get some rest because we're gonna see you here very soon, right?
Yeah. Beijos.
Great job by Josana. Now we also have our special guest here as well. Jimmy, give me a thumbs up whenever you are ready. Good to go? All right, great. So we have a special guest. You guys know him very well, the host of the Jimmy Dore Show. Welcome to Revolutionary Blackout Anti-Imperialist Summit, Jimmy Dore. How you doing, brother?
My pleasure. Good to see you guys. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely.
Can you hear me? Is everything?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me? We good? We good? All right, absolutely. So the main topic of this conversation, at least where we're going to start out, because we have a few topics we can talk about, because I would love to get your thoughts on some current events that actually back up the main premise of this panel. And Sabi, feel free to chime in if you have any questions. Well, obviously, but I want to start about how the media manufactures consent towards war. Me and CJ, we were talking to Margaret Kimberly, and I agree with her, and I would love your take on this. Looking at the pro-war propaganda that we see now in Russia, Ukraine, seeing how they are apologizing for Joe Biden's insane war crime, funding multiple genocides, funneling weapons to Israel while they're still pretending that Putin is the biggest war criminal. So I want to ask you, from your experience as being in independent media debunking pro-war propaganda, what is this mechanism? What is the relationship between media and how they push war, in your own words, Jimmy?
I mean, do you know anybody on television, on corporate news, that has a counter narrative to rah rah, we have to send weapons in Ukraine? And the only person, and people don't like to hear this, that I've seen is Tucker Carlson. So, and I've always asked that question: why is he allowed to do that? But he told the truth about Syria, the gas attacks, and he's also telling the truth about this. So to me, it's the funding. It's like I was just talking about this guy Anand Jirahandis, or however you say his name, and wrote a whole book, and it was about what's wrong with the media. And of course, there was already a book written about it called Manufacturing Consent, and it was about that. Who owns the media and who funds the media are the most important things. And but this Anand guy says, no, the problem is that journalists have habits of mind. And so he totally ignored the seminal work on this issue, and the ownership and the funding. And so that's what I've always said of what's wrong with the corporate media, is that they're owned and funded by the people who they're supposed to be investigating and exposing, which is why they never get exposed, and why they was corporate journalists. And by the way, those people who get those jobs doing those things, like there's a famous clip of Noam Chomsky being interviewed by a journalist, and he was saying the same things that I'm saying. And he was saying, well, I don't self-censor. I don't censor myself. He goes, I believe that you believe everything you say. He said, but the problem is, if you didn't, you wouldn't be sitting where you're sitting doing this job, right? And so those people who end up on those corporate news shows and in those corporate editorial rooms, they've been groomed to be in those rooms and have those jobs since they were in kindergarten, except they don't know it, right? Because if you've been coloring outside the lines, you get pushed into the different category of people, and you not room to be in that room. And so that's the big problem of who funds it. And Ali Veshy is a Canadian, and he's been one of the biggest screamers for pro-war manufacturing consent. And I actually tweeted about how he was manufacturing consent. And they said there's this big atrocity that happened, a war crime, and he's relying on the New York Times forensic debunking of it. And I'm like, let's remember the last time the New York Times did a forensic debunking. It was about Syria gas attack, and it was 100% wrong. And they won an award for it, by the way. And so even though they were 100% wrong. And so let's not, in the fog of war, pretend we know who's committing war crimes and who isn't, especially if we have to rely on the New York Times to do the forensic work for you, okay? And so he literally DM'd me, and he's like, hey, I don't manufacture consent for anything. I'm like, well, again, you're not even aware that you're doing it. And of course, if you thought like me, they would get you off the air. Just like they fired Phil Donahue because he was against the Iraq War, and Jesse Ventura because he was going to be. And so and even Ashley Banfield, who just told a minor truth about the war. So the MSNBC, by the way, at that time was owned by General Electric, which was a huge weapons manufacturer. Now they just get their funding from. So I think that's the big problem, and that's why when Russiagate happened, even places like Democracy Now! Stopped having people like Aaron Mate on, right? And now they won't even mention the work that he's done on Syria. I don't know why. You tell me. But even places like that, So of course, you're never going to see Glenn Greenwald or Aaron Mate on MSNBC to debunk the Syria lies or the Russiagate lies. Isn't that interesting? And no one cares. No one makes a big deal out of that. Well, they make it seem like Aaron Mate and Glenn Greenwald are some kind of crazy alt-right wingers and misogynists and racists and every other thing that the establishment has weaponized to silence anti-war voices. But anyway, I'm talking too much.
Yeah, they get mad.
Yeah, I was gonna.
Sorry,
Oh,
Sam. I was
sorry.
about to say they get mad at Glenn and Aaron for going on Fox News, but you said they never have them on MSNBC and CNN. I want to pass it to you, Sam. I just want to add that point. Go ahead, Sam.
I was gonna say the woman who was just on here a couple of hours ago, she came from mainstream media and then went to independent media. But the reason why she left mainstream media is because they were lying about the crisis in Ethiopia. And she's from Ethiopia. So she spoke out about it, and they drew up a petition to push her out. So that Jimmy's right. Like, they're not going to let those people stay there. I mean, but yet someone like Brian Williams, who lied about where he was during the war, he was allowed to keep his job. And like, he lied and said that he was on the ground, like in battle. And like, no one seemed to have a problem with that.
And as a great quote from Chomsky, like, if you look at tyrants, if you look at who we call dictators, they would be so like jealous of the obedience of our media, right? Because when you look at the Russia-Ukraine, and I'm using that just as the most recent example, but you can find this regarding any global conflict. As soon as they shifted their strategy in 2018 to fighting the war against terror, to fighting the war against China, then you see the switch immediately. Not like you think there's like this big dispute between Fox News, MSNBC, CNN, but when it comes to empire, when it comes to how they cover China, how they cover Venezuela, the exact same. Feel free to chime in anytime you want, Jimmy, but that's why we talk about how they manufacture consent towards war. They are able to move in lockstep with each other, and it's amazing how they do it. Like, there's obviously the Chomsky theory, how they just select people who already know not to, who know to toe the line. We also had John Carrigan, he was whistleblower for the CIA, and he explained how there's just a culture where you're not bucking the establishment because they try to make your career. You don't want to do that. So that's another way they got great power. Jimmy, you wanted to chime in?
Well, the two Seans, right? So Sean Penn and Sean Hannity are on the same page when it comes to war. And I correct me if I'm wrong, but I think they both agreed on nuclear weapons. Like, we can't be afraid to use them. Sean Penn literally said, let me think of, I know I'm going to misquote him a little, but he said we can't be intimidated by countries with nuclear weapons to not use our nuclear weapons. It was something like that. And they're both, yeah. And this is on corporate sponsored TV. And, I'll get kicked off of YouTube if I make a threat against someone. These guys are advocating nuclear war, annihilation of the entire species. And that's okay. And that gets sponsored.
And it's not just I was just going to add, it's not just mainstream media too. They also get Hollywood on board. They also get professional sports on board, because I don't know if anyone caught part of the NFL draft, but they're saying the same message during the NFL draft. You have all these actors and celebrities in Hollywood saying the same message, and that's how they really push the propaganda.
With that said, Sabi, I think this is a good time. I wanted to share this clip. And I think since you brought that up, because it's also related to media propaganda. No matter where you go, you're going to get hit with pro-war, insane World War III Ukraine propaganda, right? So I don't watch like ball sports. I'm more of a combat sports guy. My friend, my brother, he watched the NFL draft, and obviously, you want to know what we saw during the NFL draft? Let's check.
Las Vegas-based duo, the Skating Aratas. Jenny is from Kyiv, Ukraine, and has been raising funds for children back in her home country.
Good evening, and thank you so much for having me here tonight. It has been extremely difficult for us
Jesus Christ.
away
This is unbelievable.
and to talk to my friends and family members who remained in Ukraine. Throughout this devastation,
Ukraine,
inspired by the strength and unity of our people, we remain humbled by the outpouring of support from the entire world and all over the USA. Thank you for standing with us in solidarity as we continue to fight for freedom.
Jesus Christ.
God bless America. Glory to Ukraine.
It's everywhere. It's everywhere. They have everyone in on it.
It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. It's like, and so as if the only war in the whole world is in Ukraine, as if we're not occupying a third of Syria right now. Which third do you think that is? It's the third with the oil fields. As if Israel isn't bombing Syria on the regular. As if we're not helping Saudi Arabia commit a genocide in Yemen right now. Over 500,000 people are dead there. I mean, they would just ignore all of that, and nobody, and that's why there's no news anchor on corporate news who's going to mention anything I just said, or else they get fucking fired.
Yeah, they don't
And
mention Yemen either. They don't talk about Yemen at all.
and it's so funny, you know, that people say, oh, you know, because if you say something that the Democratic Party disagree with, they call you a right winger or alt right. And I'm like, you motherfuckers, you all voted for the biggest right winger in the world, Joe Biden. Who do you think's a bigger right winger than that guy? Do you think Clarence Thomas would even be on the court? I mean, all kinds of shit like that. It's just nuts. Those guys. We have two right wing parties, and this idea that you're a nihilist if you don't go along with the military industrial complex and the Wall Street pre-selected fucking candidate, that somehow you're a nihilist. No, that sounds like somebody trying to make excuses for someone propping up the establishment and someone who wants to be accepted in polite society. That's what that is. That's nihilistic, just giving up and going along. That's nihilistic. What's not nihilistic is saying this has to stop at some point, and it's got to stop now. And that takes courage. And what doesn't take courage is telling other people who are sticking their chins out that they're nihilists because they won't go along with the establishment pablum and propaganda, because they stand up against the two-party duopoly, which we all know exists, and that is the goddamn problem. People pretending like electing one more fucking pretend progressives inside the Democratic Party is going to make a lick of difference when they got all the goddamn power in the world right now, and they have had since 2020, and they won't do a goddamn thing with it.
Me and CJ was talking about this, and we was actually very confused by their choice of words there. Like, why would you use nihilist there? It doesn't even make sense, because they are the biggest nihilists, as you just explained. Think about their ideology. Think about the people who've been against forced to vote, people who've been against the March for Medicare for All, the people who are against third parties. Think about their ideology. We have to vote for Jim Crow Joe, one of the most evil politicians in the modern era, because we have no other choice. We are helpless. When we advocate for third party, you say, "Oh, what the point? What the point of advocating for third parties? You guys are gonna lose. There's no way that will ever work." And then we march for Medicare for All. And then it was like, why are you guys marching for Medicare for All? You're not going to get Medicare for All anyway. Why were you forced to vote? You're not going to get Medicare for All anyway. They are the biggest pessimists.
Nihilists.
Politics. Mm-hmm. We are the most optimistic. We got revolutionary optimism. We said, let's march for Medicare for All and let's see what happens. Yep. Let's force the vote and let's see what happens. Let's build up a third party. Let's see what happens. Meanwhile, every step of the way, we did a General Strike Summit. They came after us for talking about labor. What's the point of doing that?
Bernie Sanders started every speech in 2015 and 16 with, "It sounds like you're ready for a revolution." And when the revolutionaries show up, those people call them nihilists.
Yep. I actually want to show, can I share this really quick, Nick?
Yeah, go ahead.
It's just a screen share. I want to show people what nihilist actually means, because I really think they're misusing the definition of this word.
Right.
Well, so is that definition right next to the definition of corrupt? Because that might be the problem. That a lot of people like to invent their own definition of words like corrupt and nihilist. So this would be a nice little learning moment for them, maybe.
Yeah, so it says nihilism is the belief that all values are baseless and that nothing can be known or communicated. It is often associated with extreme pessimism and radical skepticism that condemns existence. A true nihilist would believe in nothing, have no loyalties, and have no purpose other than perhaps an impulse to destroy. We believe in something, we just don't believe in the current strategy.
Look,
yeah, that's right.
No loyalties. Look remember who did endorse Nina Turner?
That's right.
So they're the big nihilists. They had no loyalty. We're not going to endorse Nina Turner because we don't think she's going to win. We don't want to risk our career. So isn't it funny they use that term? I was like, we couldn't believe it here.
You know who did endorse Nina Turner was the People's Party. Isn't that ironic?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then she blocked me. She blocked me. That's a big tell as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, she didn't block me, but she unfollowed me because remember when I went on your show and we did our breakdown about the Nina Turner election. She used to follow me because that's back when I used to I gave speeches in South Carolina. I was part of the Bernie campaign canvassing, right? So, and then I was on your show and I explained the real reason why she lost, and they didn't like that. they didn't like that one at all. Because they were trying to blame us. They were trying to blame the People's Party, everyone else except their incompetent campaign.
Yeah,
they ran another incompetent campaign. Now, since we're on the anti-imperialist stuff, I will bring up. I just did a stream. Nia Turner came out against BDS.
Yep.
She's coming out as an Israelite. I don't know if you saw that, Jimmy. So if you guys like, we got to win these elections. In order to win the elections, we had to sell your communities out. What's the point? I'm literally asking what's the point. And then I saw the excuses they was making. They were saying, oh, we have this large Jewish constituency in this area, so we can't come out hard and support for the Palestinians to defend themselves because we got to win this election. So my question to them, where do you guys think the Jewish constituency is going to go when Nina runs for re-election?
So what if there was a lot of white supremacists in their district? So they got to get elected. So, you know, I got to vote. I got to support Trump. Is that what they would say? I mean, so that's their search. They just have convoluted logic over and over and over again to justify not doing what they're supposed to do. And then there's a lot of people who have platforms who defend them. People at The Intercept, and of course, people at the Daily Beast, MSNBC, of course that. And isn't it interesting how the members of the squad will go on MSNBC and CNN at the drop of a hat, but they're scarce to see on real independent lefty media? Isn't that amazing? I mean, it just goes to show you that I mean, as Chris Hedges says, you know, politics, it attracts the most mediocre of people to begin with, you know, and then you have all these pressures on them, and they just and then you see what it is. I mean, here is AOC virtue signaling about white supremacy and Elon Musk on Twitter, and she's driving a fucking Tesla. It's just and illegally parking it at a Whole Foods owned by fucking Amazon, which is Jeff Bezos. It's just that's the thing I love about the people at the Revolutionary Blackout Network, that's what it's called now, right?
You got it.
Is that you don't fall for the identity politics, right? It's just a smokescreen that, I mean, is misogyny real? Yes. Is racism real? Yes. But has the establishment learned how to co-opt those things to then keep you from making the economic progress that yes, of course, they have learned how to do that. And that's why they throw anybody who goes against the Democratic Party now is immediately a racist. And look how Chris Smalls organized. Now he had to organize an Amazon in Staten Island. As we all know, Staten Island is Trump country. What is he supposed to do? Go to the floor and go to union floor. Hey, who here's a Trumper? You're out. I'm going to try to get everybody. That's not how organizing works. And that's why, you know, understanding what organizing along class lines really means. It's scary to people who think that they're lefties. It's scary. I don't want to talk to a creepy right winger who's in my same class. What's actually scary to the establishment is if we do talk to each other. That's what's actually scary to them. And that's when you actually have power. If you have a bunch of fucking lefty hippies at a protest, it's easy to dismiss them. But if you have every walk of life at a protest, it's a lot harder to dismiss them.
Yep.
Yeah, and that was the point that we was making when me and CJ was covering that event. The same people that would call us Red Brown Lions were probably losing their mind at the Amazon workers at Staten Island.
Right.
Right. we literally brought that up on one of our streams. That's exactly what they did. The same thing we said on Jones Strike Zone. People criticized us for saying that. Saying I don't care what your opinions are. And people are like, oh, you want to form Red Brown Lions? Ignoring the fact that they have the Blue Brown Lions we cover on this show all the time. I want to get back to one thing you said earlier because this is important. This is why we wanted to have our own Black network, because even when I see people talk about race, I see them getting it wrong, and they will get it wrong on behalf of the establishment.
Of course.
So the thing is, I've been trying to educate people that identity politics actually does have benefit in terms of uniting people. Like if you look at our Black revolutionaries, you look at Black Panthers, they use it as a uniting tool. Like, yeah, I'm a member of Black working class. We've been crushed by the same establishment. You're a white worker. Let's join hands. That was identity politics before. But then the Democratic Party came, the neoliberals came, and they saw that unifying force, and they purposely hijacked what that means, what being woke means. And they say, identity politics is, we got Kamala Harris as our vice president. right? So when I talk about racism, I'm talking about the stuff that Jim Crow Joe did to our communities, the crime bill. So these same people will say they are anti-racist, but then they are 100% okay with arming the military-industrial complex, which is 100% a white supremacist construct. They are 100% okay with that. Literally, the Democratic Party is funding the police force. Every single Democratic mayor pledged to. I don't know what the audio is coming from. Sorry, I think there's.
It's Jimmy, I think. Yeah.
It's okay. Okay, that's okay. So what I always tell people, like, if you're gonna talk about racism, do not give liberals an out. Do not make them seem like they are our friends. They will talk about the real issue of racism, and then they will put it only on the right. We got this racist system, so it's only Republicans. But I'm like, no, Barack Obama, the Democratic Party, the Clintons built this same white supremacist system that you guys are calling Republicans out for. So we cannot let them off the hook. We got to be able to identify our enemy, because if we don't, we see the result of that. They will invite George Floyd to the White House. They will pledge support to our community during the George Floyd protests, and then they wrote a George Floyd bill that gave the police more money. Right? Yep. So it's like that's the biggest disrespect that you can possibly do. And so that's what I've been trying to call out. And our presence has been a shock, because we're not going to let people gaslight us about who our real enemy is. I want to get Sabby in here. I want to see if you got anything you want to chime in with, or anything you want to ask.
Yeah. Well, one of the things something I noticed is that all of a sudden we were supposed to excuse Joe Biden's like racial past, but when Trump was running, we weren't supposed to do that. And that right there told me is just about the parties. It's just about you're supposed to support that side, not so much what the person actually did. So we were supposed to forget that Joe Biden wrote co-wrote the crime bill. We were supposed to forget that Joe Biden said he didn't want his kids to grow up in a racial jungle. Like, Joe Biden also is the reason why people can't file for bankruptcy for student loan debt. And he don't want to cancel it either. So we're just supposed to get all these things that Joe Biden did, all these policies that he implemented that really hurt the Black community. And we're supposed to vote for him anyway, just because he's a Democrat. And this is the problem. This is why I tell people the parties are the problem. You have to get out of the two-party system and just look at the policies and look at the history. This is a big part of the problem. It's all about the money, though. You have to follow the money. And there's a reason why they're not doing the things that we really want them to do for the people. So they're willing to excuse that behavior when it's for their party. When it's the Democratic Party that's doing it, we're supposed to excuse it. But when it's the Republican Party that's doing it, we're not supposed to excuse it. So it's not really about the issues.
And we both know.
Hey, Jimmy, try to refresh. Just leave the studio and come back, and they may fix the audio. I think there's like a glitch.
I think it's because he took his headphones out.
Let me do this.
Yes.
Yes. Is that any better?
I think you may have to refresh. Just try to refresh the stream.
Okay, let me try.
StreamYard does that glitch sometimes.
That was kind of funny though. It was like a robot voice.
Yeah, that was pretty wild. That's pretty wild.
Where Pilgrim said Darth Dore.
All right, there we go. So let's try it again.
How does that? Does that work?
I knew it would work, because sometimes it just glitches like that sometimes. So
okay,
you can finish your thought, Jimmy.
I forget what I was saying now.
That's okay. I'm gonna share this other story. We also this segment we are focused on the media, but you guys know how we do on this show. We're not gonna cut off a great conversation. We also have Craig Pasta from the Combo Couch. He will be coming by here in the next few minutes, I believe. Caleb Maupin will be joining in 30 minutes, around 5 p.m. Eastern time. So I don't know how you're doing on time, Jim. You can pretty much stay as long as you want. We can stay for an hour. You can chill with us. But Caleb Maupin will be joining. Tara Reid will also be joining with us. We also going to be talking about some more media propaganda and how they push war. With Caleb in particular, you guys saw, and also I would love to get your opinion on this as well, Jimmy, before we get to the next segment. They are shutting down people's PayPal. They shut down Caleb Maupin's PayPal. I saw there were some people at Mint Press News who PayPal was shut down, me and Zoya, we did 2 streams. We did one of the streams where we debunked the Bucha massacre. I'm almost just scared to say that. And we did 2 streams in a row. Both of them pulled back to back. Now that's why we are Rumble now. You guys know I'm on calling. I was pissed. I'm done. Like I don't trust YouTube no more, man. So now you saw people going after people's PayPal. This is a great time. We got Craig Pasta in the back. We will introduce him soon. But Jimmy, do you see that story? What's your thoughts on like this authoritarian crackdown on dissenting voices that you see in the media?
Well, you know, the first time that something like this happened was when PayPal took away WikiLeaks and Julian Assange's ability in 2010. And nobody said shit back then. I mean, nobody of consequence. And now here it is. And now that's how they're going to look what they did to the truckers. And so anybody who was associated with that trucking thing, no matter if they were black, white, Hindu, male, female, they were all white supremacists, Nazis, right wingers. And then the government declared an emergency, and they used the power of digital currency to close down their bank accounts. So now they can't go anywhere. And so that's how they're going to deal with people like you and Sabby and me and Caleb Maupin. As soon as you say anything that actually is a threat to them, they will take away your funding. They will shut you down on you. And I don't know if you saw, I think it was the Daily Beast did this.
Yes. I was about to ask you about that.
So they did it. So the big thing is now they've all turned into snitches and tattletales and hall monitors instead of confronting power centers, as Glenn Greenwald talks about, which is what journalism is supposed to be about, confronting power centers. They're going after the powerless and trying to take their voice away. So what they're trying to do is try to take people's printing press away, which is what the YouTube is, or what Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, that's the modern day printing press. And so what you want to do is take someone's printing press away. So what the Daily Beast did was they went to YouTube, and they went to and said, look at people like Caleb Maupin and the Gray Zone and Max Blumenthal. Look at all the stuff they're saying. Doesn't this break your policy? Shouldn't you take them down? And we all know all been through this in the last 2 years with COVID, that first of all, you couldn't say anything about the virus, and maybe it came from a lab. If you did, they would shut you down. They'd cancel your Twitter account, and you were a conspiracy theorist. And then it came out now that the people like Fauci and Collins, who was the head of the NIH, they knew that was a plausible theory, and they tried to smear anybody who thought of it. So that's why you can't have censorship, and that's why you can't say this is a truth and that's not a truth, and we're going to shut you down. And because who gets to decide? And of course, it's always the people who are taking the money. They get to decide. Right. And so that's why. So, yeah, I did see that. And that's how they're going to come at people. They're going to shut down your revenue sources. And so as soon as you can't get money from Patreon or PayPal or Stripe, then you're screwed. You're done. How else are you going to get money? They did. So when they had when they opened marijuana stores in Los Angeles, it was only a cash business because the banks wouldn't let them use credit cards, right? And there's only 5 banks. They control all the credit. And so that's that. And so that's how they're going to control us, which is why digital IDs are bad. And that's one of the big things the truckers were against also, was that kind of tracking system and digital IDs where they know where you are and where you're going before you do. And I'm 100% against all that kind of stuff. The digital ID, which is and they've been trying to get it.
Yeah, we gotta talk about that. So we gotta talk about that as well, because I actually been reading up on that, and that's actually insane. I think this is a good time to bring in Pasta, because as you mentioned, the people that are in charge of deciding who is good, bad, who is good, what misinformation, the people who decides that, the people I trust the absolute least.
That's right.
And I watched the Convo Couch. I've been following Pasta work, and you guys talk about this all the time. You talk about media censorship, and this is something that you guys have your eye on the ball on. So I think this is a great time to introduce Pasta. Thank you for joining us for the Anti-Imperialist Summit. Welcome back. Can you hear us? Can you hear us, Pasta? You can't hear us? Just try to refresh. Try to refresh, see if that works. Oh, I sent a message. All right, so we're gonna get Pasta in here.
I was gonna add, they also the Daily Beast, they smeared Kim Iverson too. They said that she was a conspiracy theorist, and they pointed out that Yeah, they pointed out the
Crazy.
episode that The Hill had that was banned, but they forgot to, well, they didn't forget. They left out that Kim Iverson was not on that episode that was removed from YouTube.
So it's good.
I read a little bit of the article, and they was talking about, they was smearing Lee Camp. And I didn't finish that. I only read the first few paragraphs. And it was like Lee Camp was booted, RT was banned, and then he got on Patreon. And then they was trying to pretend it was like this big evil thing. And it was like Lee Camp is making up to $100,000 a year on Patreon. And I'm like, ask how much Rachel Maddow makes. They're trying to pretend that's like some nefarious thing.
Who makes that before noon?
And then they was literally complaining. They were like, we censored him on RT, and then he left RT, and now he can make a living? How dare him? That was the premise. He was like, how dare him? How dare he make what Rachel Maddow makes in like one episode? This was that like an episode or two, if that, compared to Tucker Carlson. So you see how the way they manipulate that. But sorry, Jimmy, I want you get you in here, and then hopefully we get Pasta back in here soon as well.
No, I just want to remind people that the neoliberal game is up, right? So I think this is what they mean when they talk about end stage capitalism, and we all end up working for the company store. Like, if there's only 6 companies that run all the media in America, and so all they have. So I'd make the point that half the people in America can't afford a $500 emergency. 80% of workers were living paycheck to paycheck. That was before the lockdowns and COVID. And what do you call a system that takes the richest country in the world and relegates half its people, poor, low income? You call that a failed system, right? And so all they have left now is narrative control. And how do they do that? With censorship and getting people shut up. People like anybody who's an independent voice. Believe me, they came for Jackson Hinkle this week. They came for Caleb. They came for Kim Iverson, Lee Camp, Chris Hedges, Abby Martin, the Gray Zone. They're coming for everybody. And so that's all they have left. And big part of it is to make sure you stay afraid of half the country. That's a big part. They don't want you focusing on the establishment or the oligarchy. They want you to think that the existential threat is your neighbor and the person, half the country, and don't fall for that. Right? They wanted to pretend that racism got invented with Donald Trump, and that's why he was elected. And that's not why he was elected. Donald Trump was elected because people who voted for Barack Obama twice weren't going to fucking vote for Hillary Clinton. Because, I mean, if you look at that, even the New York Times went to the barbershops in Milwaukee and asked people of color how they voted and why. And they said, because we voted for Barack Obama twice and our lives got worse. We know what the game is. And so half of them didn't vote, and the half who did, they voted for Bernie Sanders or a third party or wrote somebody in. That's what people, they want you to think that the biggest problem in America is white supremacy and racism, instead of Wall Street, the military industrial complex, big pharma, and the health insurance companies. That's the big problem in America right now. Are there lots of big problems? Yes, but that's what they want you to be distracted away from. And they want you to focus all of your energy on identity politics. And boy, it's working like a goddamn charm.
It is, and that actually is pretty depressing. I want to get Pasta in here. I was asking you about media censorship, but you can also add anything based on what you heard from what me and Jimmy was getting. I just want to get you in here. Welcome to the show, Craig.
Thank you for having me on. I appreciate it, guys. It's always great to be on your show. I love coming on, having these conversations. But I would also just kind of double down on what Jimmy just said over there too, as well, is that the actual white supremacists with power are the empire, the people running the empire. You know what I'm saying? They go around bombing indigenous land after indigenous land all over the place, and they truly are a white supremacist. You know, the white supremacists. And who's really more dangerous? You know, a white supremacist with power, or some Trump guy with a "Make America Great Again" hat on his, on his porch, drinking Meisterbrow and using bad pronouns and whatnot. We have to get our eye on the ball. You know what I'm saying? I think when Jimmy finished up his speech at our last rally, one of the best things he said is, don't attack your neighbors, because that's what they're designing us to do, is to make sure that we're looking across the street on who's our problem, when, you know, in the spirit of Fred Hampton, we come together and we take on the imperialist power, which is the real problem that we're dealing with today.
I want to get Savvy in here. Savvy, you want to add anything to that or ask a question?
Yeah, I think it's important also for people to know, like, Nick lives in a red state. Before I lived in Massachusetts, I lived in a red state. And for people, those of us who are on the left and we live in red states, like, we have to talk to people that we don't necessarily agree with.
we have to talk to people on the other side. Like, there's no such thing of just talking to people on the left. And the left in the United States is very, very small. The United States is a conservative country. And I think if people get out and travel more and see the rest of the country, you'll see what I mean. But it's like, you have to talk to people on the other side. And I think it's ridiculous that some people just want us to talk to people only on the left. Well, then how are we going to inform people about policies and about issues if we just talk to people in an echo chamber? That doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't even make any sense once you realize that despite the fear mongering that they do, and I know this because, as you said, I live in the red state. I used to sell cars in Kansas to the most conservative people, had the most conservative coworkers. But I would talk to them. They were like, yeah, we should have healthcare. Hell yeah, we should be able to smoke weed. And I knew the establishment lie was nonsense from the beginning, just by talking to people. The people who don't talk to people who stay sheltered, people who live in like maybe deeply blue liberal areas, they really believe that every single conservative is like Ben Shapiro, right? Like Janine Pirro. That's not the average person. And that showed in the polls. My point is, if you look at the polls, Republican voters are significantly to the left of the Democratic Party. Isn't that funny? So they say, oh, you can't talk to quote unquote right wingers, but the people we are talking to are by definition to the left of the party that you advocate for. So majority of Republican voters believe in decriminalizing marijuana. Majority of Republican voters at least want a public option. It's like one out of 3 Republicans support Medicare for all. Like 1 out of 4 Republicans support defunding the police. They don't tell you that, don't they? So it's like you have this large swath of right wingers who are to the left of the people they call it like, oh, you guys are Nazis, they're the right wingers, but they're to your left. They're the one who want to end the military industrial complex. They host end the war rallies while you guys go to pro-war Nazi rallies.
Yeah. I think it's a slippery slope though too about what we consider left and right now. I think we had this discussion last time we were on your show. Yeah. I like to use the term populist because what has the left become, especially in America? You know, they're anti-civil liberties, they're anti-free speech, they're pro-mandate what you can put in your body. I mean, so they're warmongers, like you said. They're showing up. They have the Ukrainian flag in their bio. So I think it's a slippery slope on what we consider left and right nowadays, and that's why I think we should use the term populist. They want a more populist mindset of what's going on. What we, the people,
I think things have changed. Yeah. I just think things change, and people still think it's like 2015. Yeah. Like there are people that they think, like if you look at the Overton window in the 1980s, it was different than it is now. If you look at the Overton windows in the 1960s, it was different than what it is now. And you can chalk it up to social media, maybe the partisan nature of the news now. But for whatever reason, this Overton window shift happened really quick, like really quick to the point where there's still people who don't realize it, that the Democratic Party is now the party of intelligence agencies, giant police budgets. And I was having a conversation with this guy when he was asking me, or he was trying to say people that are quote unquote woke are left. And I said they're not left. They just use woke language, but they are for endless militarism. They are for endless big police budgets. They're for denying people health care, but they will do it with a rainbow, right? So you're right, 100%. I actually do agree with you. And where we define that is up to debate. But it always kills me when people call other people to the right, and I see them advocate for policies that is by definition right wing. Like arming Nazis is by definition right wing. If you advocate for that, you cannot call anyone red brown. And I can go through the entire list. There's a guy who has an MSNBC contract who said that he don't care that we increase police budgets. He was debating our friend Jackson Hinkle, and he said that. So the same guy who don't care that police get more funding, he will call someone like Jimmy to a right winger. So that just doesn't make sense to me. Like that's it to the issues. But I want to pass it to the panel. Pasta, Jimmy, you guys can chime in.
I was going to say Jimmy is a right winger, don't you know? You know, you haven't heard, guys.
Yeah,
I want to share this. I want to give you guys a opinion on this because the panel topic is about how the media manufactured consent to a war, how they push misinformation. They're the biggest purveyor of misinformation. And I want to give you guys thoughts on the ghost of Kiev. So this story came out today, and they still running with it.
They're still running with it, huh?
They still running with it. So this came out today. I saw this. I want to ask you guys about it. Identity of the legendary Ukrainian pilot Ghost of Kiev revealed by Ukrainian media, because we all know Ukrainian media has a great track record. It's not like Zelensky banned any opposition media, and he don't really have like a consolidated state media. Not like that can be true. But Pasta, Jimmy, do you got any response to this?
Jimmy, you want to take a stab at it first?
No, I mean, I would love to read that article. I thought that was debunked a month ago. I didn't know.
It was. They still running with it. They shot this guy died, and I think they're trying to pin him. They're trying to create a hero out of him. So there's no evidence of their claims when you read the article. I guess we can dive into it a little bit, but they're still pretending that this is a thing, despite it already been debunked.
I think I got to shoot over to Nina Jankowicz's Twitter feed. Maybe she could. She'll let me know if that's a real fact or not. There's someone literally. This is how messed up things are. So somebody with a blue check tweeted out said to Elon Musk, "What if free speech includes a lie or incorrect information? Like someone, for example, says incorrect stuff about vaccine or politics that can cause hurt or damage to others. Do you still allow it?" Like, yes. What? So if incorrect information about politics, you want someone at Twitter to decide what is correct information at Twitter? That what about what is, and that, by the way, it got 6,400 likes. Like that's like a majority opinion in the Democratic Party. They're making you think that censorship is like the Christian thing to do. They're making you think if you're a decent person, of course you're going to fucking censor. Yeah. That's the attitude right now. When I retweeted that guy let me see, what's that guy's name? Andrew Aziz. And I don't know what he does, but he's got a blue check. And I retweeted and I said, well, what I did was I just hired a guy to pre-read all the tweets that I want to read. And then he filters out any incorrect information that might hurt or damage me. Maybe you should try it. This is the craziest thing I've ever heard. So we're living in it. This George Orwell is now a manual for the world we're living in, and people don't realize how hard they're being lied to. They're being lied so hard about the Ukraine war. They have to. I mean, I go out with my old roommate. I always use him as a litmus test. And 2 months ago, we went out for dinner, and I said, Jackie, that they're funding Nazis in Ukraine. He goes, that's what Putin says. I'm like, Putin also says 2 + 2 = 4. That doesn't mean it's not true, right? So of course, and that's literally what comes out of their mouth. And now they're still, and the establishment still needs Trump. Just like CNN needed Trump and now their ratings are in the toilet, the establishment needs Trump. They need you to be afraid of someone like that. And they keep you distracted. They want you to be, because if they realize that people who voted for Trump have the same interests as the people who voted for Joe Biden, except it's the media who makes us think we hate each other, then the game is up. And that's exactly what they can't have. And that's why when we have a Medicare for All march in 50 different cities, they have to get people like Ryan Grimm at The Intercept to tell everybody we're not real activists, and AOC, and nobody shows up because we're not real activists. No, we're the real activists, and that's why they won't show up. And believe me, let's remember, they're not censoring and trying to kill WikiLeaks and Julian Assange because of his lies. They're trying to do that because he told the truth about their imperialism and their warmongering. That's they never get angry at you about lying. They only want to censor you for the truth. Keep that in mind.
Yeah.
Another thing too, in reference to healthcare, and I'll pass it to you, Pasta. When we were doing the marches for Medicare for All, some people were upset because they said, how dare you march with conservatives? And I'm like, conservatives need healthcare too. Like, that's the for all part. It's not just for people on the left. I'll pass it to you, Pasta.
Well, I was just going to also say too, I think one of the biggest problems is what I consider to be American exceptionalism is because we're so sheltered, whatnot. We don't have to worry like other countries with bombs falling on them. And therefore we've become such a reactionary country that when you throw those things out there, well, we have to censor. A lot of people like, yeah, we have to stop misinformation and whatnot. But at the end of the day, it should never be about big tech or the government deciding what the truth or a lie is. That's for me and you, we the people, to understand that. And furthermore, also to kind of piggyback on what Jimmy was saying about, when people think they're like a good Christian and whatnot, when they are pushing for censorship. The reason why everybody is kind of losing their marbles over the Elon Musk thing is because they now feel that they won't be on the team of the authority who gets to decide what is true and what is false and what gets taken down and what gets posted and stays up. That's what's really behind this whole little kind of mind blow when it comes to the Elon Musk situation, which at the end of the day, I don't think we're going to see much change with Elon Musk if you really understand who the guy really is anyways, but that's just my personal opinion.
And you see the messaging that's coming from progressives. I saw this today, and I was going to do a segment on it. We had AOC and Nina Turner. They was pretending that social media censorship is used to protect the feelings of Black people or something. That is used to protect marginalized community. I'm preparing the segment on this. I'm not trying
transgender people too. Don't forget that. They even say the misgendering thing. We're using that as a weapon as well.
I'm not trying to be mean to Nina, but it's like, how can you be wrong on all the issues? Like, how can you keep getting it wrong? Like, I'm not trying to pick on you. I have it say. I kind of want to get you guys take on. Let me pull it up. Here it is, because I was preparing a segment on it. So here, let me share my screen real quick, and then we got Tara's. She's gonna join us here in like 10 minutes or so. Pasta and Jimmy, just let me know how you're doing on time. Just let me know in the private chat, and I can send you guys off. So this is what Nina said, and then AOC is playing this culture war against Elon Musk right now, which I think is mostly a distraction. But look at what AOC tweeted out. Tired of having to collectively stress about what happened, the explosion of hate crimes is happening because some billionaire with ego problem is unilaterally controlling a massive communication platform and skews it because Tucker Carlson and Peter Thiel took him to dinner. So what she's complaining about is like the lack of inaction of social media companies and making a shift to the right? So Elon Musk shit posted in response, and then Nina Turner is like, this is the response. I'm like, what? This is the kind of shit that makes you unpopular. This is the kind of shit that Bernie Sanders didn't do. With all my criticism of he did that in his recent run in 2020 when he lost his damn mind. But Bernie became popular because he didn't engage in these stupid culture wars that means nothing. Now, I'm going to explain what that means, especially coming as a Black man, right? So Nina says, the safety of marginalized communities is not a joke. So these big tech overlords who are not censoring enough, they're not doing the will of the Democratic Party enough. That is what's supposed to be keeping me unsafe. Sabby, do you feel unsafe because big tech is not censoring enough people on Twitter and Facebook?
No. Like, this is ridiculous. Like, but this is what they do. They're focusing on this issue to keep you distracted. And so you're not focusing on the real issue. So AOC is talking about Elon Musk and Peter Thiel went to dinner. Who does AOC go to dinner with? I'm sorry, but Joe Biden and Nancy Pelosi aren't any better.
Yes.
And it's not a surprise. I mean, guys, come on. I mean, we this group right here has been following these politicians, especially the SWAT. I heard that's the new nickname what the kids are calling them out there nowadays. You know, we've been following them for quite some time. You know, Nina Turner with her going after barking about Putin during the primaries. I'm like, what are you talking about? You knew right there she was just garbage when it came to foreign policy. And this doesn't civil liberties now. It doesn't surprise me. AOC, the first time she was called to hearing for a congressional hearing, when they were going after supposedly Zuckerberg for selling our information, she used her time to criticize Zuckerberg for allowing disinformation coming up from the opposite party, you know what I'm saying, when she had an opportunity to speak. So there's no mistake about this whatsoever. But I honestly think, I question the fact, were they like all working together and create a WWE type of theater to keep us distracted? Because Elon Musk is a weapons dealer, guys. He works for the United States military apparatus. Starlink is now being used for the Ukrainian military to fly their drones. He said plain and simple, when we went into Bolivia, we'll cool who we want to cool, deal with it. The guy is no Boy Scout. He's not out there to fight for freedom of speech. So, I mean, I question the other angle. I'm looking down the rabbit hole. I'm like, is this just all theater to keep us distracted, to keep the two-party dichotomy or the two-party illusion, I should say, in play? That's what I look at.
And we just like to shit on every good fucking moment. That's all this is. Can't we have one goddamn day where we could pretend we're going to have freedom of speech? Can't we just have one day?
No.
Now, it can't get worse. That's the thing. It's like, it was funny to watch pretend lefty liberals bend themselves in the pretzel to try to figure out why it's worse for Elon Musk to own Twitter than it is for the Saudis or Vanguard, right? And it was just nuts to me. It's like, it can't get worse, right? And at least we got a guy who's pretending to, or at least he's saying that he's going to follow what the First Amendment is, which is what I've always said. And that was the arguments I used to have at the Young Turks with everybody at the Young Turks. I would say, we already have protections. It's called the First Amendment. And if someone breaks the law, there's already law enforcement agencies that are going to deal with someone who's doing something illegal. You don't need Facebook. And they just couldn't get that through their head. And it seems like that's what Elon Musk says he's going to follow. Now, I understand. I mean, I'm fingers crossed. And of course, nobody expects it to actually happen, but let's see what happens.
What I find interesting, because I'm like, I don't know what's going to happen. I don't think there's going to be significant change, but as you said earlier, it can't be worse. And I noticed that there's this new psyop where, and I've seen liberals who like work at like the Washington Post, like ran by Jeff Bezos, people who work for MSNBC and CNN that's financed by weapon defense contractors. And they will say, what does this say about society that the world's richest man is buying Twitter? And I'm like, look who you work for. And that was my argument. I'm like, yeah, I'm anti-billionaire, but this is not a significant development to me. I'm like, there's just one billionaire buying property. This is what they do. And if he does something good, then I was like, oh, this is good. He actually taking the Russian affiliated media label off of George Galloway, for example. He'll take that off. I think Lee Camp still has it. I'm not sure. But there's still a lot of journalists who still have that Russia affiliated media. There's still a lot of things that Twitter does that that's really manipulative and censorship based. So if they change that, like, okay, that's newsworthy. But other than that, it's the same culture war today. You trying to pretend that this and that. And this is the point that you was making, Pasta. When I covered this, I'm like, this is obviously some sort of like distraction from the fact that there's a food shortage that's going on right now as well. There's a food processing plants that are being mysteriously destroyed, right? So there's a lot of different things they got to do to distract us, and this was one of them. So when I see Nina Turner, when I see AOC, they are now, and this is what their job is to do, apparently, is to use identity politics to distract from class issues. So they start bringing up identity politics, like, oh my God, as a disenfranchised, Black people not going to feel safe. This is not a joke to you. I'm like, you know what doesn't make me feel safe? Jim Crow Joe and your party increasing the police budgets more. It'll be great if you raise awareness about that instead of pretending that the GOP wants you to lose. Call out your party, right? So I think there we go. I want to get Jimmy. Any last words? I appreciate you coming on for the Anti-Imperialist Summit. Any last thoughts regarding anything we was discussing? Anything you want to plug or promote?
My message is don't take the bait. Don't hate your neighbor. Your neighbor isn't the one who locked you down and oppressed you and didn't give you a living wage. It's the oligarchy. Don't let them hate on your neighbor. Love your neighbor and keep your eyes on the powerful.
Yeah. Well said. Thank you for joining us.
Can I do my Chen imitation before you leave, Jimmy? I need your opinion. You ready?
Okay, sure.
Okay. Come on. How long are we going to take it? Let's go fight Ukraine. Let's go fight for each other. He needs another check.
Let's go fight Ukraine.
Did you see that, Jimmy? I just covered
Let's go
that.
fight for each other.
Let's go fight Ukraine. Let's fight for each other. You're not fight. When people tried to fight for Medicare for all, you told everybody it wasn't the time to fight. So when the time to fight came, Jake Huger told you now's not the time. And now was the time to not fight and to be peaceful, and he wants to fight. So he's always wrong. What are you going to do?
He's paid for.
Yeah,
that's right.
Well said. Well said.
Okay.
So
Thank you guys
for joining, Jimmy. Have a good rest of your day, man. So we are transitioning to the second part of this segment. Savvy, how you doing on time? I know you recently said hour. How you doing on time, Savvy?
What time is it? Oh, it's time for me to go too. Whoops.
Yeah.
Bye, guys.
But I'm not going to kick you off, Savvy, but if you want to do extra credit, I'm not going to be mad at you. But anyway, thanks for joining us, Savvy. That was fun. That was a fun panel. Always
I wanted Savvy to stay after class. No, come on another time.
Yeah, and possibly we still got a lot to talk about. Your ass staying.
Yeah, I got some time.
Yeah.
Can I say something too as well though when it comes to this whole situation when we're talking about the individual, when people are relying on Elon Musk or another individual to come save them, it's the system that has an issue, right? Like, there are my whole belief when it comes to whatever ism you're into, whether it be socialism, communism, capitalism, I always believe that elitism is the problem, that they'll manipulate any system in play, the ruling class, whether it be communism or capitalism or not. But when it comes to actual situations, it's a little reverse when it comes to big tech and our freedom of speech. The fact is that we have laws in place, and those laws are not being withheld. The NDAA in Section 230 simply says that these big tech companies cannot pick winners and losers, that they are shielded from litigation, from being sued by anybody for agreeing into this agreement, and therefore they have to have a platform open to everybody with fair rules. They're not abiding by that. And if they would just simply abide by that, we wouldn't have to be concerned with who owns what and when they own it and how they own it. That's the big issue right here. The laws are not being withheld by the ruling class. There's laws for us, but not laws for them. What is laws for me, but not laws for thee? Is that what they say, Nick?
Yeah. Their pesky laws don't apply to us. If they do some insider trading, if they get rich doing some illegal Wall Street shit, we're just gonna make it not illegal. That's what they do. So
look what they did with Wall Street bets. I mean, it was ridiculous. They stopped the buying of a stock, and nobody got in trouble. They manipulated for the big dogs to recoup their money while little guys got shit on, and nobody went to jail. But if that was reversed, some guy would be sitting in jail for 20 years now.
Absolutely. I want to take this time to introduce our next guest for this next hour of this segment. Pasta, we scheduled for an hour, but just like I said, Jimmy and Sabby, I'm not going to kick you off. Just let me know when you're.
I'm good to 2:30. So
all right, good. I'll send you off then. But let's get Caleb in here into our read. I appreciate you guys for joining us.
Caleb.
Hey, how are you?
Good to see you. Long time, right?
Yeah, good to be here with everybody. With
a couple
Nick,
weeks.
with Pasta, with Tara. Wow, this is great.
Hey there.
Imperialist Summit. Excellent.
Yeah,
hi,
welcome.
Tara.
Hi, it's good to see you. I'm trying to get my camera to work. Sorry.
Yeah. No worry. All right, maybe just refresh and we get that to work. But that's why I always love doing these summits, because I just like bringing the community together and we can start educating people. And since we got Caleb in here, we're talking about how the media manufacturers consent towards war. Before we get into that, I actually kind of want to ask you about something breaking, if you don't mind, because we were talking about how the media cracked down on dissidents, people who debunk mainstream propaganda. So you can share as much as you want, but I saw that your PayPal was taken down, and this is not the first time I've seen them go after you. We were talking about Elon Musk and Twitter earlier. One big test for Elon, if I see if he's the real deal, if you start taking that Russia-affiliated media, and they tag that on you to discredit you as well. So do you want to speak on the recent happening of the PayPal and that? I'm going to pass it to you. I think that's a good way we get started, and we move on.
Well, sure. I mean, I just got an email on Thursday that said that I may no longer use PayPal. And I have money in my PayPal account that is frozen, that I cannot withdraw from it. They said in 180 days, they'll get back to me about my money. That's pretty ridiculous. And this shows that this war around the world, this economic war against Russia, against China, against Venezuela, against Iran, is also a war against journalists and independent voices and political analysts in the United States that challenge the status quo, right? Because at the end of the day, with all this talk about disinformation and information laundering, blah, 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 they're not worried about Russia. They're not worried about China. They're worried about you. They're worried about Americans who think wrong, who don't obey what our great overlords and Silicon Valley fascists tell us what to think. That's what they're worried about. And that's why they got crazy Nina singing her stupid Mary Poppins song. And that's what all of this is about. They are panicking because too many people are doing what the audience of this show right now are doing and thinking for themselves and questioning authority and digging into the facts and looking up the information. And the technological revolution, the fact that people pull out their phones and Google search things and look for information, that scares them because it threatens their ability to craft discourse. If they want to start a new war, if they want to drive down living standards, they have to be able to convince people it's a good thing. And they don't want people to be able to question that. And so I've been targeted by that. It says Russian state affiliated media on my Twitter. that particularly, that's particularly bullshit, right? So I do work at RT. I'm proud of the work that I do at RT. RT is a Russian company. But that's not my whole life. When I stream on YouTube, nobody in Russia is helping me produce those streams. Nobody in Russia is telling me what to say on those streams. When I tweet on my personal Twitter that is not verified and is not connected to RT in any way, no one's calling me up and telling me what to tweet. No one's calling me up and saying, tweet this, tweet that. I'm me. I'm an Irish American. I'm from Ohio, from a small town. Nobody in my family is Russian. I don't speak Russian at all, basically. I think I know like Niet and Vada is Wada. That's about it. When I go over there, I have to have translators the whole time because I don't even know.
I read articles. It's a mess, man. I'm horrible with Russian names.
Yeah. Yeah. But I'm not a Russian bot. I'm a guy who happens to work at a Russian company. And even in my work with RT, I would never report anything that I thought was false. I always investigate and look into whether or not things are true. We try to, make sure we do our stories in an unbiased way. And the reality is that RT is held to a higher standard than mainstream media. If CNN makes a mistake, no one ever talks about it. They just kind of sweep it under the rug. If RT makes a mistake, it's immediately all over everywhere. Look, that's Russian propaganda. Don't believe anything they say. So we're actually held to a higher standard. I would say what you see on RT is more accurate than what you see on mainstream media. So this whole hysteria, they're not actually pointing to anything that I've ever said that's false, to anything that RT has ever said that's false, to anything Mint Press News. They got their PayPal shut down. Also Mint Press, they said it's false. They just say, well, we don't like the narrative you have. We don't like the editorial perspective. Well, I'm sorry. You're allowed to have whatever editorial perspective you want, right? In the United States, we're supposed to have freedom of speech, freedom of the press. And if I have an editorial perspective that's about space aliens, or it's about Jupiter or Venus, or it's about reptile people, or about whatever, right? I'm allowed to do that. And you're not allowed to shut me down because of my editorial perspective. And my perspective is that I'm an anti-imperialist. I think that capitalism, a system of production organized for profit, is the problem, and that we need a new society where the people come first, not the profits of a few banks and corporations. And I think that countries around the world that have broken free from that system, Russia, China, Venezuela, Cuba, Iran, countries like that are a great example of what can be done when you break with this global monopolistic capitalist system that has been set up by the West. So that's my perspective. And yes, I'm going to bring my perspective with me. When I report for news, I try to be completely unbiased. When I'm given op-eds, I am going to give my perspective and my opinion. But I have just as much as right to do that as anybody else. And, the fact that they're trying to label me a Russian state-affiliated media. Don't believe anything that guy says. Whatever he says, don't believe it. Look at the tag on his Twitter. Everything he says is therefore false. Well, I got news for you all. Just because someone in Russia or linked to Russia or who works at a Russian company says something doesn't mean it's false. People can say true things even if you don't like somebody that they're connected to. Very bad people can say true things. All kinds of people can say true things. This is a classic logical non sequitur. This is Twitter engaging in illogic and propaganda to try and shut down dissident voices. And I hope Elon Musk will fix that. I'm waiting on Elon Musk to come in and remove these tags because he's a Mr. Free Speech, right? And he's running Twitter now, so we'll see.
Well, hold your breath there, Caleb, too, because it ain't going to happen. These are the things some of us said in the Black Pill group for a while right now. And I'm kind of like in between you guys and what my group, it's Steve from Slow News Day and all those guys, like they're over there. And you guys, I have this big like anti-imperialist socialist kind of mentality that I still kind of cling to because I was able to go overseas and see that with you. But the one thing I want to point out that you said is very, very important. And Caleb hit this right on the nose, and I've been saying this for quite some time now when I noticed it. The greatest threat to the American empire is not Russia. It's not China. It's not any other country. It's us. It's us. We are the greatest threat to the empire. That's why they're doing everything they can to silence us, shut us up, and whatnot. And also the last point I want to make too real quick, and I'll hand it right back over to you, Nick, is that this isn't big tech. This is the government. The government works in conjunction with big tech. Jen Psaki, how many times does she have to say that we're checking with other companies across the board to see how they censor people? How many whistleblowers do we need? This is what the true definition of fascism is. It's the merger of corporation and state. And there's no place it's more evident than in our news because we don't have mainstream media news. We have mainstream media propaganda. We're the news and we have to fight them.
Yeah, and it's one unified, coordinated message. And no matter
they're synchronized.
Fox News, MSNBC, CNN, this beef that you guys think they have, these petty squabbles.
Yeah.
And you see when it comes to Ukraine, Russia, when it comes to any big foreign policy, they move in lockstep. And now you see big tech, and I love that you brought up the term fascism. You're not afraid you call it what it is, because this has been a long time understanding the merger between corporation and state. You got big tech, and they even admit it. The funny thing is they'll say, yeah, we met with Congress and we listened to their proposals. Now we're going to implement it. So you met our government in Congress that gave you demands, and you immediately start implementing those demands. How is that not as crazy as anything you guys suggest, quote unquote, authoritarian countries has done? I would love to get you guys take on that. But before I do that, I want to introduce Tara. Are you ready, Tara? Give me a thumbs up if you are good to go. I think we finally got your tech issues figured out. Welcome to
Hey, hi. Hi there. I have a webcam because for some reason my computer cam won't work. So if I look a little blown out, that's why. Hi.
Yeah, it's always good to have you on. Welcome.
Yeah. So to everything you're saying, it's right on. And the Ministry of Truth is pretty scary, right? Someone who just didn't do well in musical theater is now going to decide what's disinformation.
Should we watch the video?
We should.
I told you about it not too long ago, so it shouldn't be too hard to pull up. I just tweeted in response like, this person. My first reaction to it, like, man, these people are fucking. Like, this is a South Park character. Here, I found it. So let's watch the video. I'm gonna start with Tara because I want to get her in, and then I'm gonna give you guys response individually. This is the person who is the arbiter of truth, who is gonna decide what is misinformation and what is not. So let's check it out.
Mongering is really quite ferocious. It's when a huckster takes some lies and makes them sound precocious by saying them in Congress or a mainstream outlet. So disinformation's origins are slightly less atrocious. It's how you hide a little lie, little lie. It's how you hide a little lie, little lie. It's how you hide a little lie, little lie. When Rudy Giuliani shared that intel from Ukraine, or when TikTok influencers say COVID can cause pain, they're laundering disinfo, and we really should take note and not support their lies with our wallet, voice, or vote. Oh, information laundering is really quite ferocious. It's when a huckster takes some lies and makes them sound precocious by saying them in Congress or a mainstream outlet. So disinformation's origin seems slightly less atrocious.
Probably one of the hardest 45 seconds that we ever had on.
Yeah, she wants to be on Broadway, but she ended up being a bureaucrat in a windowless building at Homeland Security. So feel her pain and know that each one of us will be monitored, especially Caleb, right? Because he's labeled. But yeah, scary. But I mean, they're couching it in this, I don't know, entertainment, I guess. But it's really frightening, actually, that the government is going to decide what's disinformation. And when I saw Caleb's post about PayPal, I mean, they're going after private American citizens. Caleb is an American citizen living in New York City. How is he lost access to his money? How is that legal? In any shape or form. And did they send you any message, Caleb, or what triggered it? Or
I screenshotted it and tweeted it out. It said, after reviewing, we've determined that your account may be risky. It's the exact same message that Mint Press got. It's the exact same message that others got who were shut down on the same day. Determined your account may be risky. Yeah.
I'm surprised it took so long for them to catch up to you, because I've always said that he's a common sense communist of sort, Caleb Maupin. He doesn't believe in cancel culture and pushing people out. Your whole organization is about bringing people into the fold and talking to them. You don't demean people on the other side. And when you have a person like that, and I'm not comparing you, but that is the spirit of the Rainbow Coalition from Fred Hampton and whatnot. You're then dangerous. You know what I'm saying? And I'm surprised it took them this long to catch up to you, to be honest with you, Caleb, because you've always been that person. So for me, it was just a matter of time. I was like, they're going to get him eventually. They're going to take him down, especially now with this whole Russian purge. You know what I'm saying? They're losing the propaganda battle of what's going on over there. When you watch RT on Odyssey or wherever they're at right now, they're actually on the front lines talking about Ukraine and showing you what's going on. When you're watching MSNBC, They're just two people in a room talking, giving you their propaganda pieces and whatnot.
Right.
So I know a great purge was coming, and I said they're gonna get Caleb because he's part of that whole crew, and he was getting more and more popular, more people watching your stuff. And this is the way they kneecap people. We've been demonetized on YouTube, the Convo Couch, for 15 months. And it wasn't the advertisement money, it was the super chats. 90% of our money came in from people going, hey, let me give you a few bucks. The fact that they removed that mechanism, once again, how could that be legal? How can you not call that fascism? How can you not push back against that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Exactly. And, it's shocking, actually. And remember, I don't know if I shared this with you all. I had, back in the day when I was an expert witness for domestic violence, I was trained by Homeland Security to do domestic violence prevention and train the trainer to train whatever. This agency, Homeland Security, is not a friendly one. Okay, this is their law. They are with law enforcement. They are going after people. So this ministry of truth, if you will, or a ministry of lies, depending on which side of it you're on, right? It's going to be taking away civil liberties. It's going to be taking away people's rights. And one of the mechanisms they're going to use, and I think they're testing it out right now, is blocking people from their funds. So it's PayPal and Venmo right now, but what happens when it's the bank accounts as well, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And now, Caleb, I was researching this, and I guess you can only do arbitration against PayPal. You can't sue them. Is that right?
I am told that I have to wait 180 days and then they'll get back to me.
Days.
So yeah, I mean, I've got some money frozen there, and in 180 days, I'll be getting an email from them about what can be done with it, which is interesting. So yeah, I mean, it's pretty wild. It's absolutely wild. I have looked into a number of the free speech alternatives to PayPal, which is interesting. But, it is interesting. For a long time, I banked with Chase because that was the main bank. And in 2014, every employee, I was at that point working with Press TV from Iran, every employee got a letter in the mail, you're no longer welcome to bank with Chase. So I don't bank with Chase anymore. And so, yeah, they are doing it to banks. They did that back in 2014. And the crazy thing, they did it to my wife, too. And my wife doesn't have anything to do with Press TV. She's never been on it. She has nothing to do with it. She just happened to be married to me. But every person who worked with Press TV in any capacity got a letter. You're no longer welcome to bank with Chase. Like the relatives, the company, like the studio production company that worked with Press TV, they also got a letter. So they were banned. And all of the relatives of the guy who owned the studio production company, they all got letters in the mail. It was like completely ridiculous. You can't bank with Chase anymore. Now, I mean, that doesn't apply to every bank that ever existed, but that was pretty wild to be told basically, you got 30 days to get your money out of our bank, and we will no longer do business with you. That was really, really scary. Yeah, I mean, and this is what they're doing. They're sanctioning individuals.
Yeah, when I was working for RT, same thing. When I did op-eds for RT as a contractor or whatever, the banks were very clear. They're like, you can't accept, Key Bank. I don't, was one of them that rejected. And it's like, so some of the banks are still working and some aren't. And it's interesting that the government has this much control over the banking industry. We kind of knew it, but now we really know it. And now we're seeing examples of people not having access to their funds. I mean, Caleb, you have a family, you have to pay rent. You live in New York City, which is very expensive. I mean, I can't imagine the hardship this is for all the people involved.
Can I say something real quick, though? I don't think it's and it's just really quick, Caleb, I'll jump in. I don't think the government has control of the banking system, Tara. I think the banking system has control of the government.
There you go, Pasta. Okay.
I just want to point that out, but go ahead.
Yeah.
Well, part of the reason we have antitrust legislation in the United States is because this kind of thing is bad for the market, right? I mean, think about it. Now, we have public utilities, electricity. But imagine that the power company was in bed with a computer company, and that computer company didn't like some rival computer company. So they called up the power company that was in bed with them and said, hey, can you turn off the electricity for that computer company? Well, that kind of thing used to happen like in the 19-teens, right? And that's why we passed all these laws around public utilities that no, you can't do that, right? If you're a public utility, you have to give the same service to everybody. We also passed antitrust legislation. So, for example, if you own a Hollywood studio, you can't own movie theaters. Why is that? Well, that's because if you owned a Hollywood studio and movie theaters, your theaters would only show your movies. And so pretty soon you'd have a monopoly. And there's all kinds of mechanisms to prevent the kind of thing that we're seeing from the tech giants happen. They were created to prevent this just for the good of the market. It wasn't about free speech. It wasn't about protecting people's rights. It's that if you concentrate this much power and you give big corporations the ability to not do business with this person and do business with that person and shut people down for this reason, pretty soon you have a really concentrated monopoly with all the wealth concentrated in a few hands. And then the economy comes to a grinding halt. It's called monopolistic stagnation. So, you know, this is ultimately bad for the market, what they're doing. It's not just bad for people like me.
You know, there's something interesting that's happening, and I'm wondering, where are we going to go from here? And I'd like I was wondering what you all think of that, because we're seeing, like, within 3 days, the PayPal thing happened where a bunch of journalists had that cut off Mint Press. Then you had the, Ministry of Truth emerge. Then you had the Daily Beast that not just did a hit article on one journalist, but went ahead and just went after 5 or 6, right? In one piece, right? And like went for gold, right? And then just went after all the investigative journalists that aren't pushing the narrative and talking points of Biden administration. So what do you think is the next horrible thing that we're moving towards?
Go ahead, take it on, Pasta.
Well, good. I was going to say what we got to do to combat it, right? And that's what we're doing right now. There's a lot of, like, I don't necessarily agree with everything that Nick says. I agree with most of what he says, but that doesn't make a difference. I'm going to still collaborate with him. I'm still going to, work with him. We're going to try to get the information out that we can. Same thing with, Caleb over there. I don't align completely with his ideology, but still, I'm going to, work with him, have him on my shows, talk about it. And I'm also going to blast this information every time it happens. And that's why we have to have these group chats, different platforms, use every single resource we can to plaster and get it out there. The truth, the truth, the truth, the truth, the truth. This happened, the PayPal situation with a good friend of ours, Ryan Christian, the last American vagabond. It happened almost 2.5 years, 3 years ago. And as we were getting out a lot of information and trying to blast as much as we can, there were a bunch of, leftists, Nick, if we should say, that wouldn't share that information, that wouldn't talk about the things he talked about because they didn't agree with him ideology-wise. We got to put our petty differences aside. We know who we are now, and we have to share our information, share each other's platforms, get on, talk, conversate. We got to scream from the rooftops until everybody starts realizing what's going on and eventually, pushes back against this fascist, crazy state.
Well, I want to say something because, this Nina Jackowitz, is that how you say her last name? Jackowitz? Am I saying it right? Jackowitz, right?
Oh, I thought it was Jack Atchowitz. Jack Atchowitz.
There you go. But, she said one thing, which is that, the way she put it, the quote from her is like, in order to stop this free speech attitude, it's about protecting marginalized communities. And that is such bullshit, because if you looked at the history of the United States, if it wasn't for efforts that were heavily tied to Russia, to China, to Cuba, to anti-imperialist countries, the liberation struggle of Black people in the United States would not have advanced the way it did. You can Google William L. Patterson. In the middle of McCarthyism at the time, when Jim Crow segregation was still in effect in the South, the Soviet Union gave a platform to William L. Patterson, an African-American communist at the United Nations. And they brought him to the UN, and he gave a report called We Charge Genocide. And before the entire world, he accused the U.S. government of genocide against Black people. He talked about lynching. He talked about lack of access to medical care. He talked about lack of voting rights. He talked about all of this before the entire world. And then members of the Communist Party of the United States, they went and they printed like the booklet, We Charge Genocide. And they sent it all over the country, on every corner in Chicago, every corner in New York City, and San Francisco and Oakland. They were distributing this report from the United Nations, We Charge Genocide, about the crimes against African Americans. And that's an example of this information laundering. That's what Nina's trying to stop, stuff like that, right? The fact that when Emmett Till was brutally murdered for allegedly whistling at a white woman in 1954, the image of his mutilated body, they showed it in Jet magazine. It was in the African American press. But the Soviet Union took that image and they sent it all over the world. And they said, America says it believes in democracy and freedom. Look what it does to the African-American community. And that had a huge impact. And it was shortly after that you had the Kennedy family and other figures in the Democratic Party say, okay, we're going to start moving against Jim Crow segregation. Robert F. Williams, he was the leader of the NAACP in North Carolina, in Monroe, North Carolina. And he started an armed self-defense group, a Black National Rifle Association, to protect people in North Carolina from the Ku Klux Klan. He got into a shootout with the KKK, and so he had to flee the country because they were going to charge him with murder after this shootout. Where did he go? He went to Cuba and he went to China. And in China, he met with Mao, and Mao even wrote a statement at his request supporting the civil rights movement. And then from Cuba, the Cuban government gave Robert F. Williams a radio program, Radio Free Dixie. And from Cuba, Robert F. Williams was broadcasting revolutionary Black liberation messages. This idea that somehow, shutting down anti-imperialist speech, shutting down media tied to anti-imperialist countries is about protecting marginalized people is such nonsense, because it's the anti-imperialist states like Russia, like China, like Cuba that have been the strongest record of standing with Black freedom fighters, standing with immigrant communities. There's a Black freedom fighter to this day in Cuba, Asada Shakur. Right. She was a Black freedom fighter, a member of the Black Liberation Army. She was falsely charged with killing a police officer. She broke out of jail and now she's in Cuba. And the Cuban government says they will never give her back. Right. The U.S. government has said many times, we want her to come back and stand trial. And the Cuban government says, over our dead body, we are never going to return her to the United States. And the record of Russia, China, and anti-imperialist countries standing up for marginalized people, supporting the Black Liberation Movement, supporting the Chicano Liberation Movement is a mile long. I mean, and for them to obscure all this history, now they're trying to give American empire this woke makeover, make it sound like the USA is such a human rights conscious, such a friendly place that now not only are we so amazing, but we get to go around invading countries around the world and spreading some of our amazing human rights around the world. And in the terms of this propaganda, they're trying to rewrite all of that history and wash away the facts.
Yeah. And Cenk Uygur just said he wants us to fight against Russia because Russia is anti-gay. So that is what progressives do. They use social issues, any social disagreements that they will have with another culture. And some of these I agree with, right? But then they would use that like, oh, they anti-gay, so let's bomb them. Like,
while they give guns and weapons to Saudi Arabia that cuts gay people's heads off, right? In Russia, they have this law that you can't just, distribute they call it homosexual propaganda. You can't have education about homosexuality in school, right? Well, that's not cool. I think kids should be able to, make their own decisions and learn about these things, but whatever. But that's just about education. Right. But in Saudi Arabia, armed by the United States, backed by the United States, they literally cut gay people's heads off. You go to some of these U.S. aligned authoritarian regimes in the Middle East, like Jordan, like Qatar. They take gay people and throw them off of buildings. The USA has no problem selling them weapons and getting their oil. That's pure demagogy and hypocrisy. The USA is not concerned about gay people in Russia. And let me add, one of the places that comes up with the thing about gay people in Russia is Chechnya, right? Chechnya is a part of Russia that's historically very Muslim, right? And so the people there are very religious and very Muslim. For a long time, the narrative about Russia wasn't that gay people were being oppressed in Chechnya. It was the opposite. It was that big Christian Russia was trying to repress the rights of Muslims, and it was forcing their Christian and more Western and more European culture on these innocent Muslims. There was an Islamic insurgency in Chechnya that was backed by Saudi Arabia and the United States. Well, now that's over, right? They've made a deal. The Chechens are very friendly to Russia, et cetera. So now they've reversed it. Now Russia's not violating the right of Chechens to be traditional and conservative and Islamic. Now they're allowing, conservative Muslims in the government to oppress gay people. No matter what, they're just looking for something to use. That's what you need to take out of that narrative. I've been to Russia. There are gay nightclubs in Russia.
I was going to say that.
There's a huge gay scene in St. Petersburg, a huge gay scene in Moscow. Yes, your typical Russian is socially conservative. They're Eastern Orthodox Christians. They're not okay with gay marriage. They're not okay with that kind of thing. But that's true for most of the developing world. That's true for most of the United States. Most of this country are red states. And if you ask your average person in a red state, are you personally okay with gay marriage? They're going to say no. Right? That's just a reality. Now, does that mean that here in the United States, we round up gay people and put them in concentration camps? Of course not. It just means that a lot of people in the United States are not okay with that kind of thing. Well, I'm okay with that kind of thing. I think gay marriage should be legal. I'm for, full rights for the gay people, for trans people, et cetera. But at the same time, I recognize that is not, an issue that I support the Pentagon going around the world and attacking countries on the basis of.
They're not hard. They're not hard concept to grasp. And I know that you probably got to head out here soon, Pasta. So
I wanted to just say something too about
go ahead.
what Caleb said, because yes, I was going to mention that, my friend Mark Sloboda had told me there are gay clubs in Moscow right now. They just want to make sure that the children, there's no gay parades, whatnot. It's not part of the education, which once again, I don't hold that against them. And I believe, honestly, I've gone around this country, when I was following a lot of elections, I spoke to a lot of conservative people. They don't even care about the gay issue. Really, to tell you the truth, they just don't want it in their schools. They don't want their children to be taught, sex education in school. And you can argue that point one way or another. And some would argue the fact that since they opened the door a little bit, it's gotten way out of hand. But that's the God's honest truth, is that a lot of conservatives, they really don't even care. What you do as an adult is your business. And that's how they feel. So, the fact is that we're pushing this against Russia. And a lot of people feel that we're fighting against, an anti-gay Thanos Putin guy who's just so evil. It's just ridiculous.
Well, again, I think this is all a distraction. Right? Let's go back to they're basically distracting us with all of it while they're taking away our civil liberties, just in bits and chunks. And I think, you've all made the point earlier that we're living in an oligarchy. It doesn't matter if you're red or blue. This is, red team, blue team. They're both doing the same thing, right? They're pulling away the rights. So, the Ministry of Truth, what is their next action? What I want to know is, what is their action plan? Or it's starting with just suppressing and silencing and deplatforming, demonetizing. But are we going to be looking at then indicting? Because Homeland Security indicts, like they go after criminals. So they're criminalizing speech. So it's more than just losing free speech. They're criminalizing it. That's the distinction. I don't think, most people realize that's what we're heading towards.
Yeah, that's really a great point. So I want to get you back in here, Pasta. And any final words? I know y'all probably get out here very soon.
Yeah, I
appreciate you joining the Anti-Imperialist Summit, because you guys do great work on the comic, especially on this topic. So I definitely want to get you guys involved. So thank you for joining us. Any last words, any thoughts?
Well, I just want to say, guys, go out there, share Caleb's stuff right now. Get that tweet he has over there. I made a tweet yesterday. I thought it was really coincidental that the day after Mint Press and Caleb get their PayPal taken down, we get this talk of this new free speech commission out there. I don't know, guys. Is it coincidental or what? But it's a little fishy to me. And the Great Purge is not over yet. They used the COVID situation to take away people's civil liberties. And, I want to give a big ups to Tara talking about our civil liberties. That's important. I love the fact that you talk about that. Tara's got a lot of great new shows out there, too, as well. Our team might have been shut down, but we're still here. None of us are going to back down. And if you get a chance to go check out Caleb's stuff, please do. I've had the honor to not only call him a friend, but have great conversations with him and do great work in the Global South. And finally, Nick, I think you are amazing at what you do. You're more than just one of the co-hosts of RBN. I think you're the guy behind the guy who made this happen. You're a great producer as well. And I look forward to more collaborations, even on things we disagree with, because I think that's the important thing, is if we can talk to each other like adults across different party lines and whatnot. That's going to be beneficial to people fighting back the empire that needs to go.
Absolutely, man. Well said. And obviously, we are friends of the Convo House, and we got to have you back on, man. There's so much we have to talk about. Yeah. So thank you for coming on.
I'm putting together another panel, and tell JB Font to get ready, because this is going to be a good one. I told him the reparations panel is coming, and I got some big names. So I'm looking forward to it. So your outlet will be hearing from me very shortly.
Yeah, that should be a fun one. That should be fun.
Oh yeah.
Do it. So,
bye guys.
Always good to talk to Pasta.
Bye, Caleb. Bye, Tara. Bye, Nick. I love you guys.
Good to see you, Pasta.
Stay vigilant.
Absolutely. So, the main topic of this panel, and I actually covered this story a little bit, and I actually want to get Caleb Maupin's Antar's thought on this story, because we saw how the media is cracking down on all dissidents, and they are using it under the guise of fighting misinformation, right? So I can't think of anyone better to ask this than Caleb, and then I want to move on to the next part of this, because I don't know if you saw the story. They are still pushing the ghost of Kiev. Bullshit. So I don't know if you saw this, and I want to get your opinion. I asked Jimmy's and Pasta's response, but I had to ask both of you guys this as well. And you guys can also talk, especially Caleb. I know you really plugged in on this issue. You can explain why this is bullshit. But now my theory, because this is published today. So now this is shit lives. We're like, yeah, this guy, he's a hero. He died. He was a ghost of Kiev who shot down all these Russian planes. Right? How many they said he damn, this is not the one that said how many he killed, but it's like some ridiculous number of how many Russian planes that he shot down. So you guys see who the biggest purveyor of misinformation? And by the way, you see in the headline, their source is the Ukrainian media.
Yeah.
According to the Ukrainian media. And when you hear that, you might as well throw that away. You already know Zelensky banned all opposition outlets. It pretty much just straight up propaganda for Zelensky and his cause. I'm gonna get Caleb in there. I know you guys probably got a lot to say. What's your thoughts after seeing that? What's your reaction?
Well, we really have no idea how much just straight up lying American media does. When I was in college, my college invited a guest speaker who is Bruce Cummings, who is the most respected scholar of Korean history in the United States. And he spent a lot of time researching Korea, North Korea, and South Korea. And I asked him, I said, what about all this stuff in American media that Kim Jong-il and Kim Jong-un has, 500 concubines and the world's largest collection of porn and all of this? And he said, none of that has any basis in fact. And he said he frequently gets calls from ABC and NBC, and they'll want to confirm a story like that, or that Kim Jong-il, ate his brother alive for dinner, or all of this stuff. And he said they will frequently call him, since he's the top scholar of Korean studies in the United States. They will call him and say, is this stuff true? Can we confirm this? And he'll say, no, I can't confirm it. And then he'll ask them what their source is. And they'll say, oh, it's someone in the South Korean military. But then you'll read it in the New York Daily News. You'll read it on the New York Times. They'll reference it on American TV. And they will repeat cockamamie, bullshit, half-truths about North Korea that are outrageous. And and it just gets treated as fact. And if you bring it up, if you in the United States say, hey, how do you know it's true that Kim Jong-il has the world's largest collection of pornography? They don't let Americans go there. I mean, have you seen this collection of pornography that Kim Jong-il has? What do they immediately say? They say, are you defending a mass murdering dictator? And so, they just shut down. And that's how they do this, right? And so there's all kinds of fake news out there. And that's how all of this works. And so, when it comes to this Ghost of Kiev, this was fake news. It was a fucking video game, wasn't it? I mean, it was a video game, right? So now it's been debunked. All right. So now they found somebody who was a fighter pilot who did die and did have some good numbers. So now they're floating him out there and saying, hey, that story we completely lied to you about to begin with, it turned out to be a video game. Well, actually, it might kind of be true, because it's like, give me a break. Give me a break. Give me a break. Right? Give me a break. And you can be sure that that anything similar, from the other side that would go counter to the narrative would be immediately met with criticism, met with cynicism, met with disbelief. There would be immediately people saying, how do you know that? And that's really what Nina is trying to do. Is she's just appealing to people's pro-establishment biases. What she ultimately wants is she wants you to have a voice in the back of your head that when you hear something, when someone says a fact, you think, okay, is this something that might help Russia? Is this something that might lead me to be critical of the American government? Well, I'm not going to investigate whether it's true. I should just not believe it because of what it sounds like. That's what she's trying to do. And that's really what they depend on, right? And that was, you talk about the Cold War and McCarthyism and the good old days. That's largely what was there, is you could come out and you could say, hey, black people are being lynched in the South. Hey, the Vietnam War, thousands of people are dying. And a lot of Americans did just have this voice in the back of their head that said, oh, if someone says something like that, they're probably a communist. They're probably working for the enemy. I better not believe it. But then over the course of the 1960s and over the course, especially of the information revolution and the access to internet, millions of Americans don't think that way anymore. And if someone says, hey, maybe Russia, has a reason for intervening in Ukraine, there's millions of Americans that go, okay, I'm going to look into that. I'm going to hear the other side of the story. And that's what scares them. They want that kind of almost, they want basically believing the American government, believing the Pentagon, and believing the American media to be your religion. Religion is a matter of faith, right? No one can prove or disprove the existence of God. No one can prove or disprove, whether the Bible is true. People just have faith, and they want you to have faith in the American government. That's what they want. They want you to engage in thought stopping. So the second you hear something that sounds like it might go contrary to the narrative that Joe Biden is giving you, you immediately go, up, that's from the enemy. I better not think. That's what they're trying to do to you. And you should say no. You should say, no, I'm not going to let you do that. I will fight for my own mind. I will demand my right to think as I want, right? I mean, you're fighting for yourself. It's not about me. It's not about Russia. It's not about, you know, the working class and the capitalist class. At the end of the day, it's just about your dignity as an individual. You know,
there's so many good things you said. And before I get Tara reading here, one thing in particular, because I ran a few segments with my friends debunking the lies about the DPRK. So I'm glad that you spoke up about that, because a lot of people are afraid to talk about that issue, because there's like the psychology of imperialism that we talk about on the International Elections Coalition with Dr. Kareem Batesh and Dr. Peter Beattie on why do Americans just believe anything, especially when you look at Asian countries and Black countries. You can tell the average American that in Kenya they have government sanctioned sacrifices, and they be like, "Oh, damn, that's crazy," because the psychology of that is they believe that non-white Western societies are inherently savage. So you can say shit that doesn't make any sense. So I remember hearing this growing up, and this was completely bullshit that my friend who's very knowledgeable about the DPRK told me. They would say people in DPRK, they believe that Kim Jong-un doesn't take a shit. Like they wanted to make up shit that they were like, yeah, they believe he's some sort of god who lives forever. He doesn't take that's clearly not true. Right. And then people will just repeat that as fact. Like that's been repeated in like the New York Times, Washington Post. Yeah, they worship him. They believe he's a god who doesn't take a shit. And it's like the only reason you guys believe that because you guys inherently believe they're savages for whatever reason. You gotta get, if you believe that shit, you gotta get that checked out. So
yeah,
you want to speak more on
let me
that,
just
Caleb?
say this: the
Go ahead.
Wilson Center that Nina used to work for, they actually published a report about all the support North Korea gave to the Black Panthers. And that gets totally glossed over in our media. They don't show that in the movies about the Black Panthers, but North Korea, the Wilson Center themselves, Nina's former bosses, did a whole report about how North Korea gave money to the Black Panthers. North Korea welcomed delegations for the Black Panthers. Eldridge Cleaver, when he was fleeing the American government, he lived in North Korea. And that's, again, getting to the essence of what Nina's talking about. They don't like the fact that people that are trying to break free from American imperialism around the world are aligning with people here at home that are trying to break free from the same empire. That's what this whole thing is about. And that's what Nina is getting at.
And before I get to Arnie, I want to explain one more thing on DPRK, because my friend taught me a lot about this issue. And Americans have no idea what that country is like at all. So there is a story. For one, they eradicate homelessness, right? So we got this giant homelessness population. They don't have a homelessness problem in the DPRK. So there's also another story I want to share with you guys. So they have massive peach farms. They grow a ton of peaches every year. There was one year on record in which they grew too many peaches. There was like a massive surplus in peaches. Now think about, what do we do in this country when there's a massive surplus of food? We throw it away because we don't want to drive down the cost of food, right? So they had this massive peach surplus, and you want to know what their government did? They just started giving it out to people. They use that to feed their people. And you guys gotta understand, it is tough over there, but this is because, as I explained before, the capitalism has crushed any alternative, and they put the DPRK under massive amount of sanctions. They sanctioned their country to death, and they're like, oh, look how they're struggling over there.
Yeah.
Right? And then they say, oh, we need to bomb this country to save the people that we're sanctioning. It doesn't even make sense at face value. And they'll have people tour the DPRK, and this is another piece of propaganda they get people to just inherently believe. Well, they say some people, they will go to DPRK and they realize that everything they was told is bullshit. So you want to know what the Western response to that is? They said, well, they just set up these fake cities. They set up these fake like, do you guys understand the optics of what it would mean to set up fake cities and fake neighborhoods whenever they had tourism? And people just repeat that as fact in America. Yeah, I know it may look good in North Korea, but that's because it's all fake. Do you guys know what that would mean? Sorry, I know you want to chime in, Caleb, and I'm gonna get to her back in there soon, but go ahead.
Let me say this. First of all, what do you think the American government does when it brings people from all over the world to the United States, but they only see Manhattan? They only go to Harvard. And they, you think that these international friends of the United States who come, you think they're going to Montana? Do you think they're going to Alabama? Do you think they're going to working class neighborhoods in the Bronx? You think that they're going to Ohio and Pennsylvania? You think they're seeing the Rust Belt? Of course not. The college system of the United States, specifically the Ivy League schools, is a lot about bringing people from around the world to the United States and cultivating this illusion that the United States is very prosperous, that we're very, woke and socially aware, that there's no racism here. And I'm sorry, I live in Brooklyn now, and I'll tell you that Brooklyn, and especially Manhattan, is definitely different from the rest of the United States. So I think that sounds like what the United States does for the people around the world. And if you watch American media, 90% of the time you're either seeing Southern California or New York City. And this country's way bigger than that. And with social media, with Real Housewives of New Jersey and all of this, we, around the world, people have a false image of the United States. The other thing, though, is I don't want people to misunderstand this. There's probably somebody watching this now and is like, okay, come on. You guys really think North Korea is not an authoritarian regime? No, North Korea is a very authoritarian society. We shouldn't pretend that they have the level of free speech that we have here. They don't. They don't have the same level of freedom of assembly, right? But that's because they're under attack. Right. And that North Korea is a very rigid society. They have had to militarize the country, but that's because they're under attack and because they're fighting for their lives. After the fall of the Soviet Union, at that point, the United States did what it has done to Venezuela, what it's doing to countries around the world now. And it used food as a weapon. Right. And North Korea is mainly mountainous, so they don't have very much farmland. They were food self-sufficient, but they needed oil for their tractors. So the U.S. government maneuvered to make sure that nobody could sell oil to North Korea. And so they couldn't put oil in their tractors, and their food system came to a grinding halt. And 4 million people starved to death in the 1990s in North Korea because of U.S. government policy. And so at that point, North Korea is saying, wow, you're killing our people like this. We're going to get nuclear weapons to make sure you don't invade us. So they started making noise like they might get nuclear weapons. So then Bill Clinton promised them that if they didn't get nuclear weapons, he would give them all this fuel, all this oil, all this food, he would help them get peaceful nuclear energy. And they made a deal, and Bill Clinton gave them a little bit, and then the US Congress just didn't fund it. And so they didn't get it. And North Korea was waiting. They're like, wait a second, we agreed to not get nuclear weapons in exchange for you giving us oil, giving us heating gas, giving us food, and you're not doing it. You gave us a little bit, and now you're not doing it. And so North Korea waited, and they waited, and they waited. And then George W. Bush gave his Axis of Evil speech and basically announced that the USA wanted to overthrow North Korea. And at that point, they're like, okay, fine. If you're coming for us, we're going to get nuclear weapons. And that's why North Korea withdrew from the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty and developed nuclear weapons. So, what they have been through, any society that has been subject to that many attacks and that much, subversion and is living under the gun of the United States that much, when you have millions of people starving to death with the U.S. government using food as a weapon, at that point, they're not going to be fooling around, right? It's going to be a very rigid authoritarian society. But that doesn't mean that every bit of fake news they give us about it is true. And we got to be clear about that, because there's people, the way that they have people programmed is the second we start saying, oh, they're lying about North Korea, someone goes, oh, come on, and that's how they've programmed us. They've got us this black and white thinking. The world is not black and white. A lot of things are very nuanced. There are shades of gray. And yes, North Korea is a very authoritarian society, but it's like that because of the United States.
Yeah, and what's very interesting, and we can do a whole show on DPRK, because I'm always interested in debunking Western propaganda. I want to get Tara in here. One last, actually, we should probably move on.
Yeah,
we can do a whole show on fucking DPRK. So I'm gonna get Tara in here, because the original, what we brought up originally before we went on a whole tangent, was about the ghosts in Kiev and misinformation. You can chime in on anything we were discussing, but that was a general answer.
Well, I wanted to go back to what Caleb and you were pointing out about, the ghost of Kiev and all that. When it came to light that some of these stories were absolutely false, right? The New York Times did an article. I don't know if anyone remembers it because it was a month ago, but so now the news cycle is moving so fast. But they basically gave the excuse that the false flag stories or the absolutely false, exaggerated stories out of Ukraine about atrocities was actually to boost morale, that we needed those stories to boost morale. So it was like basically saying, well, Western propaganda is okay. These lies are okay because, again, it's just serving the weapons manufacturers like Raytheon and Lockheed Martin, who, is involved too, of just, basically they're trying to get as much profits as they can. And what you're seeing is this continuation of tension and of aggression of, and just like, I think it was a day or two ago, one of the headlines of one of the mainstream medias was that Russia was saber rattling about nuclear weapons. No, they weren't. America was. And in fact, a US senator a month and a half ago was threatening to even want to assassinate the president of Russia, which it's I mean, so this violent rhetoric is leading us kind of, in this sleepwalking way down to World War III if we're not careful. And that's where, we need to talk about like what we're doing. But I think it was just stunning how that misinformation was then called a morale booster,
Well said. So we got, I know we have another panel scheduled in like 15 minutes. I'm not sure where, I'm going to see where they're doing on time. But I definitely want to ask you guys about this. And this is also can be a part of the Ukraine-Russian discussion, because I've been tracking this story, because we all know what this whole Ukraine-Russian war is about. It's about the West fight for U.S. hegemony, the expansion of NATO, and the funneling of weapons to enrich weapon defense contractors. That's what it's about. We all knew what Russia's red line was to stop the eastward expansion of NATO. And we played the clip. I don't know if you saw it, Caleb, but before you joined, with the NFL draft, right, when they were doing Russia-Ukraine propaganda. And this is a coordinated move by the West to mislead people what this war is about. They don't even know that this war is about Russia winning a neutral Ukraine, which, if you know the history of the event, you guys can chime in more on this. It makes 100% sense in terms of Russia's position that you don't want fucking Nazis armed who are openly hostile to Russia, including banning the Russian language. So during this whole propaganda at the NFL draft, they were pretending they fight for freedom, right? Now it's all about stopping NATO. You got people fighting. You got people sending billions of weapons to continue the eastward expansion of NATO. And especially as a Black person, as a colonized person, we all should be calling for the abolishment of NATO. Yep. So I am biased. I admit, you guys, I got a vested interest in halting NATO and shrinking NATO at all costs. If you're Black, if you're colonized, if you're on the left, if you're a socialist, anyone, we should have a vested interest in fighting NATO. Now, I'm saying this story up for this reason, because the West and the United States is trying to extend this war the best they can. Joe Biden just sent $33 billion more in aid. He's trying to get approved. So we all know Russia hardline is NATO. You have Sweden and Finland who is now teasing joining NATO. And I'm showing you Russia's warning first, because they all know what Russia's position is. Stop the expansion of NATO. They even said, hey, we even be willing to use nuclear weapons if you guys don't stop with the NATO expansion. So despite this, these two quote unquote progressive female leaders from Sweden and Finland that was celebrated, now they are pushing for World War III. Look, Finland and Sweden, they are literally seeking NATO membership, and particularly in Sweden, they've been running a ton of pro-war, pro-NATO propaganda, despite the fact that the country is split. Democracy Now! Actually did a great segment where they had someone who's anti-war in Sweden that was explaining how there's nothing but nonstop NATO propaganda, despite there's an anti-war movement in Sweden that's on the left that is advocating against it. And you want to know why Sweden and Finland is saying they should join NATO? Because they want security assurances against Russia, just in case Russia invades, which is nonsense. Why would Russia invade Finland and Sweden? Also, this is also nonsense because they already get security assurances as a member of the EU. So this move is completely irrelevant. It literally just done to provoke Russia. Now, the last story I want to share before I give you guys thoughts. Now, check this one out. As I said, the United States want to escalate this conflict. They don't want peace. Because if they want peace, why would they advocate for this? The U.S. will strongly support NATO membership for Finland and Sweden. People don't know why this war even been fought. So I'm gonna start with Caleb. We go, Tara. What's your reaction to this? The West's insistence on expanding NATO despite raising threats of World War III and nuclear threats. So, What's your take on that? What I get right, what I get wrong? What's your general thoughts on that, Caleb?
I just keep flashing back to Rosa Luxemburg. Rosa Luxemburg wrote a really good pamphlet called the Junius pamphlet, and she was living in Germany in like 1914, and it was about how World War I started. And basically what happened was, you have two big, superpowers that are, attacking each other. But you see, it's not like the big corporations in Germany or the corporations in Britain, they weren't the ones that were actually doing it. It was their politicians. And so the politicians are all trying to one up each other. Well, I hate the Germans. Yeah, well, I super hate the Germans. Yeah, well, I super duper hate the Germans. And this leads to a situation, and that's what's happening now. The reason World War I broke out, nobody intended for World War I to happen. But there was an intention on the part of the Americans, the British, and the French, and the Germans, and the Austrians, and the Ottoman, the Turkish Empire. There was an intention to escalate, to push. And the two sides, you had people that were trying to get points with their boss by being the guy who pushed it further. And somebody else would try to outdo them and be the guy to push it further. And one thing led to another, and suddenly 20 million people died in Europe because World War I broke out. And nobody planned for that. There was no corporation sitting there plotting to have World War I. But when you create an atmosphere where people get rewarded for how far they get to the edge. I mean, it's like, I don't know if you've ever seen, there's an old classic 1950s movie called Rebel Without a Cause, starring James Dean, where there's a chicken race. And these two guys, they have cars and they're driving close to a cliff. And the first guy who stops loses, right? That's the idea. So whoever gets closest to the cliff without stopping wins. Right? I mean, that's what they're doing here. It's like how you get points in Washington, you get points in Brussels if you push this further. And so now, we got this threat of new countries to join NATO. We got people calling for the assassination of the Russian president on the floor of Congress. If you keep pushing it for this long, eventually we're going to have World War III. And they've created an atmosphere where people don't get any points for saying, slow down. People don't get any points for saying, hold up, let's stop. They don't get any points for that. And that's really, really dangerous. And we need people to take responsibility for the future of mankind and say, look, maybe I don't agree with Russia. Maybe I don't agree with China or whatever, but this is dangerous. Slow down, stop. We had that during the Cold War. There was a peace movement in the United States that, when Reagan would be escalating the arms race, then you'd have, some liberal would get on TV and say, well, we don't approve of Russia, but we must slow down. This is a dangerous escalation. We don't have that now. And that's terrifying. There's no adults in the room here. And so we have people pushing it, getting as close to that cliff as they possibly can. And that's very disturbing.
What's that, Tara? You want to add anything?
That was very well said, Caleb. And to that point, they're taking us to this brink, right? But it's also to excuse all the money that's being spent, of course, on weaponry. And also to excuse that the American military is going to go into those countries like Finland and Sweden and build up arms right on the Russian border and again aggravate that situation. So where is this going to go? And that is the biggest question right now. What is their end game? What is the plan? And I think you're right. It's like a global game of chicken, and everyone will lose. Everyone will lose. There's no winners. So I just think that it's been a stunning, and as far as like the United States and their role in this, I think that NATO has never been, and there's all of this propaganda about how NATO is a peacekeeping force. Well, it's not. And remember, as far as Caleb, you mentioned the peace movement. Well, the peace movement now, they were out marching to, close the sky, or like the fly zones, close the fly zones, which would ignite World War III. So you had the actual peace activists with those, that were kind of considered moderate Democrats or whatever, that were out there marching to do that, to have the no-fly zone, not knowing what it really meant, that it meant shooting down Russian planes, which would ignite World War III. Or maybe they did know what it meant. I don't know. Give me your opinion on that.
Yeah, the Associated Press mislabeled the huge, no-fly zone rally in Washington, D.C. they reported on it as a peace rally. And that
Right.
is, you're calling for no fly zone. That is not peace.
No.
But I will say, Code Pink, they were out in the streets with a real peace march saying
Yes.
de-escalate, and they are critical of Russia, but they also want to de-escalate. And the Center for Political Innovation, we've had several rallies, in the United States and around the country, and we've had literature tables in DC and in New York and other places. And the reaction that we've gotten, when we go out and say, look, Russia's not our enemy, the Wall Street NATO fascists are, a lot of people agree with us. A lot of people are open to hearing it. They weren't a few weeks ago. They weren't maybe even a month ago. But people are more open to this than ever before. And it's such a wide variety of people who are open to hearing it. That's what's also amazing. I mean,
yeah.
it's just,
and like, I have a question about that. Have you noticed, or is it my imagination, that the yellow and blue, kind of the virtue signaling we've been seeing on social media, those flags have been disappearing off those bios? Have you noticed that? I
think because we saw the Ukraine flag in that new psyop that turned up around the same time everyone started banning K-Hive. So I think that was like a Democratic troll farm, because you see these same people, they would be like they would like post like Biden 2024 and shit like that. So maybe after Elon bought them out, they canceled the troll farm. I don't know. But they do have some of the absolute worst takes. But go ahead, Kayla. I think you want to chime in, right?
Well, I have to say this, which is, okay, put your feelings about Russia and Ukraine aside, about the intervention in the war. Russia is a leading producer. They are the top producer of wheat in the world. And because of this war, they won't be able to export huge amounts of wheat that they export. Ukraine is also a huge wheat producer. They're going to have about a harvest of 50% of what they normally produce. On top of that, Russian fertilizer is supposed to fertilize crops is not going to be delivered. And a number of countries in Africa, a number of countries in South America, a number of countries, I think India is also, they're not going to get the fertilizer, right? On top of that, there are 6 U.S. states that are projected by the National Weather Service to have droughts and wildfires this summer. And Joe Biden has admitted there is going to be a global food crisis. People are going to be malnourished. And there are going to be malnutrition-related deaths. There's going to be an uptick in malnutrition-related deaths because of this conflict. That's the emergency. Right now, our leaders should be convening a world summit about how to stop this, right? How to stop the food crisis that's about to happen.
Well,
that's
Caleb,
the emergency.
How they stop it is they stop the war. They need to start talking about diplomacy instead of how many more weapons. For the first time in the White House press briefing 2 days ago, a reporter finally said the question, so what does victory look like for the U.S. in how long is this going to go on? And I mean, that hasn't even been asked by reporters. All they've been saying is what kind of, missiles, how many more of these, how much more money. And I think this last 33 billion that was just passed through with like not a blink in the eye, simultaneously saying there was no money for any domestic programs for American citizens. I think that's finally people are like, what? Wait, okay. But it took how many billion total, for us to get there? It took actually 55% of the projected budget for the year that went to defense instead of American citizens. So anyway.
Well said, Tara and Caleb. I appreciate having you guys on the Anti-Imperialist Summit. Before I send you guys off, I'm going to give you guys a quick chance to say any last thoughts. Also, make sure you guys check out both Tara and Caleb. They do great work, and I learn a lot from this community, and I grow through following the work of every single person you see on RBN. We don't invite these people on for no reason. So, Caleb, any last thoughts? And then we go to Tara next, and then again, you want to promote as well.
I'll just try to be brief, but I'm the founder and director of the Center for Political Innovation, and one thing that we try to do is not just focus on what we're against, but what we're for. And, Libya was the top oil producing country in Africa. They had the highest life expectancy in Africa before the NATO bombs destroyed it. But one of the things that Gaddafi did is he built the Great Man-Made River, which is the world's largest irrigation system. And with droughts coming up this summer and wildfires and the danger, to crop output in the United States, imagine if instead of focusing on escalating with Russia, and imagine if instead of having troops all overseas, that Joe Biden brought the troops home, and he brought the U.S. military home, and he put them to work building a great man-made river or a great irrigation project in the center of the United States to make sure that the farmlands of the United States, because this is going to be a problem because of global warming. We're going to have more droughts and crop failures and wildfires. But imagine Imagine all the military apparatus and might of the United States being put to work irrigating the country. And we at the Center for Political Innovation, we're working on a proposal around doing just that. We're drawing from some of what Roosevelt proposed. We're drawing from other ideas that have been in the works. We are proposing that instead of escalating with Russia and exacerbating this food crisis, that Joe Biden should build what we're going to call the river of life in the center of America, and hire millions of unemployed people to irrigate the heartland of the United States, to secure the United States from the problematic effects of global warming on crop output. We're working on that proposal, build the river of life in the center of the United States. And that's the kind of proposal to show people what the government could do if it was on the side of the people. That's a way to really challenge the narrative. Don't just denounce what we're against, but show what could happen if we had a government of action that fought for working families.
Well said, Kelly. That's great. That's great work. So, Tara, I want to get you in here as well. Any final thoughts? Anything you want to promote?
I just wanted to thank you for having me and having the summit. And it was an honor to be on the panel with you all. And I always learn so much history with Caleb too. He always brings so much to the summits and to the talks. So thank you, Caleb.
And whenever I hear Caleb, I'm like, as a political commentator, I'm like, damn, I got to up my game, man.
I know. Whenever I'm going to be on a panel with Caleb, I'm like, okay, I got to read a couple articles. No, you got to do your homework, right? You got to bring receipts. What I was going to say is we need to really focus on what some of the moves are. Like Caleb said, besides denouncing, we need to provide solution-based, not just presenting the problems, but like regarding our freedom of speech and regarding like what's been happening about shutting, demonetizing, and silencing voices. We need to have more summits focused on that. We need freedom of speech. We need to be able to hear the suggestions that can make change. So there needs to be some action related things from citizens about that. And to push back on the formation, we can, as citizens, push back on this governance board. We can reject it, and we should collectively do that. So Misty had mentioned, Misty Winston, who's talking about Assange, right? Yeah, we're talking about doing, some sort of action related, thing regarding that, whether, it be a mass letter or, something to move towards pushing back on the way they're trying to suppress us and suppress our voices.
That's one of the reasons why we had an Anti-Imperialist Summit, because as a network, especially as a network that's only a year old, we're just trying to figure out how we can make the impact the best we can. So what we're doing right now, let's bring the community together. Let's brainstorm. Let's plan action together, which we got a lot planned throughout the next part of this next year. You guys got a lot of stuff. Like after the Anti-Imperialist Summit, man, you guys see the next era of RBN is going to be pretty crazy. So
that's right.
Thank you guys for joining us, Caleb and Tara. I'm going to pop you guys out. Thank you guys for joining us once again. Always great talking to you guys. I also want to introduce my wonderful, amazing RBN co-host. You guys know we co-host The Outsider's View as well. So,
my light is off.
You guys know I got to do my hype introduction. My amazing comrade Josana, she will host this next panel.
And the cutest thing is that Nick lets me be as ghetto as I want. Look, my...
We are a proletariat network. You guys know what you're getting over here. So I let Josana just vibe. I let Josana vibe and do her thing. She does a great job providing international perspective. And she's going to do it again. Is that my brother, JB? Is that James? Are you joining this panel?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
I mean, if he's there, he's joining. There's no chance for him to not.
It's all good. Y'all didn't hear that. All right. Anyway,
I'm going to have so many good people right now, Nick. Hi. We have so many good people right now. You should stay.
I think you.
He's like,
I don't want to suck all the air out of the room. I already talked too much. As it is.
Yeah, go take some rest.
JB about to drop some knowledge. My brother, man. How you doing?
I was just here to help you guys out in the background. That's what I was doing.
I saw you like, oh shit. Oh, my bad.
No. I just got finished doing a show on PVN, and I'm like, I'm not doing a show till tomorrow. And I'm like, man, let me help my family out, in the background, so you guys can take some time just to rest or whatever. So you know, so
Yeah, you
you
don't have
guys
to say
are.
just say hi. Just say what's up to us.
Yeah, I'm just saying hi, you know, and I can be in the background, you know, just operating things like the great and powerful Oz. You know what I'm saying? So.
Right. I see you guys around. I think next time you
Yeah.
guys see me tomorrow morning, we have Dr. Gerald Horn on. That's the next time you guys see me. Have a great panel, guys. Thank you guys for joining us as well.
All right.
Okay. Hi. Thank you, JB, for being here. I missed you. Quaker
Miss you too.
Socialist is in the comments as our moderator. I want to thank her firsthand, and I want to thank the guests. We have very special guests tonight. Unfortunately, 2 of them are not responding. I want you all to understand these are people that are in action all the time. So sometimes they won't be in a panel because the action just called them and they have to go. And if they show up during the stream, we're just going to add them and we're going to go with it. So we are still trying to find a volunteer interpreter. While we don't, I will do the double job of the interpreter and the person moderating the panel. But we do have Natalia Urban, right, Natalia? Did I say your name right? Awesome. Natalia is a anti-imperialist journalist from Brazil, right? And my heart is pouring with happiness that she accepted this invitation last minute. She's about that fight. She's about that sauce. Natalia, please introduce yourself. You can do it in English, and then I will translate for Constantine and Leonel Brizola Neto. Okay?
Thank you so much, Josanna, and great to be here tonight. And both of them know me, so you don't need to do the introduction. They're all great comrades here. Well, my name is Natalia. I work as a journalist in several media, several independent leftist medias from Brazil and also abroad. Usually I write about Latin America, especially the role that imperialism, US imperialism plays on Latin America, but also the European one. So it's great to be here. I'm always down to discuss and bash imperialism down.
My type of girl. My kind of girl. Because I've been back and forth Portuguese and English girl. I speak no language now.
Yeah. It is stressing, and also it messes your brain in a way only a few people will understand. I like the girl, so no apologies here.
No, it's okay. And we have our interpreter, I think, just entered the room. Turn your camera on, Professor. Thank you for being here. You can introduce yourself in English if you want and let us know your name and everything. And then I'm going to go to the Brazilian guest, to the guest that I need to translate. Sorry. Everybody here is Brazilian, and JB is an honorary Brazilian. Okay. Oh, he probably didn't hear, but I will.
Hi.
Oh, hi. Please introduce yourself for us. It's Carlos Teixeira, right?
Yes. Hello, everybody. My name is Carlos Teixeira. I'm a professor in Brazil, but the point is not that if I'm a professor or not, but the point is I'm here because I have to fight against racist and against people that are not looking for the rights from Brazil. And for this reason that Claudia asked me for to stay here with you. Am I so glad for stay here? And
oops, audio. Okay, Professor Carlos, maybe maybe leave the studio and come back. Okay, now I am gonna talk to my Portuguese brothers. I'm like, the reason why I'm so excited, I'm super hyped, it's not the amount of caffeine that I've been taking. Is that I'm proud as fuck as my people. I'm proud as fuck for my people, about my people. What's that word there? I I am proud because like every single Brazilian I brought here today, like earlier on, we had the national direction of the MST. People got to ask questions. They got to like, it was amazing. And I'm very proud that we can have this together. Like, I feel like I'm introducing my community to the US and telling them, I told you, we are about the fight. And we're here to share that with you all. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to introduce Mr. Leonel Brizola Neto. Would you like to do your introduction in English, or would you like me to be the interpreter while our dear friend Carlos
interpreter? I need a
interpreter. I got you.
Yeah, I understand it. I understand very well, but I prefer talking Portuguese so I can be more clear what's happening here.
Of course.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna just do a brief introduction. Brizola Jr. is the son of Brizola, which when I was a child, was propagandized to hate. Not hate, to fear. Because my parents would say like, oh, Brizola is a communist. He's coming to take everything away from you. And see Brizola in the TV. But of course,
he's a farmer. That's so fun.
We are so afraid of the farm. But what I learned, and it's so beautiful to see that he was so truthful to his principles, and it's an honor to have someone from his family here with me, because of course I grew out of that concept when I was like 13 years old. I looked around, I looked at myself in the mirror, I was like, I'm on the right side of history. Bye. So Brizola also is the director. Sorry, I have it here. I have my notes here. Brizola is the president of the Leonel Brizola Cultural Foundation in Rio de Janeiro, right? Awesome. Yes. So just to explain to Professor Carlos, what we're going to do is we're going to have, like I told people earlier, open your hearts and minds so we can have the conversation with the translation is very important. We also have people from Brazil tuning in, so it's very important that they can hear and understand. And yes, and we're going to say something, and then Professor Carlos will have the chance to say that in Portuguese to the guests and audience, and then maybe in English to the other people. It's an exchange. So JB, if you have any questions to ask the guests, the professor will help you with that. And I will move ahead to the introductions. I have André Constantin. Que honra! Que honra! What an honor to have you here. You, of course, don't know me. Você não me conhece. But I am a big, huge fan of your work. Sou uma grande fã do seu trabalho. And wow, I'm kind of nervous. I had the MST, and then now I have you guys, and I'm like, woo! So, eu tô nervosa, porque assim, né, eu sou fã e boba, assim, você me perdoa. And I'm very glad that you accepted the invitation. Constantine, he is the leader of the national movement of favelas in Brazil. He has a lot to say to us. And would you like to say any words to our audience? You can say in Portuguese, English, and we will translate. We will get the communication going.
Português.
Vai. Mas você quer falar alguma coisa agora?
Eu queria agradecer o convite que me foi feito pela companheira Cláudia Ferreira, do estado da Bahia. Ela que está muito ativa na luta dos povos originários indígenas aqui no Brasil. Acabou de aparecer ela aí, companheira Cláudia. Quero dedicar a minha participação no programa de hoje em memória às duas crianças Yanomamis que foram mortas por garimpeiros. Uma tinha 12 anos de idade, ela foi estuprada e morta por garimpeiros, e a outra tinha apenas 3 anos de idade e morreu ao ser jogada no rio. Quero dedicar minha participação no programa de hoje em memória dessas duas crianças Yanomamis que foram duramente mortas pelo avanço dos garimpeiros nas terras dos povos originários indígenas aqui no Brasil, com a total conivência e complacência desse governo genocida, desgraçado, miliciano, liderado por um bandido que não tem legitimidade para estar sentado naquela cadeira da presidência da República. Já que em 2018, na eleição aqui no Brasil, existiu um conluio no Poder Judiciário brasileiro financiado pelo imperialismo americano. Tá? O golpe aqui no Brasil foi arquitetado, idealizado aí em solo norte-americano e financiado pelo imperialismo, que derrubou a ex-presidenta Dilma, uma mulher íntegra e honesta, eleita através do voto popular, porque o imperialismo queria colocar suas garras sujas e imundas em uma de nossas riquezas e recursos naturais, que era o pré-sal. É importante que se fale isso aqui. Quero dedicar também a minha participação no programa de hoje, em memória de mais um jovem negro que foi morto, executado pela Polícia Militar do Estado do Rio de Janeiro. O nome dele, Jonathan Ribeiro, de apenas 18 anos de idade. Levou um tiro no peito e foi deixado no chão para morrer como se fosse um lixo. Quem conduziu o Jonathan até a UPA de Manguinhos foram os próprios moradores. Eu quero lembrar aos americanos que estão nos assistindo nesse momento que aqui no Brasil existe um holocausto negro brasileiro que não comove ninguém, não sensibiliza ninguém. Nós estamos morrendo como baratas, como se fôssemos ratos, como se fôssemos lixo. E as nossas mortes não sensibilizam ninguém, porque o Estado burguês está matando aqueles que pertencem ao grupo dos matáveis. Nós, negros e os pertencentes aos povos originários indígenas, fazemos parte do grupo dos matáveis. É por isso que a nossa morte não sensibiliza ninguém. Então, quero dedicar a minha participação no programa de hoje em memória, né, dessas duas crianças e desse jovem que estava entrando aí na fase adulta. Quero também aproveitar o ensejo de dedicar minha participação no programa a meus irmãos e irmãs palestinos, que são massacrados cotidianamente pelo Estado terrorista e sionista de Israel, que saqueia suas terras, que estupra as mulheres e prende as suas crianças, com total conivência dessa organização que não serve para porra nenhuma, que é a ONU. A ONU, que é totalmente subordinada aos interesses do imperialismo americano na sua política expansionista que ele tem no mundo. Então, quero dedicar também a minha participação no programa de hoje para os meus irmãos e irmãs palestinos. Estamos juntos nessa luta. É o momento dos povos oprimidos se unirem. O imperialismo está enfraquecido, o dólar está enfraquecido. O que está por detrás desse conflito internacional é muita coisa que está em jogo ali. Então, eu acho que a gente tem que se posicionar do lado certo. Por isso que eu estou com a letra Z aqui, apoiando o avanço das tropas russas para esmagar o exército nazista liderado por um presidente ilegítimo e golpista que foi financiado, mais uma vez, com o golpe na Ucrânia, com dinheiro do imperialismo americano.
Constantine is my type of guy. Go ahead, Professor. If you can please translate that, Professor Carlos.
Ok. Boa noite, Constantino. Eu vou traduzir agora, tá? O que você disse, mas como você falou muita coisa, Constantino, eu vou resumir um pouquinho, tá? Se acaso você quiser que eu refaça, eu falo novamente. Hello, guys. Constantino says three very important things that are occurring here in Brazil, and two important things that are occurring in Brazil, and a third one that are having in Palestine. Constantino says, I have to say, I want to remember and dedicate my participation in memory of the two Yanomami children who are killed by the illegal miners with the connivance of the fascist government that are located in Brazil, in Brasilia, which this government is involved with the imperialist government of the United States, and in memory of a young black man named Jonathan, killed by the Brazilian police. Here in Brazil, we are having a Holocaust of black people. also consider the Palestinian victims killed by the Israel with the connivance of the United Nations and the United States. In truth, there are the 3 points that Constantino told us.
I would just add that he also said that he's here, you can see his scarf, in solidarity with his comrades from Palestine against the illegal occupation of Palestinian soil by the Zionists, and he said, by the Zionists, that is criminal occupation of Palestine. Yeah. Another thing he said is that we in American soil have to understand that the coup d'etat that happened in Brazil against Dilma Rousseff was planned and sponsored by the USA.
Of course.
Right? He's also saying that he has the letter Z in solidarity to Russia. I hope we don't fall. And he expects that they can destroy the Nazi army from Ukraine. That's because those are symbols and I saw in the comments, so I just wanted to make sure people would know that. We are going, so the idea of the topic, I really suck with titles. I want to build a relationship with the importance for the next election in Brazil to the Mercosul, because the Mercosul was getting powerful, right? And then we got that bowling ball, boof, and destroys everything we had built. Oh, also, Constantine said very important thing. Bolsonaro is a criminal, an assassin, and a gangster that should never be occupying the seat as a president of a nation, a sovereign nation like Brazil. And I always say that in this channel, and I'm not afraid to say it. He is the person that killed Marielle Franco. He is the person that kills and threatens the lives of every single Brazilian revolutionary person that goes against his government. So that should be clear here too.
And can I ask this question? I've also heard that Bolsonaro in Brazil has also been approving of destroying the Amazon rainforest as well as the homes of many indigenous Brazilians within that area too. Is that correct?
Just to add to this, this is not just like the destruction of the Amazon. He wants, and this is picking up what André said, he wants to mine and giving the authorization for mining activities around indigenous lands. And this has everything to do with what is happening in Ukraine, because according to Bolsonaro, he needs to mine the Amazon in order to have access to potassium, to things that are used to make fertilizers in Brazil. And this is something that I will explore through my speaking here tonight, is also related to the recent visit of Victoria Nuland in Brazil. She was there last week. So everything is connected. Yes, everything is connected, and it's not good what is happening. So yes, we have hope about the elections, but we shouldn't rest in our laurels. The situation is still very tense, and the United States is looking at what they can do to undermine the will of the working class Brazilian people.
I will introduce also a topic for our guests. I don't know if you know what's happening, but Biden is introducing I had the comment here right now, the Disinformation Governance Board. That sounds so much like I3, I5, like where I keep on tweeting that, guys, this happened in my country. They didn't start like from the night and the day. They started like little by little pulling programs out of television, little by little shutting people, little by little people disappear. One day I was not born, but like one day we woke up and there was a military government outside of our doors. So I would like to make that relationship because I feel like as Brazilians, we can offer the help because that's happening. The USA always had a dictatorship, a military government imposed, but now they are just like showing, right? Mask off. Então, o que eu falei aqui foi que eu queria introduzir também para os convidados que o que está acontecendo foi que o Biden acabou de criar um Ministério da Desinformação, que é para monitorar a mídia independente. E aí eu falei que isso cheira muito para mim, tipo aqueles AI3, aí não sei o quê, antes da ditadura ficar muito, tipo, que começou pouquinho, né? Aqueles programas dos Trapalhões que eram tirados do ar, aquela coisa, e depois, bum, ditadura. Então, para a gente fazer uma relação também, que eu acho que como brasileiros a gente tem muito que oferecer para as pessoas do norte da América nessa questão. Mas a gente pode começar essa discussão. Eu vou dar a palavra ladies first. So that's the question for the panel. Like, not the question, but like, to go into the topic. We're starting with Natalia. What is the relation? How do you see, like, if we are able to change with the next Brazilian election? What do you think, like, the consequences for the Mercosul? Do you think we can, like, improve? Like, how are we gonna? Or do you think the fascist movement around the world is being really hard? Because it's not happening just here, just in Brazil, but also Europe and, like, everywhere else.
It's important for people to realize that Lula is the last one that we have, the great ones from Latin America that's still active, that has the opportunity to go back to power. Lula was akin to Fidel Castro, to Comandante Chavez, to Evo Morales, who's not in power anymore, but he's still like working with the trade unions and the peasants and indigenous movements in Bolivia, but he's not in power. And Lula is someone that has always worked towards the integration of Latin America. He's someone that has his, it's in his core, not just him, but the Workers' Party in general. They have as a mission the integration of Latin America. We cannot forget that Lula with Comandante Castro, they were the founders of the Foro de São Paulo, which was an organization to actually put all the leftist movements from Latin America together for our improvement, for our we have our own battles, and this is not being shady or anything, because I know that the working class in the United States has its own battles, but we have like a different battle because we have like the poverty, inequality, the racism, everything like you experience in the United States, plus the wound of the colonization that it's very difficult to heal. So it's important for us to have those mechanisms. It's important for us to have those conversations. And Lula is someone that has always stirred those conversations. And to have him again empowered, to have him again talking to the world, listen, no, we are not going to make business with your company just because you think it's going to be profitable for your people or for the company that is making donations to your campaign for Congress. We are going to make what is best for Brazil. We are going to make what is best for Latin America. Lula was always someone that has always said, Brazil, when I came to power, all the countries in South America were terrified of Brazil. He always tells the story of Bolivians, that how Bolivians were terrified of Brazil. And we're like, no, you shouldn't be terrified. Like we are siblings. We are here like to work together. And because Lula said that it's important for us to realize that when things are good for Bolivia, things are good for Brazil. When things are good for Brazil, things are good for like we have to work together, because together, and I'm quoting him directly, we can beat up the United States, we can beat up Europe, we can negotiate with them as equals. We are not under them, we are like them. So if we are with Bolivia, when they have to negotiate with the European Union or the United States, say, well, you have Brazil with you, you have Argentina with you, you have Uruguay with you, so we are together. So they won't fuck with you, because like we are here to back you up. So that's why, and it's very obvious on why the imperialism doesn't like Lula, on why so many people try to undermine Lula's political decisions, but they forget that Lula is someone that Fidel Castro said he's like my younger brother. He's someone that changed the whole history of the socialist movements in Latin America. So I 100% think that the way things are right now, even with the so-called progressive governments that are in power and Latin America in general, we would have Lula there saying, not here. So be cool and let the old man here to deal with the things you don't know how to deal. Like, it's not pleasing the empire, it's not doing what they want, that you will get things, that your people will get things. It's like doing what's best for us all, because like we are like in this together. Like there is like no difference. We are all together. We are all Latinos. We are all dealing with the same problems. That's why we have to face those problems together.
Well said, sister. Well said. Professor Carlos, can you please translate that for André and Leonel? So just you can pode resumir? Just so we can go after to Leonel. Okay, Natalia.
If you want, I can translate just to give Carlos a break.
Okay, okay.
Para o André e para o Leonel e para o pessoal do Brasil que está assistindo, eu falei simplesmente que eu acredito que o Lula, no poder novamente, a gente vai voltar a ter uma dos grandes, né, da história da nossa América Latina. A gente tem que lembrar que Lula, né, estava junto com Fidel Castro, estava junto com Hugo Chávez, estava junto com Evo Morales, quando a gente teve os momentos mais importantes da nossa história latino-americana do ponto de vista da esquerda, do ponto de vista da luta da classe trabalhadora, do ponto de vista da luta anticolonial, e que eu acredito sinceramente que o Lula é uma pessoa que fala sempre, e não só fala, ele fez durante toda a carreira dele, movimentos de união com a América Latina. Ele foi o presidente que mais uniu o Brasil à América Latina, ele foi o presidente que mais juntou, né, as dores do Brasil com as dores da América Latina, porque são as mesmas dores, independente de nós não falarmos espanhol ou não, são as mesmas dores. E uma das coisas mais importantes que Lula fez foi, junto com Fidel Castro, a fundação do Foro de São Paulo, né, que é uma organização que foi criada para justamente unir esses blocos, esses partidos, esses movimentos da esquerda que lutam, né, contra a desigualdade, que lutam pela classe trabalhadora e, mais importante ainda, lutam contra o imperialismo estadunidense na América Latina. Que Lula sempre diz, né, gente, sozinho a Bolívia, o Brasil, a Argentina é fraco, mas se a gente tá junto, a gente briga com eles de igual. A gente vai negociar com quem tiver que negociar, todo mundo junto, porque se o Brasil tá bem, a Bolívia tá bem, se a Argentina tá bem, o Brasil tá bem, porque a gente tem que trabalhar em união contra justamente, né, o império, contra justamente esses que há tantos séculos, né, vem nos roubando, nos espoliando. Então foi basicamente isso.
Obrigada, Natália. Eu queria agora ouvir do André e depois do Leonel. Mas antes, André, a gente vai... se você quiser falar tipo umas 3 linhas, aí depois o professor traduz, mas com aquele mesmo fogo, vem com tudo.
Tá me ouvindo?
Sim, André.
Beleza. Não, só para fazer mais um adendo à minha primeira intervenção, da participação aqui no programa, é importante que as pessoas saibam que desde a invasão portuguesa, que aconteceu aqui no Brasil, foi instalado aqui um processo de colonização através da coroa portuguesa. Isso perdurou por séculos. E eles estabeleceram um projeto político que visava a extinção dos povos originários indígenas que já habitavam aqui. Só que esse projeto político de extinção dos povos originários indígenas, ele continua até os dias atuais. É parecido com o que aconteceu aí nos Estados Unidos. Também existiu aí um projeto político de poder, né, muito bem arquitetado, para a extinção dos povos originários indígenas que moravam aí. Hoje restou muito pouco dos povos originários indígenas existentes aí nos Estados Unidos. É a mesma coisa que acontece aqui. Importante fazer essa pontuação. E é a mesmíssima coisa que acontece com o povo preto no Brasil. Existe um projeto de holocausto negro brasileiro que é sistemático e estrutural. Para vocês terem uma ideia, de 100 pessoas mortas pela polícia, 77 delas são negras. A cada 23 minutos, um jovem negro morre assassinado no Brasil. E é importante que os povos originários indígenas, assim como o povo preto, possa estar se organizando através dos comitês de autodefesa. Nós defendemos a legitimidade do povo negro se armar e dos povos originários indígenas para a defesa das suas terras, para a defesa das suas vidas, e o povo negro para defender a única propriedade que nós temos no sistema capitalista, que é a nossa vida.
Professor Carlos, whenever you're ready, I have some notes too. If you need any help, I can jump in and help you with the translation, okay?
Okay. André told us that it's very important for people there in the United States to know that since the Portuguese invasion in the last centuries, they installed a political project of power very well designed to destroy the indigenous people here in Brazil, as well the destruction of the Black people who live here in Brazil, just like it you had in the United States. Josanna, I could not get all words from André.
I'll jump in. So he's also said that it's very important that people know that since the invasion that the Portuguese did to Brazil, South America, Brazil, there is a colonization project to the genocide of the indigenous people. So, and this project is still in power, and it's the same thing in the USA. Since the British, the European invaded the Turtle Island, there is a genocide project in place, and it's still working and happening, right? And then he makes a parallel and a comparison with the genocide of Black people. He said every 23 minutes, but I have new data that says every 15 minutes, a young Black man is killed by the police in Brazil. And from each 100 people that the police in Brazil kills, 70 are Black people. So is this because Brazil is the country with the biggest number of Black people in the Americas? I don't think so. I think it's because the police is targeting us here and there, everywhere. Because when we are from the land, we know better. And white supremacy is a weak power. Sorry, now it's my words too. Sorry, Constantino, tô indo com você. White supremacy is a weak power. The heterosexual white supremacist man is a weak figure that has to use strength and violence to keep themselves in power. We're gonna go now with Brizola, and me and Carlos will help with the translation. Oh, okay. No, I'm so sorry, Brizola. Desculpa. Você tem alguma outra mais para adicionar dentro do que a Natália falou? Ai, gente, desculpa,
Sim,
eu tô aprendendo.
eu acho que o Lula ele vai cumprir um papel importantíssimo. Dos candidatos que estão disputando a candidatura à presidência da República aqui, ele é o único anti-imperialista e que tem um projeto nacionalista. Esse projeto nacionalista que nós tínhamos aqui, que foi implementado pelo Partido dos Trabalhadores, que foi interrompido com o golpe em 2016, arquitetado e idealizado pelo imperialismo americano, que construiu uma das maiores organizações criminosas já existentes no Brasil, que é a Lava Jato, que era liderada pelo capanga das milícias, o ex-juiz Sérgio Moro. Então, o golpe de 2016 teve uma participação ativa.
Pela CIA, né? Bate no peito e fala, foi treinado pela CIA.
Sim, tem uma participação ativa do imperialismo. O que nós precisamos, além de fortalecermos o Mercosul, fortalecermos uma política para a América do Sul e para a América Latina, vencer nas eleições é fortalecer novamente os BRICS. Porque a consolidação dos BRICS também foi um dos motivos para o imperialismo arquitetar e idealizar o golpe de 2016. É importante que se fale isso aqui. Nós estamos vivendo uma crise internacional provocada pelo imperialismo, que a OTAN, que não passa de um fantoche nas mãos do imperialismo, estava avançando com as suas tropas sobre o solo ucraniano e estava ali gerando perigo e risco para a soberania russa, que teve que reagir. Né? Então, a invasão da Rússia à Ucrânia não é que um dia o Putin acordou e falou, vou invadir a Ucrânia. Ele está reagindo a uma ação provocada pelo imperialismo através do seu braço armado, que é a OTAN, que já deveria ter acabado, extinto há muito tempo. Eu não sei para que a OTAN continua a existir, a não ser para atender os interesses do imperialismo e do Estado maldito e terrorista de Israel. Então, eu acho que o que nós precisamos aqui, companheiros e companheiras, é um levante em toda a América Latina, que surjam novos Simões Bolívar, assim como Bolívar idealizou aqui uma revolução bolivariana, expulsando daqui a coroa espanhola, que nós possamos unir a América Latina, o momento é esse, e expulsarmos de uma vez por todas o avanço da mão do imperialismo sobre todo o solo aqui na América Latina. Isso é possível, isso é viável, e o Brasil tem um papel preponderante nessa construção. É por isso que os holofotes do imperialismo estão virados para o Brasil, e nós temos que nos preparar para isso.
Well said, Professor Carlos. I am here with you. I have some notes, but you go first.
Okay. Constantino introduced saying that of all the candidates that are in dispute here in Brazil, Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, is the only nationalist candidate who defends the Mercosul and will defend the interest of Brazil. And he told that it's necessary that people here in Brazil put the votes in Lula, because another candidates like the judge Moro is prepared by the United States to introduce and continue the fascism here in Brazil. And also he explained that it's necessary that people do not consider the point that are related to the international points and the international situation around the world. Josanna, he told the very things that very points, but I could not understand and then remember all things.
I'm just going to translate something very important. He said that Lula is a unique candidate that has an anti-imperialistic project that was actually in power, and it was sabotaged by the USA and the coup d'etat suffered by Dilma Rousseff. We had a judge in Brazil called Moro that I was making a joke with Constantine because he is proud to say, I was trained by the CIA. And he was the one that was orchestrating the whole coup d'etat. So we know where is the coup d'etat coming from. It's made in USA. And he says, beyond making Mercosul strong again, we also have to make the BRICS strong again, because the BRICS was also the reason for the coup d'etat. The bloc of countries that was outside of the European Union and whatever AUKA pact, right, that has the USA on. That's why we were destroyed. You see, like the weakest, please, quote unquote, weakest countries that suffered the most were India, Brazil, South America. These three countries are part of the BRICS. And then he ends by saying, may we can unite Latin America and kick the imperialistic hands out of here. Now I'm going to go. Thank you so much for waiting, Leonel Brizola Neto. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Bom, primeiro, boa noite a todos e todas. Quero agradecer pela oportunidade, quero cumprimentar a Natália, o André Constantini, que é um prazer estar aqui debatendo com vocês. E parabenizar o canal de vocês. Quero aqui professor Carlos, JB. Não sei como é que eu chamo. Johanna ou... Como é que eu pronuncio seu nome corretamente?
Josana.
É que eu estou numa tela pequenininha, me desculpe o celular.
José e Ana.
Josana, um prazer, muito obrigado. E vocês estão fazendo uma coisa muito importante, que é a comunicação entre os dois países. O Brasil está diante de duas crises gravíssimas, que podem não só colapsar a democracia, mas principalmente o próprio processo civilizatório. E são duas crises, uma institucional e a outra econômica, e que eu gostaria de dialogar sobre elas. Se vocês quiserem traduzir essa parte, para que eu possa... Please.
So Brizola is saying that the professor left. And I was responding to Claudia because she's bringing on Junior Yanomami. Brizola, você pode repetir rapidinho o que você me falou, só para fazer a tradução? Desculpa.
Claro, os agradecimentos...
Desculpa,
No problem. Os agradecimentos, sim, mas a questão, o Brasil está diante de duas crises gravíssimas. Uma institucional e uma outra econômica. E que podem não só colapsar a democracia, mas principalmente o próprio processo civilizatório.
Okay. So Professor Leonel, I'm going to be like Faustão, calling everybody professor. Professor Leonel is, he's thanking RBN and saying that we are doing, thank you so much for that. We are doing very good in like having this conversation between the two countries, right? One in the north, one in the south. And that Brazil is suffering two crises. Qual que é as duas crises? One
institutional
crisis and one
economic.
One economic crisis. And that is going to be extremely detrimental for the civilizatory process because it's killing democracy, right?
Yes.
Awesome. Before going back to the questions, we have Junior Yanomami here. Junior Yanomami is his nation. So in Brazil, the indigenous people wear their nations as their last name. And he's here. Obrigada, Junior, pela sua presença. Junior is going through a very harsh moment right now. He has his life threatened as of today. He's receiving life threats because he is a leader. He is the one that Constantine talked about in the beginning about the trigger warning, the 12 years old indigenous girl that was not only kidnapped, raped, and murdered, and also the 3 years old boy that was thrown in a river. I'm sorry, but we have to be real here too. Because if we don't know the acts of violence that are happening around us, we're just going to be like, I don't want to see. And then we get what we're having right now in the present moment. Junior is here. He's going to be part of this discussion with us. Muito obrigada, Júnior, por estar aqui. Eu estou preocupada com você. Vamos te tirar daí. Vem, fica aqui na minha casa, tem um sofá. Sai daí. Eu entendo que como líder não vai ser fácil para você fazer isso. A gente está tendo uma discussão, se você quiser tomar um tempinho para falar sobre a sua situação, mas a gente está tendo uma discussão de como as próximas eleições do Brasil podem fortalecer o Mercosul e ajudar. A próxima questão que eu quero jogar para o painel é: vocês acham que é possível uma união pan-americana que inclua os países do norte? Sem imperialismo, claro. I threw to the panel the question that is like, do you think it's going to be possible, a Pan-American Union without imperialism? Because it's not like one country is the leader, but the union includes all the countries, including the northern relatives, but without the imperialism on it. And I want to get your thoughts into JB, but I want to let Junior Yanomami tell us a little bit about himself, and I will translate. Júnior, eu estou traduzindo, fala um pouquinho, eu traduzo, depois você fala um outro pouquinho e eu traduzo, tá bom?
Tá ok. Boa noite, eu sou o Júnior Yanomami, eu sou povo Yanomami, sou presidente do Conselho Distrital de Saúde Indígena Yanomami, de 30 mil Yanomami. Essa semana a gente estamos sofrendo muito ataque dos garimpeiros, que são brasileiros, que estão na terra indígena Yanomami, ameaçando a população Yanomami. E segunda-feira aconteceu um crime muito grave com um adolescente, de uma menina de 12 anos, e morreu. Eu levei Polícia Federal. Pode traduzir, Josena, assim, tá bom?
So he said, good night. In Portuguese, we start sentence with that. My name is Junior Yanomami. I am the leader Yanomami. And this week, we are suffering a lot of attacks from illegal, I'm going to say, quote unquote, illegal. As Natalia said, they have the authorization from the president of the country himself. From illegal miners. And on Monday, the crime that I just described here happened. Pode ir, Júnior.
Então, segunda-feira, eu recebi informação de um adolescente, uma menina de 12 anos, tinha violentado vários garimpeiros na comunidade Aracá. Imediato, eu comuniquei as autoridades policiais, Polícia Federal, Exército e a FUNAI para ir na comunidade para ver e prender esses criminosos que fizeram com um adolescente de menina de 12 anos. Ficamos 3 dias, né? Somente a gente chegamos lá quarta-feira, eu fui acompanhar, e chegamos lá, e chegamos no ponto dos garimpeiros, onde tinha garimpeiros, vários aeronaves, então os garimpeiros fugiram, né? E quando chegando lá, a comunidade tinha queimadas, abandonadas, né? Então a comunidade foi queimada. Vai traduzir, Susana?
Mm-hmm. So he's saying that after he was notified about the crime, he went to the community of the miners and he communicated with the army in Brazil, the ones that protect. Sorry, I'm going to be air quoting all the time. Natalia, air quote with me when I forget to do so. Like the ones that protect the indigenous people is the army. They don't have like state cops. And he got with the army to go to the miners community to arrest them, But when they got there, they flew away. They flew away and they burned the entire place. So there was no proof against them. Go ahead. Vai, Júnior, pode ir.
Então, 40 minutos depois, os Yanomami chegaram, né? E com muito medo de falar. E eu questionei várias vezes onde estava o corpo da menina de 12 anos e uma criança, né? Que jogaram também junto com outra mãe. E falaram que a gente não pode falar porque estamos com muito medo, eles têm muito pistolas, eles têm muito armas, eles vão matar nós. Tá bom, então. Vocês quiserem, a gente tira vocês aqui para outro lugar para nós conversar. E não deu certo, a gente tá com medo, a gente não pode sair. Aí retornaram pro próprios acampamentos policiais, dos garimpeiros, perdão. E os garimpeiros estavam em 400 metros dos policiais, vendo todas as conversas, observando as conversas com testemunhas. Vou traduzir. Desana.
So I'm trying to, eu tô tentando anotar. So he says, like 40 minutes later of arriving to the burned place, a lot of Yanomamis, the community arrived, and they were with a lot of fear, and they didn't want to give any information about the bodies because they feared being also assassinated. And they said they couldn't say anything because they were threatened as well. And they went back to the miners' camp, and they were like a very small distance. For those who know meters, 400 meters. It's like, I don't know, in feet or whatever you guys like, Fahrenheit. Who uses that? Anyway. So yeah, that was like, I'm sorry, I'm not laughing at... Júnior, a gente não tá rindo de você, eu tô fazendo gracinha, porque eles não sabem metro aqui nos Estados Unidos, eles não usam isso. So yeah, Pode ir, Júnior.
Então, fundo lá, os garimpeiros, eles orientaram muito, dá para perceber no vídeo, próprios garimpeiros gravaram o vídeo, orientando, para não falar. E na terça-feira, nós, Yanomami, culturalmente, cremamos o corpo para fazer a ritual, um ente querido para ir em paz, descansar em paz. Então, por isso, na terça-feira, fizeram a ritual. Existe uma marca de queimação de fúnebre, de cremação dentro da comunidade.
So what is he saying is like, even though they couldn't find the bodies because the miners recorded videos threatening them to not say anything, they still did their ritual for the cremation of the bodies. So there is a burnt mark on the community, on the nation, in the nation. So they know that these lives were lost, but they didn't have access to the body. Pode ir, Júnior.
Então, o adolescente e mais criança foram cremados dentro da comunidade, e a comunidade abandonou, a comunidade foi embora dentro da floresta com medo, porque ele estava muito ameaçado pelos garimpeiros.
Então, peraí, Júnior, deixa eu entender isso direito. A comunidade achou o corpo e cremou.
Isso.
E foi embora. Ok, eu vou ter que corrigir isso. So, sorry. The community that was around the miners camping, the miners, sorry, they found the bodies and they made the ritual. They cremated the bodies, but then they ran away into the forest because they didn't want to be there, because their lives were already threatened. Pode ir, Júnior.
Então, a gente observamos esse vídeo que foi gravado pelos próprios garimpeiros, orientando, né? E esse corpo onde foi queimado e a comunidade. E segundo dia a gente retornamos na comunidade. Nenhum sinal da comunidade. Existia mais de 24 Yanomami moradores. Então, os Yanomami fugiram dentro da mata e nenhum sinal deles. Então, aconteceu algo muito grave naquela comunidade.
So something so heavy happened in that community that they saw everything when they got there. Junior is the leader of the whole nation. So there are little communities of the nation all around. But when they got to this community where the crime happened, there was no sign of any Yanomami person there. They did the ritual, they blessed their souls, and they ran away because when Junior got there, that's what he saw. Nobody there, the video from the miners, and 24 Yanomami people they disappeared.
Então, só para vocês ter o ciente, existe na terra indígena Yanomami 25 mil garimpeiros na terra indígena Yanomami, destruindo a floresta, destruindo o rio. Os rios estão contaminados de mercúrio, estão contaminados o povo Yanomami está bebendo água com lama, sujo, com diesel, com gasolina. Então, por isso, o povo Yanomami está muito sofrendo.
So he's saying that the Yanomami people only have contaminated water to drink. They are dying because don't forget, guys, the people that were here before us, they don't have strength against the viruses and diseases that the white man brings upon them. So they are drinking contaminated water, they are dying, and they are suffering. And that makes me think of Flint, right? Yeah. Flint. That makes me think of Flint. Wow. So why is Josana making a panel in the USA about Brazil? Because guess what? And I'm going to do this since I have him here. We all suffering together. The fight is not only for you and your backyard. It's for all of us. If one of us is not free, none of us are. Did I do well? So that's what, right? We have the same problem here, right in Michigan. And the Yanomami people have the same problem in the Amazon rainforest. Wow. We all being assassinated. The project is, or you work, or you dead. The prison system is the little project to be all over the world. Don't fool yourself. Júnior, obrigada. Eu vou voltar para as questões do painel. Eu vou adicionar aqui a Isa Tapuia. Que honra, companheira. Obrigada pela sua presença. Linda, linda. Olha, que beleza. This is Isa Tapuia. She's an intellectual, indigenous. Qual é a sua nação, Tapuia? Tapuia is her nation, as I said before. Is the name, yes, is the name that they wear as the last name. Tapuia is her nation. She's here with us to empower this panel and bless us. Thank you, Junior and Isa, for your presence here. It's an honor to be able to have you here. The question now for the panel is, can we work in togetherness as Pan-Americans? A questão para o painel agora é: vocês acham possível uma união pan-americana, incluindo os países do norte, mas sem imperialismo? I'm going to start with Natalia, and because I am just going to be lazy, Natalia can respond in English and then translate herself. No, it's because I'm in love with her. This is love at first sight. CJ introduced me to her today, and I'm like, damn, girl.
Just one thing before we continue, Josana. I have a question that's related to what you just asked after they answer.
Can I go? Yep. So I also believe that it's possible, talking about indigenous rights, for example, many of the things that the Brazilian indigenous communities are fighting against, like mining, for example, the lobbying for mining within indigenous lands is coming from Canada, from mining companies that are already destroying originary lands in Canada. And if you are not afraid of being sued, I can say the name of the company, because it was a company that at the beginning of Bolsonaro government brought one of their former advisors in Brazil to be the president of FUNAI, which is the organization, the official governmental organization that takes care of indigenous affairs. And that company in specific, they have been mining within lands of the original people in Canada, and they are suffering the same things Junior was describing here regarding oil, regarding not having contaminated, having to live within contaminated land. The same I have spoken in the past with Nikki Estes about the situation of the originary peoples of United States and the originary people in Brazil. And he said, well, I'm learning as a Native American, I'm learning a lot from the Brazilian indigenous communities, because what they are doing in Brazil with the Camp Terra Livre, which was like Camp Freeland, which was the historical mobilization of over 300 indigenous marching through Brasilia, the Brazil's capital, to fight publicly against Bolsonaro's mission of to end all indigenous lands and to give their rights to the people, to those companies who are already destroying those nations abroad. So I think many things, like you were saying here, Josanna, are the same, like the police brutality, the brutality against workers, inequality. And also when I spoke about like colonialism, we have to also talk with the native people of the United States who are also subjected to colonialism, and who are also what has happened to them was so brutal that Bolsonaro said that he admires what has happened in the United States. He said, well, I wish we had in Brazil someone like General Custer to kill all the indigenous and to exterminate the indigenous like they did in the United States. So that's how there are ways that we can work together, but I think it's important from the people from the United States to learn and to understand that the weight that we had in the South in Latin America, it's a bit different from the weight in the fights that you guys are having in the United States. So we have an extra component. We have also all the history, all the problems, but also like the United States trying to add, the Europe trying to add more problems and more misery to us on daily basis. So I guess this is my portion in English. Now I'm gonna speak in Portuguese. Eu falei que eu basicamente acredito que seja possível trabalhar com o Norte quando você olha, por exemplo, para as nações indígenas do Norte que já passaram pelo que o Bolsonaro está tentando fazer no Brasil com as nações indígenas brasileiras, como, por exemplo, né, o caso dos canadenses, que é uma mineradora canadense, a principal impulsionadora, né, dessa PL que o Bolsonaro quer enfiar a goela abaixo de mineração dentro de terras indígenas. São eles que basicamente financiam isso. São essas mineradoras que já estão destruindo, poluindo e matando, né, os povos originários do Canadá e dos Estados Unidos, que agora estão fazendo isso no Brasil, que fazem isso no Chile, que fazem isso no Peru, fazem, né, em toda a América Latina, mas elas começaram justamente no país de origem deles. Então, que existem muitas semelhanças de luta contra a violência policial, luta contra o racismo, só que é importante que esses aliados dos Estados Unidos, né, nessa luta, né, contra esses problemas globais, entendam que a gente, né, da América Latina ainda tem um componente extra nisso, que é que a gente ainda tem que lidar com todos esses problemas que eles também lidam, mais as ameaças dos Estados Unidos e Europa, querendo trazer mais problemas e mais miséria para o povo brasileiro, né, diariamente.
Thank you, Natalia. I will pass to JB, and then I will translate you, JB. Wait, I have to get my notes on. Damn. Let's go. Let's go.
My apologies. Sorry. This is kind of related to your question about uniting all of South America. And this is in relation to the president of Mexico, Andrés Manuel López Obrador. I hope I pronounced it correctly. But the president, he decided to nationalize the lithium in Mexico for the people of Mexico. Being that he created that move or took that action, is that something that you can unite with as far as President AMLO in Mexico? Or is he too similar to the United States where you have to kind of push him away? That's pretty much my question for the panel.
Well, that's a freaking great question, because my answer to you is no.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's the same thing of asking, like, can a Black person be racist? No. When a country chooses to be sovereign, when they're exploited, well, Lula did the same thing to Brazil. I don't think Lula is imperialist. Although, not the moment for that. I have critiques. Not the moment for that. I promise myself that I'm not going to do it. It's what saves us and what puts us in danger too. Because the reason why people say other reasons, but I think the reason why for the coup d'etat is the pressão. Because Dilma and Lula were like, we're going to use the royalties to educate, public education, public health. And there was another item. She even specified where she was going to put the money. And they were like, oh, la, la, la. And a coup d'etat.
So
whereas Bolsonaro is selling the pressão, which is unlimited source of petroleum. Yes, Brizola, yes. He's selling the pressão for pocket money. And he kills people every day. And I've never heard the US wanting to liberate Brazil, right? So I'm gonna get the word to Brizola.
Só uma parte no que você falou, muito importante. 85% da produção de petróleo nacional, praticamente toda a produção de petróleo nacional, vem das camadas do pré-sal, essa riqueza que foi descoberta no governo Lula. E foi o Lula que colocou a Petrobras, engenharia própria da Petrobras, para ser a única exploradora desses campos do pré-sal. Depois do golpe da Dilma, essa é a parte que eu queria lhe falar, depois do golpe da Dilma, mais de 50% dos campos do pré-sal estão nas mãos das petrolíferas americanas. Bolsonaro vendeu a tecnologia que o Brasil descobriu e nenhum outro país no mundo conseguiu descobrir, que era a perfuração de águas profundas para descobrir petróleo. Ou seja...
Brizola, deixa eu traduzir isso, porque é importante, eu só não quero perder, porque você está falando dados muito importantes. So, just an addendum, Brizola says, just an addendum, very important. 85% of the production of petroleum in Brazil is used for Brazil, right? After the coup d'etat, the petroleum production is in the hands of the
American Oil Petroleum.
USA American Oil Petroleum. We learned from the MST to not call the USA and USA people American, because we all are. So we're gonna call a dog, USA. Anyways, so after the coup d'etat, it's being used by the USA. So Brizola also said that the technology to explore the petroleum in deep, deep, deep waters was discovered by Petrobras, a nationalized petroleum company. And we're going to have to touch nationalization a little bit, guys, because we all know here that the USA does not know nationalization of nothing, right? And that's why they're going to keep on selling the idea that the president of Mexico nationalizing lithium is being imperialist. Because people in the USA don't know that when something is nationalized, the royalties, everything comes back as services to you. Not only your taxes, but everything else. But people in the US have their taxes sponsor the Ukrainian war. I mean, I'm laughing at myself because I live here and my taxes are sponsoring the Ukrainian war. But I mean, the Nazi party, whatever, Nazi Ukrainian army led by an actor.
But that just goes to my question. Do you think it's a good thing that they are nationalizing lithium in Mexico? And that was basically my question of uniting, like, for instance, if Lula was to have a partnership with AMLO in Mexico, do you think that would be a good thing? I'm wondering.
Ele está perguntando se a gente acha que nacionalizar o lítio no México é uma coisa boa. But like, you saying that in relation to Mexico, like unsafe? Because we have to be unsafe to be able to bring up the revolution. Like, I'm not afraid. If I was to be afraid of the CIA and being deported, and I wouldn't be on RBN. I wouldn't be the person I am. So like, when you want a revolution, when you have the revolutionary fire, you will have fear. You will be unsafe, but it has to be cast aside.
Well, one of the things that when I heard this, the first thing I thought was the United States is going to want to spread democracy to Mexico. That's what I thought when I heard this news. So I wanted to get my American brothers and sisters, their response to this news about the nationalization of lithium in Mexico.
Ok. Brizola, continua. Eu acho que você entendeu a pergunta. Continua a sua resposta já explicando, que aí eu vou anotar aqui para traduzir, tá?
Só voltando àquela pergunta primeira, se há a possibilidade desta unidade. Há uma unidade na luta. É impossível a unidade dos países neste momento no capitalismo. Não há como ter essa união no capitalismo. Porque não interessa ao desenvolvido desenvolver o subdesenvolvido. Essa é uma questão central.
Peraí.
Okay.
He's dropping bombs, guy. He's like spitting fire here. And I'm like, stop it! Not stop spitting fire, just so I can get the idea across. Please. So he's trying to answer the previous question where he says, like, is there a possibility of Pan-American unity as in North through South? Yeah. He says, only in the fight for now. There is no unity in capitalism. E aí fala a sua última frase que eu te interrompi para poder traduzir ela, porque em inglês não tem poesia.
Não interessa ao desenvolvido, ou seja, ao país desenvolvido, que pega nossas matérias-primas para fabricar nas suas fábricas e vender ela produzida no mundo, enriquecer, ou seja, não interessa ao país desenvolvido desenvolver o país subdesenvolvido, porque é dali que vem sua riqueza no mundo.
It's not interesting. If we are looking for unity in capitalism, it can't happen. Why? Because it's not interesting to the so-called, let's air quote, developed country to develop and support the countries that from the so-called third world. So the US never going to go and give technology to Africa, but they will fight China over it, right?
Got it. Yeah.
Só mais uma parte, Ana. Todo presidente latino-americano que nacionalizou seus recursos energéticos e acabou com a superexploração do trabalho do povo promovido pelas empresas multinacionais, tomou um golpe de Estado ou foi assassinado. Essa é a história da América Latina.
Every single president of Latin America that nationalized the natural resources was killed or suffered a coup d'etat. Every single time, Nicaragua, Brazil, every time, guys, you read about a coup d'etat.
And
Gaddafi.
Speaking about lithium, we have to remember of Evo Morales. The lithium.
Evo Morales. Yeah. Oh, sorry, I have a bottle of wine here. Evo Morales. And then, like, I want to get Constantine here right now. Like, Evo Morales, yes. And I was going to say Gaddafi.
Yeah.
Gaddafi was like, why do we have to buy petroleum with dollars? Why can you not buy petroleum with gold? Photos all over the internet of his body. And him called the great dictator, that his own people killed him to free the country. Ok, Constantine, a pergunta em português que ele fez é que a gente acha do México nacionalizando o lítio? E se... Aí a pergunta dele é que o medo dele é que os Estados Unidos vá liberar o México. Entende? Tipo, entre aspas, liberar. Precisa liberar aquele país. Aí quando você vê, estão matando todo mundo e roubando. Eu esqueço que tem brasileiro na transmissão, eu fico falando como se estivesse em casa. Né? A liberação estadunidense a gente já conhece. É guerra. Né? É guerra e dominação. Então aí você vai responder para ele e eu vou traduzir para você. Eu vou anotar no meu telefone.
Só antes de responder essa pergunta, que está ligada à questão geopolítica, que é importante, acho que é a base do nosso tema aqui, eu queria só me solidarizar com os meus irmãos indígenas que entraram aqui na live, dizer para vocês, americanos, que o Brasil é onde mais se mata defensores de direitos humanos no mundo, é aqui, e que é importante que a esquerda brasileira construa uma rede de proteção para proteger a nossa militância. Isso é para onde?
Translating very fast what Constantine just said. He said before he answers the question, he wants to say solidarity to all Brazilian indigenous people that are here right now in the transmission, and that he said that he wants to inform people from the USA that in Brazil, this is data, okay, guys? These people are not talking without the data they are bringing. In Brazil is the country that kills the most advocates and activists in the world. So, and like my personal note, so when you see me crying on RBN saying, why aren't you people from the USA in the streets every day? Is because I'm from the country that kills the most activists and advocates for human rights, and we still are in the streets every day. Vai, Constantine.
Eu acho que nós, pretos, e nós que pertencemos aqui aos povos originários indígenas do Brasil, temos que dar fim e dar cabo ao avanço do Holocausto Negro e ao avanço do Holocausto dos povos originários indígenas.
He's saying that he thinks that we... Sorry, Constantine, eu vou te interrompendo só para poder fazer ela rapidinho. He's saying that we from Brazil have to be able to fight against the assassination of the indigenous people. He say originário is like the people of origin, the people that were there.
Gotcha.
Okay?
É por isso que nós defendemos com toda clareza e convicção revolucionária, nós que acreditamos na possibilidade, nas condições de consolidarmos uma revolução socialista em toda a América Latina, na criação dos comitês de autodefesa, que é o direito dos povos originários indígenas se armarem, assim como o povo negro se armar nas favelas e periferias para enfrentarmos o Holocausto Negro Brasileiro e o Holocausto dos povos originários indígenas. Violência se combate com violência. Nós não somos oceano para ser pacífico.
Eu tô apaixonada. Anyways, não, eu vou falar em português primeiro para vocês entenderem. Porque eu fico sozinha falando essas coisas que o Constantino fala em inglês aqui nesse canal. Aí hoje eu tô com vocês aqui falando a mesma coisa, eu tô podendo falar para eles, viu que eu não tô errada? Anyways, let's go. So Constantine is saying that we have to fight for the right of, so this is very important for the American people to understand.
Okay.
We, in Brazil, there in the Constitution, there's no right for people to carry guns. It's not like here. Your reality is not our reality. We do not have guns. And still, we are in the streets fighting for our rights. USA, get your ass together. I'm being polite because I have people from Brazil here. Anyways, he is saying also that we have to fight for the right for the indigenous and Black people from Brazil to have guns. And he said a very important sentence. Violence is defeated by violence. Vai, Constantino.
Só parafraseando aqui, uma das minhas maiores referências políticas, o grande e honorável Malcolm X, não confundam a reação do oprimido com a violência do opressor. Violento aqui no Brasil é o Estado que se utiliza do seu braço armado, que é a SS do Estado burguês, essa instituição macabra e maldita que tem que acabar no Brasil, que é a polícia militar. Então, nós não somos violentos, nós estamos reagindo a uma violência. E é isso que nós precisamos fazer. Chegou a hora de derramar sangue do lado de lá, porque o sangue do lado de cá é derramado há mais de 500 anos na porra e na merda desse país.
Okay. So he's saying that he quote Malcolm X saying, do not confuse self-defense. I'm gonna translate the way he said. Do not confuse the reaction of the oppressed with the action of the oppressor. And he says, we need to end the bourgeoisie, the roots of all evil. And I feel like I lost something. And he said, essa porra e o quê? Essa merda desse estado que... He's saying, this fucking piece of shit state of control, the police state, the police has to be abolished. Oh, another point in common with the USA. I guess we have more in common than we have differences. Can we start decolonizing our minds and see that we are the same? Vai, Constantino.
Agora, para entrar na geopolítica, eu só queria externar aqui para os americanos que teve um companheiro que está participando da live, e eu sofro muito isso aqui no Brasil, nos canais progressistas que eu participo, né?
Vou traduzir. Just to go into the question that was asked, he's going to talk about something that he suffers in Brazil when he goes in independent media and talk about these situations.
Toda vez que eu estou falando do Holocausto Negro brasileiro, que acontece nas nossas faixas de Gaza e nos nossos campos de extermínio, que são as favelas, é óbvio que isso mexe com o meu emocional. E eu luto contra isso há quase 25 anos. E o meu corpo está começando a sentir os reflexos dessa luta. Eu tenho depressão, eu tenho ansiedade. É muito difícil para mim realizar essa luta, é uma luta muito sofrida. E todas as vezes que eu grito, que eu xingo palavrão, sempre vem alguém dizer para mim o seguinte: olha, não xingue, fale baixo. Eu quero dizer que isso é uma forma racista de domesticar a revolta negra, não só aqui no Brasil, como em qualquer parte do mundo. E ninguém vai
Vou traduzir
domesticar o
isso,
André
Constantino.
Constantino, ninguém.
Vou traduzir isso aqui. So he's saying that every time he goes in independent media, we call that in Brazil, what we're doing right now, we call lives. Like they started with Instagram and stuff like that. So he's saying that every time he goes in a live, he is called out because he is trying to fight against the Black genocide. And then as a Black man, he's feeling the pressure from the system. So he has anxiety, he has depression, and people tell him, do not curse, do not yell, speak properly, speak low. And that this, calling him out like that, is a racist way to put him in a box. And then he says, no one will silence André Constantini. And I would say to him in Portuguese that he can come to our house anytime he wants and curse whoever he wants to curse. We're not afraid here. Constantino, você pode vir aqui nesse canal, gritar e xingar quem você quiser, meu amigo. A hora que você quiser, me manda uma mensagem.
Obrigado. Porque não é fácil não, sabe? A gente ouviu o relato que o irmão indígena falou, uma criança de 3 anos jogada no rio.
He's emotional now, and I will use the pause that he's having to translate that he said it's not easy to hear about these things every day. Like, really, a 3-year-old child thrown in the river, and we're not going to curse, we're not going to cry, we're not going to have an emotion? And I particularly want to say that this, to not have an emotion, is from here, it's from the USA. Is a corporated country that doesn't want you to be in touch with your emotions, because once you war, you start asking questions. Why do I feel like shit? Oh, maybe it's because I'm exploited every day.
Yeah.
Every minute of my existence.
Yes.
Você tá se sentindo bem, querido? Você quer continuar o discurso?
Não, porque dói muito. Eu tô com meu filho aqui, meu filho vai fazer 2 anos. E eu fico pensando que essa criança que foi jogada no rio, ele tem uma mãe, ele tem família. É como eles se encontram nesse momento. Eu tento me colocar no lugar deles, acho que é por isso que meu corpo começa a sentir uma série de dores. E você vê o racismo latente, mediante ao conflito internacional que está acontecendo entre Rússia e Ucrânia. Enquanto as bombas estavam caindo em território palestino, matando mulheres e crianças palestinas, na Síria ou no Iêmen, bombas despejadas pela Arábia Saudita, parceiro comercial do imperialismo, e bombas distribuídas pelo Estado terrorista e sionista de Israel, e bombas despejadas pelo imperialismo, estava tudo certo, porque ali estavam morrendo os matáveis. Países que ficam na região árabe e no continente africano. Bastou essas mesmas bombas começarem a cair em um país na Europa e morrer pessoas brancas e de olhos azuis, e aí você vê a porra da comoção mundial. É isso que nos deixa mais puto. É uma criança indígena que morre aqui e ninguém liga a porra.
I love you. I love you. Eu te amo, companheiro. Fica tranquilo. É tudo nosso. What is he saying here? He is saying that it hurts his heart because he has a son that is about to become 2 years old. And he thinks that this child that was thrown in the river and assassinated had a family, had a mom, had a father. And that he says, like, the same thing, the same white supremacist act is to see that the world commotion about the war was just when the Nazi state of Ukraine was attacked. But when these bombs were falling into Palestinian houses, when these bombs were falling over African roofs, no one cared. No one was crying. No one was hashtag flags in their little bios on Twitter and Instagram. But when people that has the whitest of the skins and the bluest of the eyes are going through a problem, the whole world is crying. Why isn't the whole world crying about the Black genocide in Brazil and in the US? Why isn't the whole world crying about the Palestinian genocide? Why isn't the whole world crying about the targeting of Muslim nations? Why isn't the whole world crying about the targeting of African nations? We have to ask ourselves these questions. Pode ir, Constantino.
Então, só para entrar na geopolítica, vocês fizeram uma pergunta se é possível uma união pan-americana. Eu acho que não só é possível, como é emergencial. Eu quero me dirigir agora aos meus irmãos americanos, dizer para vocês que a nossa luta é contra o imperialismo americano e não contra os americanos. Que a nossa luta é contra
importante.
O Estado sionista de Israel e não contra os judeus. Importante deixar isso bem claro aqui.
He wants to make it clear that our fight, he's answering the question, tem comentário aqui para você, André. He's answering the question about the situation, about the unifying of the Americas. He's saying, yes, it's possible because our fight is not against the people from the USA. I'm going to use the term American because I want to make this thing very clear, because I know Americans are defensive. I live here and I am just like him here. Our fight is not against the American people. Our fight is not against the Jewish people. Our fight is against the white supremacist imperialism. It has a difference. And we need to see that layer if we want to win.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we are part of the team that is oppressing everybody.
Yeah.
Tem mais alguma coisa para falar, meu amigo?
Sim,
Tô te chamando de amigo já.
Me dirigir aos irmãos americanos e vocês precisam entender o mal que o imperialismo, com essa política expansionista, causa ao mundo. A Primavera Árabe, que foi fomentada pelo imperialismo, que levou à queda do governo do honorável Gaddafi na Síria. Veja como encontram-se esses países que sofreram um golpe interno financiado pelo imperialismo. Veja como encontram-se esses países nesse momento. E eu acho que, para derrotarmos o imperialismo, nós vamos precisar de um levante popular socialista aí dentro. Nós vamos precisar de vocês, meus irmãos americanos, que encontram-se aí dentro. E aí eu quero lembrar para vocês da construção do Partido dos Panteras Negras, quando os negros americanos se organizaram através de uma brecha na lei, se armaram para defender as suas próprias vidas, e dentre tantas lutas que o Partido dos Panteras Negras realizava, uma era central, que era a luta anti-imperialista. Então é possível destruir o imperialismo, destruir as ferramentas que alimentam o imperialismo, como a OTAN, a ONU, destruir o sionismo que tem aí dentro dos Estados Unidos, que é fatal para vocês, que mobiliza o governo americano e fomenta o imperialismo. Então, eu quero conclamar vocês para essa luta internacionalista, para derrotarmos o imperialismo. Isso que causa tão mal ao mundo começa aí dentro, com a participação de vocês. Um abraço.
Ele está falando que ele quer conclamar... Oh, sorry. Natália, eu vou só traduzir e vou passar a palavra para você. He's saying that he's inviting the northern relatives. I like to say northern relatives. I learned that from the indigenous people. We are all relatives. He's inviting the northern relatives to join the fight, because our fight is like, and he's talking about the Black Panthers Party. And this channel was formerly known as Fred Hampton Leftists, right?
Yeah.
Rainbow Coalition. This fight we fight is against the Zionist state that actually also controls the United States of America. So this fight is also from every single American in the soil in the United States. He's inviting all of us to fight together. And he says, much love, because he's Brazilian. That's the Brazilian loving sauce. JB, I want to pass the word to Natalia, and then I want to get Isa in, but you jump in and feel free to interrupt me whenever you want. Because I'm like Nick when I'm like,
No, I'm from the United States, and so I'm here to listen, so I'm going to stay in the back a little bit.
O JB falou que ele é dos Estados Unidos, então ele quer escutar e aprender, tá bom? Natália, por favor.
I just want to people, when we are talking about selective commotion, because it's the term that the Western media likes to use when now after the blunt moments of racism regarding the situation with the Ukrainian refugees. It's interesting that we had never seen this when we are talking about our children from Latin America. They are kept in cages by the US government, and they are still kept in cages, and no one talks about it because we are talking about like Black and brown people from the South, so who cares about them? And the other thing regarding, and this is has everything to do with the union, which is something that I remember that I like to talk a lot when people in Brazil, sometimes they might have misguiding their hatred towards the people from the United States, the working class. I like to talk about the book, The Dark Alliance, from Gary Webb, which is something that is vital because the US government, at the same time, they were financing the Contras in Nicaragua and paying for their anti-communist movement against the people of Nicaragua, against the Sandinistas. They were at the same time picking up drugs from those people, from the anti-communists, and dealing in the Afro-American communities in the United States, in the Latina communities in the United States. So no one knows that how the pain that the imperialism caused us, like ourselves, because they were not just targeting Latin Americans in Latin America, they were targeting the Latin Americans in the United States, and also the African Americans in the United States as well. So we have to be very honest that people from the United States, even those who carry the a US passport, are victims of imperialism as well, because of the color of their skin, because of their financial origins, because of their working class background. And we cannot forget that when we are talking about how horrible and how evil the imperialism is. Posso traduzir?
Pode, mas antes I want to say something in English, like, damn! I'm feeling like, because like I just met Natalia, and man, there's no Brazilian that's not a fighter. People that from Brazil, they're not fighting for the right things. They're not Brazilian, actually. I'm joking. But I was so happy to meet you. Go ahead.
O que eu estava falando é que é muito importante que essa comoção seletiva que acontece em relação aos refugiados da Ucrânia não acontece em relação às crianças latino-americanas, muitas delas brasileiras, porque a gente tem que lembrar que o governo Bolsonaro está recebendo recordes de pessoas, brasileiros, que são deportados diariamente por conta de uma brecha da lei que o Bolsonaro, passou para agradar o Trump, e agora essas pessoas estão pagando com a vida delas, todas aquelas atrocidades, que a imigração americana faz. E ninguém fala nada. A gente tem criança latina nas gaiolas, nas jaulas, até hoje ninguém fala nada, porque o Biden ia mudar, não mudou, a gente ainda está lá, as crianças latinas ainda estão lá, as crianças caribenhas ainda estão lá em jaulas. E eu gosto muito, quando a gente está falando de imperialismo, de lembrar do livro. Esse livro seria a Aliança Obscura, do Gary Webb, que conta como os Estados Unidos, como a CIA financiou o movimento dos Contra. Para quem não sabe, os Contra era um movimento anticomunista que lutou contra os sandinistas na Nicarágua na década de 80, e que os Contra, eles davam drogas para os Estados Unidos, para a CIA, a CIA dava armas para eles e essas drogas a CIA repassava para traficantes, principalmente da região de Los Angeles, para que esses traficantes começassem a viciar as comunidades, principalmente afro-americanas, né, no crack. Então, isso tudo tem evidência, isso não é teoria de conspiração, tanto é que esse jornalista acabou sendo assassinado e ninguém sabe por quem ele foi assassinado. Então, que o imperialismo, todas essas pessoas, independentes dela terem um passaporte dos Estados Unidos ou não, por causa da cor da pele delas, por causa de serem da classe trabalhadora, elas também são vítimas do imperialismo, porque o imperialismo também está agindo dentro dos Estados Unidos e destruindo a vida de todas essas pessoas.
Wonderfully said, my sister. I'm going to call you sister. You can make, I'm not sisters with Jasana. Tell Glenn Greenwald, he's going to be like, oh, you're friends with Jasana? It's not going to be happy. Anyways, I'm just joking. But anyways, it's because
no,
like
not
people
friends.
might be...
He doesn't like me either. So
we're definitely sisters. And Brizola. We family here. You can see it's a family business. But like, to be quite honest, people be like, why is she talking about so many bad stuff? And she has like this smile. It's just because I just wrote people on RBN saying how much I love this channel. Because like this discussion that we're having here right now is my dreams coming true. Because it's like, what am I doing here? I don't want to repeat the model I came to the US to make it. Because to be quite honest, as a Brazilian, when I got here, I didn't understand what it means to make it. Because when I was in Brazil, in TV shows and soap operas and stuff like that, I was wondering when I saw all the depressed people around me, well, but they did make it. Why are they not happy? And that just boils in me because I was an organizer in Brazil, and thanks God, I was trained by the MST. Trained. This is American language. There's no such a thing as trained to be an activist. We all know that. But then now, seeing this discussion come to reality, it's like it's dream coming true. So thank you all guests so much, because these people from the US, my new country, they need to know that they are not alone, that they are not crazy, that they are not conspiracy theorists. Eu tô falando aqui que, tipo, as pessoas dos Estados Unidos, quando elas são de esquerda, quando elas são de luta, elas são chamadas de loucas, de teoria da conspiração, de paranoicas, entendeu? A ditadura da doutrinação aqui é intensa. E a ameaça também, porque todo dia eles estão ameaçando, você vai ser preso, você vai ser deportado. Né? Aqui a gente não pode ter opinião. O que eu estou fazendo aqui agora é um risco imenso, eu sou uma imigrante. Né? Mas eu não ligo, gente, eu não estou nem aí, a luta continua, né? Vamos lá. Isa, eu quero ouvir sua voz, minha filha, vem! I'm going to bring Isa on because, like, I mean, it's not every day that people from the US have the chance to hear from this wonderful soul. So, Isa, eu vou falar a questão em inglês e aí vou repetir em português. So, the question is, can we unite and have a Pan-American unity, meaning from the north to south or the south? I prefer that way. From the south to north? Is it really possible? And then, a pergunta é, a gente pode ter uma união pan-americana, Isa? Envolvendo, inclusive, os parentes do norte? O que você acha? Aí a gente vai aos pouquinhos, porque eu preciso te traduzir. Aí eu vou te interromper e traduzir, tá bom? Ai, vem.
Não só pode, como deve, né? Não só pode, como deve. Aliás,
guys, you have no idea. I am like, wow.
Isso. Não tem outra saída. Não tem outra saída, né?
There's no other way. There's no other way besides unity.
Ou os povos se unem, né, contra esses estados assassinos, ou morremos todos. Não há outra saída para nós.
Or the people unite against the assassination of all of us, or we're dead. Pode ir, Isa.
Eu sou Isa Tapuia, sou de Santarém, no Pará, na Amazônia, no coração da Amazônia, na confluência entre o Pará e o Amazonas, o estado do Amazonas. A Amazônia, vocês devem conhecer, são 9 estados amazônicos, né, da Amazônia brasileira e 9 países da Amazônia legal. Eu estou no Pará, né, num desses estados, estou em Santarém. Talvez vocês devam conhecer uma praia chamada Alter do Chão, que é uma das praias mais belas, considerada pelo The Guardian, a mais bela de água doce aqui na Amazônia. Tem outras, né? Mas eles elegem sempre.
Fala o nome de novo, para poder falar.
Alter do Chão.
Ai, meu Deus! Okay, so Isa is from my favorite part of Brazil, Alter do Chão. Is a part where you have the waters. We say sweet waters when they are from rivers, not the ocean. Sweet and salty. And it's considered the most beautiful part of Brazil. The reason why I was like is because I worked years back then. I worked in Ilha do Marajó with Petrobras. I was having plays there for the people, and I learned how to dance the carimbó. Eu tô falando, Isa, que eu trabalhei com a Petrobras. Eles levaram a gente para fazer teatro na Ilha do Marajó e eu aprendi o carimbó.
Vamos dançar. É a dança que a gente dança só também, né? Então, não importa se você tem alguém para dançar, tocou carimbó, você se mexe. Então, eu sou ativista dos direitos humanos, faço parte de uma organização aqui que se chama CITA, Conselho Indígena Tapajós Arapiuns. Nós somos uma organização de base do movimento indígena, né? Da COIAB, que é a Coordenação das Organizações Indígenas da Amazônia Brasileira. Essa, por conseguinte, tem uma ligação com a COICA, que é a coordenadora de organizações indígenas da Cuenca Amazônica. E aqui no Brasil, a gente se conecta com a PIB, né, que é a Articulação dos Povos Indígenas do Brasil. Então, a gente faz essa reunião. O Brasil é um país onde a gente tem, demograficamente, a população indígena ela é pouca, né? Nós somos em torno de, segundo o IBGE, nós não chegamos nem a 1 milhão de indígenas. Esses 1 milhão de indígenas se encontram em 305 povos, mas esse quase 1 milhão, né, 896 mil, é muito pouco, né, para 210 milhões. Nós falamos mais de 74 idiomas indígenas aqui no Brasil, então você deve imaginar a diversidade. E nós temos, como a gente está falando de Yanomami, para dar deixa para depois, a gente tem mais de 100 povos indígenas ainda em isolamento voluntário, ou seja, povos que nós apenas conhecemos o nome, a localização na floresta, mas nós não sabemos nada dessa população.
Okay. So Isa is giving very important data, but I will stick to the last numbers. She's part of very important indigenous organizations. And she says, Isa, qual é o número de povos indígenas que são isolados?
100. 100
so
povos.
There are. Look at the beauty of this data right now. JB. There are 100 indigenous nations in Brazil. They are in isolation. You know what that means? They live and exist the same way they did even when the Portuguese invasion happened more than 500 years ago. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Jordana, it's just important just to complement that what I said before about Bolsonaro wanting to legalize mining indigenous lands. It means that many people, those 100 people who live in isolation, would have their lifestyle threatened because the mining would happen around their territories as well. So we are talking about disrespecting their own choices, their ancestral choice of living in isolation. So this is very serious. And again, we are talking about, I talk a lot about this on my work, about the international commotion. And we don't have an international commotion about what is happening in Brazil with the indigenous. We don't have an international commotion talking about the fact that we have a country's leader, which is disgusting as a Brazilian to say that he's my country's leader, but trying to destroy something that has been happened even before the Portuguese invasion. So can I translate?
Yes. Please.
O que eu falei é muito importante, Isa, Brizola e pessoal brasileiro aqui assistindo, é que dentro do que é a PL que o Bolsonaro está tentando empurrar de mineração em terras indígenas, que essas pessoas que vivem em isolamento voluntário serão afetadas também. E que isso não causa uma comoção internacional, que você não tem o mundo falando sobre isso, que você tem um mundo que até sabe, porque está cheio de correspondente no Brasil. Eles preferem se ater à fofoca, eles preferem se ater a tentar minimizar, né, os horrores que o imperialismo causa no Brasil, mas eles não falam sobre isso. E que isso, a gente tem uma liderança de um país, a gente tem o presidente do Brasil tentando desrespeitar algo que está acontecendo, o estilo de vida, a escolha de povos originários que são feitas desde antes da invasão, desde antes da colonização, e que isso pode acabar com uma canetada, né, do governo brasileiro. Então, isso é muito sério, isso precisa ser falado. Just to add up, because this is something that I also live abroad. I'm also a migrant, and I have been in many moments of my life being put on a position that I have to fight with peers, with journalist peers here, regarding how the horrors that happen in Brazil don't make news, are not news. So many of the things that we are seeing here, and I'm seeing JB's face like, oh my God, these are things that I talk a lot about on Brazil Wire, that is the outlet that I'm one of the editors, that is, we are seeing many horrors regarding the indigenous population and the Brazilian Black population happen on daily basis, and no one wants to talk about because it's not news. So where are our hashtags? Where are our protests? Because when something happens in the United States, we have like an international commotion. I'm not saying that the international commotion doesn't need to exist. It needs to exist. But why are lives as Brazilians worth less than the lives of people in the United States and people in Europe? Because the way things are being done, even by people from the left, it feels like our lives matter less or don't matter at all. Because at the same time, when people were talking about George Floyd, we had a serious, horrendous case in Brazil with a Black Brazilian man that was murdered by the security guard on a supermarket, and a French supermarket, by the way, chain. And no one, we had protests in Brazil, of course. We had the Brazilian people talking about it, but we had no one else talking about it. We had many tragedies like Jacarezinho massacre. We had massacres happening on daily basis in the favelas in Brazil, and they are hardly news, or if they are just like notes, or like, oh, something else happened in Brazil again. And people try to always blame Bolsonaro. Bolsonaro is horrible. Bolsonaro is a monster, but we are not blaming what is to be blamed. That is how we were colonized, how things were made in Brazil, how those horrors, those atrocities are normalized. It's a part of our daily basis in Brazil. And I could talk about the indigenous, I can talk about like the Black community, I can talk about the women in Brazil, because like the violence of the women in Brazil against women in Brazil is also something that is appalling. And no one cares because they are just Brazilians and they are like savage. Like, who cares about the people in the South? But the people in the South matter, like we matter, and we need everybody uniting to fight with us, because we are always willing to fight with you.
Yeah. Is it okay if I add to your point on that? Part of why there's not that much attention is because we in the United States are so brainwashed, and we have our media here doesn't give any attention to what's going on in Brazil or whatever in South America, unless it has to deal with immigration. And that's part of the media that we have. And then we're brainwashed into thinking our lives only matter. People from the South, their lives don't matter. That's what we're taught. And so once we start to wake up and then we move to the left, then we start to say, well, what about the people in Nicaragua and Honduras and Brazil and Argentina and Venezuela? What about them? And then we learn, and then we listen to you, and then we're like, oh my God. So this is good that we have panels like this so that we can educate our fellow U.S. citizens on what's going on, so that they wake up too, so that they can have solidarity with all of our brothers and sisters in the South.
Natália, você quer traduzir para português ou você acha que a gente pode seguir? Porque a Isa está terminando o pensamento dela, mas se você quiser traduzir para português, é tranquilo.
Não, é só rapidamente, o que eu falei é que, assim, quando acontece alguma tragédia no Brasil, e já aconteceram várias nesse tempo, a gente não tem o mundo se comovendo pela gente, a gente não tem ninguém fazendo protesto porque teve o massacre do Jacarezinho, você não tem o mundo parando quando o segurança do Carrefour matou aquele homem negro de maneira cruel, de maneira brutal. Você não tem o mundo parando quando a gente passa por essas violências que já viraram parte do nosso cotidiano no Brasil. E fica parecendo que as vidas do Brasil valem menos, fica parecendo que ninguém liga para o que acontece no Brasil, porque a gente é tratado até hoje pelo mundo como menos, como selvagem, como aquele que não merece atenção, como aquele que não merece compaixão e não merece a união dos povos, né, em torno das coisas que acontecem com a gente.
Só antes de seguir, vou responder essa pergunta. Is Pindorama the name of the land? Is
Pindorama.
Brazil is what the colonizers called us. Isa.
Há 500 anos, quando os colonizados, os europeus chegaram, né, porque não foram só portugueses, foram europeus, enfim.
Tem holandês também, né?
Holandeses, franceses, então não são só portugueses que chegaram aqui, né? Enfim, aí o Brasil se chamava Pindorama porque era dos Tupiniquim, né? Mas nesse tempo a gente tinha 1.300 povos Você deve imaginar que cada território tinha um nome, né? Enfim. Né?
So
Então,
Isa is correcting me when I say Portuguese, because she says like it's not just Portuguese people that colonized Brazil. There is also Dutch. There is also British. That's like European in general. So when the European got to Brazil, it was called Pindorama because it was like the name that one nation gave, but also that we had 1,300 nations. So yeah, pode ir.
Então, você deve imaginar, nós temos 500 anos de contatos no litoral, mas a minha região aqui, que é a região amazônica, nós temos 352 anos de contato. Então, você deve imaginar que nós perdemos, digamos assim, falamos o Nhangatu, que era uma língua franca. Depois disso, né, nós tivemos que voltar a falar a língua materna, enfim, e depois ensinaram para a gente português. Isso em 300 anos. Então, você deve imaginar a violência porque passaram os nossos ancestrais.
Sim. So the ancestors from only Isa's nation passed through 300 years of oppression because they had to learn Sorry. Como eu posso falar isso?
Nhangatu.
Nhangatu. And then they had to learn again the language, their mother language, and then they had to learn the Portuguese. And I like the way she says that, because she's like, can you imagine 300 years of oppression and violence? Because you say like, we had to learn the language, and we imagine people in schools learning a language. No, they're being like tortured into speaking these languages.
Então, imaginar, só para a gente tentar entender um pouquinho essa situação. Mas trazendo para esse momento que nós estamos vivenciando, a pandemia, por exemplo, ela matou um povo, ela extinguiu um povo que se chamava Juma, né? Que era um povo no Mato Grosso. Tinham apenas 4 pessoas, eles estavam, né, num território, mas a Covid chegou nesse povo e hoje nós não temos nenhum dos Jumas conseguiram sobreviver, porque a gente sabia que era o Covid, né? Então, você deve imaginar que, como a gente está falando de comoção, essas são situações que a gente vivencia dentro do país. E o que a gente tem que ter consciência, tanto nós aqui, quanto todos os povos em todos os estados, é que nós estamos lutando contra um Estado assassino. No Brasil, o governo que está aí, e eu não vou citar o nome porque eu não cito ele, né? Eu digo o governo que está aí, o presidente que está aí, o energúmeno que está aí, o jabuti chifrudo que está aí, mas eu não cito o nome porque eu não vou fazer algoritmo para ele, né? Então a gente tem que ter também esse tipo de consciência.
I just want to translate what Isa is saying. Desculpa te interromper. Isa is saying that like she is talking about the government that is in power, and that the reason why she's not calling by the name is because she doesn't want the algorithm to work in their favor. Pode ir, Isa.
Porque agora eles estão trabalhando muito forte com o algoritmo. Todo mundo sabe que o gabinete do ódio, ele trabalha muito fortemente hoje com a tecnologia que nós temos. Eles sabem fazer isso muito bem para o propósito deles, né? Então, a gente tem que também aprender e também evitar também ter outros meios. Então, o que eu queria chamar a atenção, e respondendo a pergunta inicial desse nosso bate-papo, como é que a gente se une, como é que a gente faz um movimento com que a gente começa a se proteger enquanto povo contra esses estados assassinos, porque são estados assassinos, eles estão institucionalizados, eles têm as suas polícias, eles têm o seu poder e eles usam isso contra nós, o povo, né? Então, eu creio que a gente tem que ter essa perspectiva de continente e de mundo, né? No que o André falou, na geopolítica, E nós sabemos que hoje, no Brasil, nós estamos correndo um risco imenso, né? Os povos indígenas são o alvo, né? Da política indigenista do governo atual. Nós tivemos agora essa morte horrenda das mulheres Yanomamis, mas não faz 2 meses nós também tivemos morte de Yanomamis que foram mortos, né? Não faz 4 meses nós também tivemos morte de Yanomami. E não é só os Yanomamis hoje, praticamente são todos os indígenas que estão em risco de ter um etnocídio no nosso país. Por quê? Porque há uma política de incentivo à invasão dos territórios. E esses povos, como são os Yanomamis, como são os Munduruku, como são todos esses 100 povos isolados aí, eles vivem tendo a mata, tendo a floresta, tendo o rio como o seu supermercado. É ali que ele se alimenta, é ali que ele busca as ervas para se curar, né? É lá que ele vai também fazer os seus rituais espirituais, né? Se encontrar com os nossos encantados, com os nossos... Isso tudo está sendo invadido. Todas as terras indígenas, um dado, todas as terras indígenas demarcadas, em processo de demarcação, reivindicada, estão invadidas. Esse é o dado hoje. Ou elas estão com garimpeiro dentro das terras, porque nós já sabemos tanto os Kayapó, quanto os Munduruku, quanto os Yanomami, eles estão com seus territórios cheios de garimpeiros, que estão ali tirando garimpo e destruindo completamente a mata e também destruindo a própria população indígena que está ali tentando se defender, né? Então, a gente tem esse momento, ele é crucial, né? E não tem outra chance para nós. Ou a gente retira esse presidente que está ali, ou não tem chance para a nossa população.
So what Isa is saying is that, as pretty much in the way that Constantine was saying, that there is a project in place to exterminate, to like a genocide of the indigenous people in Brazil. And that the only way we can fight it, the only way we can win over it, is if we take this person out of power. And in respect of her, I won't translate his name because she's not saying his name. And that we know about the death of the Yanomami children, but before that there was death of other Yanomami deaths. There was other indigenous nations in Brazil deaths, and that's. He has, as Natalia said here before, in the very beginning of the streaming, he is allowing people to go into the Amazon rainforest and mine. And by doing that, he says, you can kill, right? Because here in the US, in Brazil, in Central America, the indigenous people are the protectors of the forest. Therefore, they will be assassinated. Right?
E exatamente. Então, a gente tem, pelo menos são dados já estatísticos, as terras indígenas elas estão invadidas, mas elas também são, digamos assim, um cinturão para a defesa climática, né? Para hoje, principalmente hoje, as terras indígenas elas contribuem mais de 90% de toda a recuperação, né, de emissão de gás. Então nós temos um papel primordial, essas terras elas têm um papel primordial na defesa, né, e na proteção, e também para evitar essas mudanças climáticas. Então, quando afeta-se toda esse território, essa população, a gente vai estar também prejudicando todo o ecossistema e toda a vida no próprio planeta, porque a gente está mexendo com uma coisa que depois a gente não tem como mudar, né? Então, só que assim, antigamente eram as empresas que entravam nos nossos territórios e a gente lutava contra aquela empresa, fazia uma campanha, por exemplo, se fosse a Shell, aí nos Estados Unidos, fazer uma campanha, né? A Chevron também, como entrou no Equador. A gente fazia uma campanha forte contra aquela empresa. Só que hoje não é as empresas diretamente. Hoje nós temos um governo que ele autoriza a matar. Nós temos um governo que há 4 anos atrás, quando ele estava se candidatando, ele disse que ele ia matar os índios, ele disse que ele ia matar os negros, ele disse que ele ia matar as mulheres, ele disse que ele ia acabar com a população mais pobre. Ele falou isso.
Eu preciso traduzir
ele
isso.
Ele está cumprindo suas promessas.
Eu preciso traduzir isso. So is he saying that before, when the corporations like Chevron went into their lands, they would make a campaign, they would fight, they would go to the streets, they would put their flags up, and they would most of the time find ways to solve the situation. But when Bolsonaro came into power, his campaign, in his own campaign, he was saying that he would allow to kill Black people. He would allow to kill indigenous people. He would allow to kill women. Because why not? And that was his campaign. Pode ir, Isa.
Isso. E o que a gente tem hoje, né? A gente está falando também da atualidade. No Brasil, nós corremos o risco, inclusive, de nem ter eleição democrática, popular. Recentemente, né, o ministro Barroso do Supremo, numa palestra, né, ele disse que, na tentativa do Supremo de pegar todas as forças para fazer com que a eleição acontecesse, o Exército mandou para eles 90 questões, eles responderam as 90 questões, e entre essas 90 questões, eles falaram assim para a gente entrar nesse processo. É preciso garantir, é preciso ter mecanismos para garantir que a gente tenha a questão do voto auditável. E se a gente recorda, eles perderam, mas o presidente que está lá disse: sem voto auditável, não tem eleição. E recentemente ele disse:
explica
ou eu
ganho,
um pouquinho
para traduzir.
Tá.
Eu não consigo. O voto auditável. Natália, o que seria o voto auditável?
É que, só uma parte, eu explico, Joana. Aqui a diferença da votação dos Estados Unidos é que é uma urna eletrônica que você não confere o voto. Então, você não tem contato com o seu voto e você não tem como conferir, fazer uma checagem de recontagem. Não há como recontar os votos, porque não há essa recontagem. Essa é a questão do Bolsonaro, que ele pede que tenha um papel que comprove a votação. Né? Mas ele utiliza isso de arma para atacar o Supremo, de fato. Né?
Na verdade, é assim, é que essa questão aqui no Brasil, a gente já tem mais de 20 anos de urna eletrônica, né? Já é um sistema consolidado, garantido, super, digamos assim, seguro. Não tem digamos assim, o Supremo Eleitoral, eles colocam hacker, eles contratam, eles chamam tudo quanto é hacker para entrar no sistema e não tem ninguém que quebra o sistema das urnas eletrônicas. Então, essa é uma tentativa de, primeiro, desacreditar o sistema, segundo, dizer que as urnas, as votações não vão ser democráticas, né? E quem ganhar, ganhou porque, digamos assim, roubou. Tá?
Ok.
Então, essa situação é esse momento, neste exato momento aqui. Há 3 dias atrás, nós tivemos essa discussão aí com o Barroso, com o Supremo. Então, se a gente não prestar atenção né, nessa discussão que está por detrás de toda essa situação. E a gente, para finalizar já para você tradução, a gente não pode esquecer o que aconteceu aí nos Estados Unidos depois das eleições que ganhou com o Trump, com a invasão do Capitólio. Esse pessoal que invadiu o Capitólio, inclusive com a presença do famigerado filho da criatura, eles continuam aqui no Brasil. E eles têm, sim, a intenção de fazer com que as eleições não aconteçam. E, parentes da Norte América, se nós não tivermos uma eleição democrática, se nós não tivermos o governo popular que transforme essa realidade que nós temos, nós não vamos ter vida. Principalmente nós, os povos indígenas, os negros, os quilombolas, as mulheres, os menos favorecidos desse país não vão ter. Podem me escutar, porque vai ser muito difícil para nós. Porque pode traduzir, João.
Natália, vai um pouco e depois eu tento fazer um resumão, porque eu quero trazer o Constantino de volta, o Brizola também, para a gente poder. Porque eu não quero abusar do tempo de vocês.
Just to explain a little bit what Isa was saying, because I wrote an article about it, connecting actually the situation of the United States and Brazil regarding the voting fraud or possible fraud that Bolsonaro started to spread. In Brazil, there was an electronic bailout, which means that we don't have a physical way to see our voting. It's all going to the computer system. And Bolsonaro keeps saying that we need to have like a physical way to see the votings. But many people say, why not to print the vote? But we have to remember that we are talking about a country that has a tremendous number of political violence. So you would actually putting people in danger if they live in a region that is dominated by the militias, for example, and you would say you have to vote for Bolsonaro. And then you say, but I don't want to vote for Bolsonaro. Oh, but now I need to see if you voted for Bolsonaro, because if you don't vote for Bolsonaro, I will kill you. So Bolsonaro, yes. So like the problem with printing the vote would be like you would be disclosing something that in the Brazilian democracy is one of our pillars, that is vote is universal, but it's also secret. So this is the last thing we need in Brazil. And last year, the son of the president went to a Congress in the United States talking about voting fraud, hosted by the My Pillow guy. And he spoke about, he was one of the main speakers. And that Congress was very interested because one of the people who was the headliners was Steve Bannon, and Bannon used the Congress to say that the elections in Brazil, the upcoming elections in Brazil, would be a moment of global definition for politics, because Lula was the most dangerous politician in the world, because he would be able to bring in communism again into a big country like Brazil. So that's why it was important for them to make sure the elections would be valued. Otherwise, with elections that they cannot audit, Lula could win. Meaning, like, they're gonna try to use all the dirty games that they use in the United States, in Brazil as well. But because of our electoral system, it's harder. But Bolsonaro keeps trying to wage a war against our electoral system in Brazil to try to change things in order to play dirty tricks and win the election again.
Okay, so from what I understand, it's basically the confidentiality in voting is important to safeguard people, because there's some people who want to vote, but if their information is given out, they may either not vote or they may end up voting the way that they don't want to because of pressure from violent extremists. Do I get that correctly?
Posso só
pode ir,
fazer...
Brizola, pode ir, pode.
A grande questão que se fala, principalmente aqui no Rio de Janeiro, é porque nós temos aqui territórios controlados por milícias, são grupos de extermínios, são criminosos que são ligados ao Bolsonaro. Então, uma vez que você tem uma comprovação do seu voto, você, além de rastrear o voto, você obriga aquelas pessoas a votarem na base da arma, na base da coação, da violência, e também da compra de voto. Você compra o voto, você paga R$100 ou R$50 e você traz o comprovante, ó, tá aqui, votei em você, é nesse sentido. Ainda assim,
Brizola
o sistema...
desculpa te interromper, Brizola. Brizola is also saying that it's not only like by threatening their lives, like in when people are famine, you can buy the vote. You give them R$100 to vote for Bolsonaro. You give them R$100 to vote for your candidate, and they are famine, so they want to buy food, and they were accepted. Pode ir, Brizola.
É isso. Essa questão da votação eleitoral, infelizmente, ela carece de aprofundarmos mais a discussão. Não é o tema que nós devemos nos ater neste momento. Como eu disse no início, nós temos dois problemas muito grandes, big problems. A institucional, que é essa crise. Vamos lembrar que o Supremo Tribunal Federal, quem referenda as urnas eletrônicas também, deu o golpe e aceitou o golpe na presidente Dilma. Aceitou o golpe em 64 também.
Yeah, we need to remember that the fight that is most important in this moment right now is first the institutional fight, because the Supreme Court not only accepted the coup d'etat against Dilma Rousseff, but they also accepted and approved the coup d'etat that happened in 1964, which was sponsored by USA. And it was accepted by the Supreme Court, because the Supreme Court is who actually has to say yes for this kind of things to happen. And they say yes twice. So Brizola says institutional fight because the institution is corrupted. Pode ir.
Também aceitou a enxurrada de agrotóxicos no nosso país, agrotóxicos proibidos no mundo inteiro. O Supremo referenda esse veneno na comida do povo brasileiro. Também referenda a entrada de produtos transgênicos, que nós não sabemos o resultado disso. E pior, faz com que os transgênicos coloquem mais venenos nas lavouras, acabando com a agricultura familiar e potencializando o agronegócio, que polui água, polui ar, polui e mata até anjo se tiver. Então, as instituições no Brasil não estão funcionando. Esta é a verdade. Nós temos um presidente que manda o Suprema Corte calar a boca quando ele é contrariado. Ou seja, a Constituição sou eu.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. My internet's not so good right now. So can you all hear me?
Okay.
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Brizola is also saying that the same Supreme Court allows for the use of como que fala agrotóxico? Thank you. Agrotoxic. There are
pesticide.
Thank you. Pesticide. The use of pesticides, they are forbidden in the whole world. The Brazilian Supreme Court is allowing the use of these pesticides in Brazil. They're allowing the poisoning of the food in the whole country. Go ahead. Pode ir, Brizola.
Por isso que as instituições não estão funcionando no Brasil, porque os três poderes estão se confrontando. Essa é a grande verdade. Quando há a separação dos três poderes para que haja uma harmonia democrática, isso não está acontecendo no Brasil. Nós temos um presidente que confronta as instituições.
There is an institutional war. There is the Supreme Court fighting the president and vice versa. And this is not democratic, because when the powers that hold a sovereign country are infighting, then there is no
E mais, e nós temos um Congresso que aprovou um orçamento secreto, que esse orçamento secreto, né, que você não identifica a origem para quê, ela é maior do que muitos orçamentos do que prefeitos e governadores. Então, nós temos uma destruição do sistema presidencialista como um todo também. Os governadores estão perdendo sua autonomia, os prefeitos estão perdendo sua autonomia de executar, estão sendo engolidos por parlamentares, de fato, que aprovam esse orçamento secreto. Esse orçamento secreto. A grande questão que está se dando é, quando eu digo que há duas crises, dentro de várias crises, né, a institucional é essa, os poderes não estão funcionando, a democracia não está funcionando no Brasil, isso é claro, desde o golpe de 2016. Bolsonaro, quando dá o golpe na Dilma, vai no microfone e diz a seguinte questão: perderam em 1964, onde foi o golpe de Estado, promovido por um golpe cívico-militar, patrocinado por setores americanos, e perderam em 2016. Viva a memória do coronel Brilhante Ustra, um torturador condenado pela justiça brasileira, o único torturador condenado pela justiça brasileira. Além de exaltar a tortura, além de homenagear os torturadores, o Bolsonaro homenageia a criminosos, policiais militares criminosos, condenados pela justiça por homicídio, assassinato e grupo de extermínio. Ele não só homenageou no Congresso, o Bolsonaro e os filhos dele deram uma homenagem a um assassino, um dos maiores criminosos do estado do Rio de Janeiro, dentro da cadeia. Eles homenagearam um criminoso dentro da cadeia, um assassino de grupo de extermínio que controla o maior grupo de extermínio na cidade do Rio de Janeiro. Ou seja, não há democracia. Por isso eu digo que nós precisamos salvar o processo civilizatório, para que esta barbárie que nós estamos escutando aqui, que jogar uma criança no rio, quer dizer, sequestra a mãe com 2 filhos, ela joga no rio de 3 anos, a outra ela estupra coletivamente e assassina, e joga a mãe no rio também, que sobreviveu. Quer dizer, a barbárie na favela carioca, onde assassinam jovens negros e jogam no rio. Ou seja, queimam indígenas nas cidades, assassinam moradores de ruas, as pessoas armadas numa discussão de trânsito sacam suas armas e atiram e matam. O processo civilizatório está em risco no Brasil. Esta é a grande verdade. Ou que nós decidimos, ou é barbárie, ou nós vamos retomar por um processo democrático, para que a gente possa fazer essa travessia.
Exatamente. It's so eu vou resumir. So what Brizola is bringing here to us, the fact that we are living through barbarian times in Brazil, and I like when people use that because barbarians are actually white, right? So we are living through a white supremacist process in Brazil. We are being killed. We have a propaganda that says it's okay to kill Black and Indigenous people, right? And that's our everyday existence. And we have this man that is in power right now in Brazil saying that when the coup d'etat happened in 2016 to Dilma, he grabbed the mic and he said, well, they lost in 1964. And they also lost in 2016. So the same military coup d'etat from the 70s to prevent losing, quote unquote, more South American countries to the USSR. I have to say that name in English so hard. The USSR, the coup d'etat that was sponsored so they couldn't lose, was also sponsored in 2016 because of the BRICS and the pre-sal. Let's call a dog a dog. And Brizola also says the importance of seeing the crisis, the institutional crisis, because the institution is completely corrupted, but also the civilizatory process. Because we're being killed as civilization. Because the Brazilian civilization is the indigenous people, is the Black people that are there, and they are being assassinated with the okay from the federal government. Do you think an assassin was not going to kill people? They have the okay from the major leader of the country. Eu espero que eu possa ter resumido de forma completa aqui para você. So I will
além de poluir, além de contaminar a terra com o agronegócio, queimar as nossas matas e destruir a Amazônia. Essa é a intenção, de fato.
Yeah, and they are killing. They are not only killing us as human beings, but they are killing the forests. They are killing the nation. And I will add to that to be quite honest, Bolsonaro loves the USA, loves it. He actually said he will be coming to the USA if he is to lose the elections.
Well, Adolf Hitler also loved the United States.
Yeah. So that should raise questions in your head. Am I living in a Nazi country? Yes. Every single Nazi Zionist person in the world loves the USA. Anyways, before I get killed by the CIA agent that's coming through my window right now, sorry, I have to bring some light. Like JB is here, I just feel comfortable with his presence. I want to get I feel like I've been abusing our guests' time because we're way longer than, and they are not at all in Eastern time in the US. I want to give them the chance to have less words and but also if you want to keep on going with the conversation, the next panel is actually at 9 p.m. Eastern time, so we still have 25 minutes, but I feel like to give you a chance to say your goodbye properly, to make your invitation to the American people, and to promote anything. I want to know about Natalia's work on the Brazilian wire. I think it's properly to start going towards this ending. O que eu tô falando é que eu quero dar o direito de vocês a falarem os seus adeus e promover a causa de vocês, porque a gente tem 20 minutos antes da próxima apresentação, mas como a gente tem que fazer a tradução, também toma um pouco mais de tempo, e eu queria agradecer muito a presença de vocês. Eu vou fazer isso, eu vou agradecer, eu vou chorar, mas eu queria dar um tempo bom para cada um de vocês poder falar, e eu vou começar com a Isa, que foi a que chegou por último, e que eu amo muito. Por favor, Isa.
Bom, falar para vocês que é uma alegria muito grande, dizer da minha gratidão por esse momento, e eu confio, eu acredito, e eu sinto muita força nesses espaços e nesses momentos. Eu creio que o universo ele começa a trabalhar a nosso favor, né? E apesar da gente ter a barreira do idioma, mas nós conseguimos, com os tradutores, com os intérpretes, e a gente consegue fazer essa comunicação, só que a gente tem que estreitar mais essa comunicação entre o norte e o sul, né? O norte do norte e o sul do sul, né? Também a gente tem que entender isso. Tanto nós aqui do Brasil com os nossos irmãos, irmãs e parentes, né, norte-americanos, assim como também nós aqui do Brasil, né, nós do norte, o pessoal lá do sul, enfim. Eu creio que a Claudinha faz um papel muito importante hoje nessa reunião do Nordeste, né? Ela que nos também oportunizou estarmos aqui. Então, eu acredito nesses espaços, nesses momentos, porque eles não foram construídos por nós. Nós somos apenas aqueles que os nossos ancestrais utilizam, porque eles sentem em nós essa grande possibilidade que eles podem nos usar para o bem. Então, eu confio nisso, e respondendo à pergunta, eu creio que a gente precisa fazer mais conversas com mais frequência, para a gente estreitar mais as nossas relações, e dizer que a gente tem que tomar cuidado a partir de agora, nos nos fundamentalistas cristãos evangélicos que comandam, juntamente com esse governo, toda a política indigenista, né, e que é uma política de morte, eles não brincam, não, eles matam, eles não estão brincando, eles vieram para matar, para destruir, para limpar e fazer o que eles bem entenderem. E a gente tem que saber que, a partir de agora, nesse processo eleitoral, o energúmeno, o presidente, precisa das cortinas de fumaça. E eles vão usar os indígenas para a cortina de fumaça deles, para a maldade deles. O gabinete do ódio tem muito claro isso, que matar um indígena, matar um negro, coloca as pessoas discutindo isso enquanto eles estão fazendo as maiores maldades. Então, a gente tem que prestar atenção muito nisso e sempre ficar olhando o que está por trás dessa cortina de fumaça aqui. A gente tem que se indignar. E, finalmente, tomar muito cuidado com nossos indígenas isolados, porque eles são as vítimas, eles já foram vítimas dos outros massacres, então eles estão tentando sobreviver ali naquela floresta, né, cuidando de si, dos seus, mas agora eles estão ameaçados, porque eles não têm mais para onde ir, eles vão para o Peru, tem garimpo lá também, tem invasão de madeireira, eles vão para a Venezuela, eles vão para a Colômbia, para qualquer lugar que eles forem, não tem mais lugar para eles irem dentro da Amazônia, onde eles não vão encontrar uma fronteira, onde eles não vão encontrar um grupo armado, onde eles não vão encontrar violência, onde eles não vão encontrar morte. Não tem mais espaços de paz na nossa Amazônia. E só temos nós. Nós só temos essa solidariedade, a gente só tem esse compromisso coletivo, esse compromisso de pessoas que são ativistas dos direitos humanos, que têm essa missão, né, de lutar em prol de todos, né? Não só de nós, nós que estamos aqui, mas daqueles que nós amamos, e que a gente tem que vibrar muito esse ano aqui no Brasil, porque nós vamos precisar de muito, muito apoio. E não só apoio político, mas também apoio emocional, porque não é fácil. Não é fácil, parentes. Eu digo para vocês que, estando nós à frente desse processo, é muito dolorido, tá? Todos esses relatos que a gente nem vê, a gente está vivendo, né? Então, a gente pede a solidariedade, que vocês também contem com nós para as situações que vocês vivem. É assim, todo mundo segurando na mão, todo mundo fazendo uma corrente do bem, porque nós somos vencedores. Nós estamos aqui porque nós somos vencedores, os nossos ancestrais confiam em nós. E na nossa mão que eles colocaram, e na nossa boca que eles colocaram as palavras, para que a gente possa lutar contra todas as formas de violência que nós estamos vivenciando hoje. Gratidão, e que os nossos ancestrais nos abençoem, nos guiem, nos protejam e nos dê muita sabedoria, né, para a gente saber lidar com todas as adversidades. Porque se nós der força, vamos fazer que nem o André diz, né? Vamos logo partir para a guerra e pronto, acabou.
Ai. If only our northern relatives spoke your language, Isa, they would have been blessed like I was right now from your words. Isa is saying that she is very glad and proud to be here, communicating all of our pain from the South here with our relatives in the North, and that she's grateful for the opportunity and to answer the question of, is it possible to have a Pan-American unity, including the countries of the North? She says that's the only way. That's the only way. And I will quote Brizola here, in fight, right? In the fight. That's the only way. And she also says that we are the people that our ancestors use their mouth to speak. The words we are speaking are coming from the inspiration from our ancestors, and that we have to vibrate in harmony of our ancestors because we are chosen by our ancestors. They walked the walk, they paved the way so we could be free. So we cannot accept nothing but freedom Nothing but freedom. The fight was already fought for us. Freedom is our right. And then she says, as André said, let's be strong, because in this fight is not easy. All these news that we hear, the torture of children, there will be more and more. And we will hear more, and it will hurt our hearts, and it will hurt our eyes, and it will hurt our ears. But we have to be here strong and fight. And if we need, we are going to go to war if it's needed. We need to know that we have the strength of our ancestors to also do so if it's needed. And it might be. Obrigada, Isa. Eu tentei. E agora a gente vai com a Natália. E aí depois the gentleman.
I would like to take the opportunity as well. I have to message Wyatt Reed later to thank him for putting me in contact, especially with you, Josanna. I love to meet. It was lovely to meet you. It was lovely to meet a sister that I didn't know I had on you. And I would like to say, for those who want to follow the situation about Brazil in English, coming from anti-imperialistic point of view, to follow the work of BrazilWire.com. It's Brazil with S, because the Brazil with C is the Brazil that is destroying the Brazil with S. It's a joke we do in Brazil a lot. But and I always working with other great journalists to show the truth of what is happening in Brazil. We have many, and I have to be honest here with you, many of what we are living in Brazil, the press is to be blamed, especially the international press that normalize all the horrors that the Brazilians went through and go through on daily basis. They're willing to ignore not just the violence, but also the institutional violence committed by the government, by those who removed the Workers' Party from power. Is astonished, and us from Brazil Wire, in an independent way, we have been trying to fight their narrative and using the knowledge that we have to inform the world of the situation in Brazil. And saying what Isa said, was so important for people to realize that us in Brazil, the people in Brazil, we are tired, we are dying, but we did not lose the hope for a better future. To have Lula in power is the better future for us. To have the Workers' Party with their project of nationalization, of support for the working class is what we need, is what we need to survive. It's not even what we need, what we want, it's what we need to survive. So please support us and start, I don't know ways that you can do, but in the United States, but please be aware of many of the wrongdoings we are seeing in Brazil right now are coming from your homeland. So please be mindful and please be attentive of everything, because they are not just shitting with you guys, they are shitting with us as well. So thank you so much for having me here. And now I'm going to translate for the people in Portuguese and to give Josanna a break. Eu queria agradecer as pessoas aqui que me convidaram, foi ótimo estar aqui hoje. Para quem quiser acompanhar o meu trabalho em inglês sobre uma cobertura anti-imperialista, sobre a situação política do Brasil, para me acompanhar no BrazilWire.com, Brasil com S mesmo, Wire escreve com W-I-R-E. E lá eu e outros jornalistas a gente trabalha, né, justamente levando, né, o que acontece do Brasil de uma maneira imperialista, de uma maneira vinda, né, da esquerda, uma análise de esquerda sobre a situação política do Brasil. E né, explicar para as pessoas dos Estados Unidos que muitas das coisas horríveis que o Brasil passa por hoje têm culpa da mídia, principalmente da mídia internacional, né, que normalizou todos esses horrores que aconteceram e acontecem diariamente, inclusive, né, o horror que está na presidência agora. E dizer para essas pessoas que eu estou aqui, estou tentando, né, da minha maneira única, humilde, combater essa narrativa, né? Vou continuar fazendo isso, né? Assim como você tem medo da CIA, eu tenho aqui o meu MI6, que também já está aqui batendo na porta, mas como ele é inglês, eu não tenho medo. Então, né, que ele vai bater na porta com um chazinho na mão. Então, não tenho medo desse povo, não. Mas que a gente do Brasil também tem, que as pessoas dos Estados Unidos têm que perceber que muitas das coisas que o brasileiro passa, que o brasileiro sofre, estão vindo dos Estados Unidos. Então, para eles ficarem ligados e lutarem dos Estados Unidos pela gente. Porque se esse povo é merda com eles, eles são mais merda ainda com a gente do Brasil. Então, muito obrigada, né, pela oportunidade e ótimo estar aqui hoje, né? Com certeza, se convidar outras vezes, voltarei.
Já está convidada, tem painel amanhã. I am going to go now with Constantine. I will let him say his words and I would translate. So I'll keep my, but just want to say that Claudia wants to interview you in her space, Natalia. I'm going to put you guys in touch. André, suas últimas palavras, a sua luta, tamo junto. Eu vou te traduzir, então eu vou te interromper.
Tudo bem. Bem, eu acho que nós vamos ter aqui no Brasil a eleição mais importante da história desse país. Que vai acontecer
The next
agora.
election in Brazil are the most important of the history of Brazil.
E nós precisamos vencer essa eleição, reconduzir a cadeira da presidência da República, o maior e melhor presidente da história desse país, que é o ex-presidente Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, no primeiro turno. Temos que nos esforçar, temos que labutar para elegermos Lula ainda em primeiro turno.
We need to fight and make sure that Lula wins in the first round. For those who are from the north, in Brazil, the elections, we have 44 parties. They pick and choose, and then the election is always decided in the second round of elections, the second round of votings, because you always get the two that won all the votes in the first round, and then you have to decide in the second round. But André is telling us we need to win these elections in the first round to take back the best and only true president that Brazil ever had, which is Lula. Pode ir, querido.
Nós precisamos salvar o que sobrou desse país pós o golpe de 2016, financiado pelo imperialismo americano.
We need to save Brazil from the coup that is every day is sponsored by the USA imperialism. Pode ir, André.
Importante que os irmãos americanos entendam e compreendam que nós estamos vivendo no Brasil sob um golpe continuado e que necessitamos estancar a sangria do golpe aqui no Brasil.
It's important that our relatives in the USA understand that we are suffering every day with the actions of the USA in South America. And for that, he uses a metaphor and says, we need to stop the bleeding of Brazil that's caused by the USA. Pode ir, André.
Para tal, seria fundamental e crucial o Estado brasileiro, primeiro, reconhecer que aconteceu um golpe em 2016 e devolver à ex-presidenta Dilma os 2 anos restantes do seu mandato, que foram usurpados pelo golpe de Estado financiado pelo imperialismo americano.
We need to make it right by Dilma Rousseff, the president of Brazil, that had her last 2 years of government stolen from her by a coup d'etat that was orchestrated and is sponsored by the USA.
Importante lembrar os irmãos americanos que todas as instituições burguesas democráticas no Brasil participaram efetivamente do golpe. STF, a Justiça Burguesa Brasileira e o Congresso Nacional, com o apoio e o respaldo da mídia e a imprensa brasileira, que está totalmente subordinadas aos interesses do imperialismo em solo brasileiro.
We have to be able to understand that the influences of the media are their only interest is to propagandize with propaganda that's pro-imperialism in Brazilian soil.
Nós vivemos no Brasil uma crise institucional que aprofunda-se a cada dia. Nós não sabemos o que vai acontecer no pleito eleitoral de 2016.
2022, né?
2022.
We live in Brazil an institutional crisis, the corruption, like Leonel Brizello said before too, an institutional crisis because of corruption, and we have anti-corruption laws. And we cannot know what is going to happen in the 2022 elections. It can be a coup. We don't know. Pode ir, André.
O governo Bolsonaro e a sua família têm relações estreitas com a milícia carioca, com as milícias cariocas, milícias essas que já se espalharam por outras regiões do Brasil. O governo Bolsonaro tem relações estreitas com as lideranças evangélicas que lhes dão respaldo no meio dos evangélicos. E o governo Bolsonaro tem um nível de aprovação enorme nas polícias, tanto a civil, a militar, quanto a federal. E vale lembrar que o golpe que aconteceu na Bolívia para a derrubada do Evo Morales, que teve o financiamento e a participação do imperialismo, teve a participação determinante das polícias e das igrejas evangélicas neopentecostais.
We have to understand that Bolsonaro and his family are gangsters, and that their type of gangs, I can't use the word militia because in English it's a different concept, so I'm going to use gangs. We have to understand that Bolsonaro and his family are a gang, and that this gang is spread out nationally in Brazil, and it has the approval of the Brazilian FBI. It has the approval of the military, and it has the approval of the police, of course. The police. And we have to remember that the coup d'etat that happened in Bolivia and kicked out Evo Morales, took Evo Morales out of power, was sponsored by the USA, or orchestrated by the USA, but also supported by the evangelical churches that were created by CIA to spread Zionist propaganda.
Just a question though. So it's like gangs, but is it more like a mafia?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. I will use that word now. Pode ir, André.
O que o governo Bolsonaro quer é dar um golpe dentro do golpe continuado. E o que a extrema-direita brasileira quer é consolidar no Brasil uma teocracia miliciana fascista. Para isso, eles precisam fomentar o crescimento e o avanço das milícias e o crescimento e o avanço das igrejas evangélicas neopentecostais.
So we have to understand that right now what's going on in Brazil is that the mafia, the Bolsonaro mafia, it's like a dual part. It's taking over. And for them to be able to spread their ideas and their propagandas, they are counting on the evangelical churches that were created by CIA. I'm calling them that because they have a specific name in Portuguese that I personally cannot translate. So they need these churches to spread propaganda because they use the religious faith to sound righteous in front of people. Pode ir, André.
Quero aproveitar e mandar um recado para o imperialismo americano. Se vocês acham que vão dar o golpe dentro do golpe continuado, com a mesma facilidade que vocês derrubaram a Dilma e com a mesma facilidade que vocês prenderam Lula através daquele conluio que existiu na justiça burguesa brasileira, liderada pela Operação Lava Jato, que foi organizada e idealizada pelo imperialismo, vocês estão enganados. A militância vai estar nas ruas para defender o governo dos trabalhadores e a soberania nacional, mesmo que seja com a porra da nossa própria vida.
I want to say to the authorities in the USA that if you think that you can spread your plan to take over and keep Brazil under coup d'etat state to go along with your plan, that you are being fooled by your own aspirations, because us, the fighters from Brazil, will be in the streets and we will defend the sovereignty of Brazil, even if it's with our own lives. Pode ir, André.
Quando ocorre incêndio em uma floresta, existe um elemento crucial e central para que as chamas se espalhem. É o elemento vento. Que nós sejamos esse vento para espalhar as chamas da revolta popular que possam nos conduzir a uma revolução socialista, começando pelo Brasil e se espalhando por toda a América Latina, varrendo de uma vez por todas o avanço da mão da porra do imperialismo aqui da América Latina.
Our plan is to start the socialist revolution in Brazil, the socialist resistance, and to spread that all over South America, all over Latin America, and to expel once and for all the hands of imperialism out of our territory.
Eu quero dizer aos irmãos americanos que eu tenho sofrido ameaça de morte por parte das milícias cariocas e da Polícia Militar do Estado do Rio de Janeiro. E eu quero aproveitar o ensejo para mandar um recado para os meus futuros algozes, tanto das milícias quanto da Polícia Militar do Estado do Rio de Janeiro, que vive me ameaçando e dizendo que vai me matar, que vai me executar. Primeiro, eu não tenho medo de vocês. Eu já rompi com a barreira do medo há muito tempo, porque o medo é uma ferramenta de controle social do sistema capitalista. E eu vou parafrasear aqui o grande e honorável Malcolm X. Não existe criação mais perigosa em uma sociedade do que um homem sem nada a perder. E nesses meus 45 anos de vida, o sistema capitalista me tirou muitas coisas. Animalizou o meu corpo, desumanizou o meu corpo, criminalizou o meu corpo, fechou portas cotidianamente. Mas com tudo que o sistema capitalista me tirou, ele tirou, junto com tudo que ele me tirou, o medo. Eu não tenho medo de vocês, então vai se fuder vocês da milícia e vai se fuder também vocês da polícia.
André is saying that he suffers every day death threats from the police and also the mafia, Bolsonaro's mafia. But he's saying that he doesn't fear, he has no fear because the capitalist system took away his joy, took away, animalized his body, sexualized his body, took away many things from him. And also the fear. The capitalist system took away the fear that he feels. And he quotes Malcolm X saying that there is nothing more dangerous to the system than a man that has nothing to lose. And he says, go fuck yourselves. I do not fear your death threats. And I have nothing to hide. Pode ir, André.
Viva o Brasil, viva a democracia, justiça para Marielle e Lula presidente, porra.
He says, cheers to Brazil, cheers to democracy, Marielle presentes, Marielle present, and Lula presidente. Lula will win. That's what he's ending his speech by saying that. Thank you so much, André. Eu queria te falar, eu faço a Marielle no musical aqui em Nova York. Eu sou extremamente honrada. Eu fui abençoada pelas mãos dela para fazer esse papel. A gente já está no processo de construção, mas é uma honra ter você aqui. Vem mais. A casa está aberta para todos vocês no painel. Vem mais. Brizola, please, I'll translate and...
Eu quero agradecer a oportunidade pelo diálogo, quero parabenizar o André, a Natália, a Isa, parabéns. a todos vocês por organizarem esse diálogo importantíssimo em nome da democracia e principalmente da história. O que é grave e que nós temos que muito discutir, imaginem, metade do povo brasileiro, 100 milhões, mais de 100 milhões de pessoas estão sobrevivendo no Brasil com menos de $3.
Vou falar isso. O Brizola tá falando, he is thanking everybody in the panel. He's congratulating Natalia, Isa, André. He's thanking RBN for organizing this. And he wants to remind us here in the USA that the majority of the people in Brazil are surviving with less than $3 a day.
A cada 2 horas, uma mulher é assassinada no Brasil.
Every 2 hours, a woman is killed in Brazil.
A população está comendo o resto de animais, está comendo ossos, porque não tem dinheiro para comprar carne, que custa um absurdo. Não conseguimos comprar no país que mais exporta carne para o mundo.
The population in Brazil is eating the rest of dead animals, bones of dead animals, because they do not have resources to buy meat in the country that is the biggest exporter of meat in the world.
O agronegócio no Brasil está acabando e desmatando não só a Amazônia, como todos os outros biomas dessa grande riqueza no Brasil. E isso é muito grave.
Pode repetir só a primeira parte, André? Desculpa.
O agronegócio que patrocina o Bolsonaro está destruindo os biomas, a natureza, as florestas no Brasil, por completo. Está poluindo e contaminando água, leitos de rios, contaminando populações ribeirinhas e, principalmente, acabando com a agricultura familiar, que é quem coloca comida na mesa do povo.
So the agro-business, is that a word in English?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So the agro-business is killing the nature, is poisoning the water, is killing families, because the familiar agriculture that of planting what you eat is being killed by the agro-business that is taking over all the lands. And of course, personal point, that comes from big corporations like Monsanto.
Yes.
And it's killing all of us in Brazil. It's killing the families, it's killing the population. Pode ir, Brizola.
E a luta do imperialismo nos últimos 20 anos foi pelo controle do sol e da água, componentes essenciais para a formação de energia e desenvolvimento no mundo. Essa é a luta do imperialismo. E o Brasil contém as maiores riquezas minerais do mundo estão aqui. Terras agricultáveis tem aqui. Conhecimento da terra temos aqui. E principalmente água. Nós temos os maiores recursos hídricos do mundo. Esta é a luta. Nenhum país da América Latina vai dar certo sozinho. Por isso precisam fazer a balcanização, separar os países, né? Brigarem entre si para que haja o domínio do imperialismo para controlar esses recursos energéticos.
He's saying that the imperialist fight is for the control of the sunlight and the water. And that Brazil is the biggest holder, like it has the biggest amount of these the natural resources. Brazil has the biggest amount of mineral natural resources. Brazil has the biggest amount of actual water in the world.
Fresh water.
That was discovered a river, a subterranean river under Amazon River that is 3 times bigger and cleaner than Amazon River. So We hold all these natural resources. And he also says there is not one country in Latin America that can be sovereign by itself, that can be free by itself. Because the divide and conquer says that we need to infight, but we actually need to unite. Pode ir, querido.
A América Latina é terceiro mundo, é um país subdesenvolvido. Por isso que precisa ter essa unidade para que a gente possa desenvolver nossas indústrias, nossa tecnologia, nossas escolas, para que a gente possa dar um futuro melhor para a nossa juventude, que está sendo assassinada nas periferias, está praticamente adoecendo em trabalhos precários, pedalando 60 quilômetros por dia numa bicicleta de entrega de comida, iFood, e recebendo menos de um salário mínimo, ou seja, fica impossível a sobrevivência para a juventude. A juventude está sendo morta ou pela violência ou pela precarização do trabalho, sem direitos e garantias. Isso é gravíssimo o que está acontecendo com o Brasil. O mundo precisa saber. O Brasil tem, e por natureza, a vocação de ser o coração do mundo. Mas não é um coração só para ele. É um coração que, de fato, é um coração que propaga, ou seja, emana fraternidade e solidariedade. E é isso que nós precisamos. Então, nós precisamos respeitar nossos antepassados. Nós precisamos respeitar nossa cultura, nossa ancestralidade dos povos indígenas, né? Nós sofremos 2 processos gravíssimos, que é a escravidão e a colonização. E isso até hoje não foi discutido para que a gente possa avançar no futuro. Então, o que eu deixaria uma mensagem, eu acredito muito ainda na recuperação pela democracia, na recuperação, no entendimento dos partidos políticos, no ser humano. Eu acredito ainda no ser humano. E eu acho que com muito diálogo, com muita transparência, e com muita solidariedade, e principalmente com a verdade histórica, nós podemos avançar para um mundo melhor. Né? Que mundo queremos daqui a 10, 20 anos? É isso que nós temos que preocupar com o futuro das próximas gerações. Qual vai ser o futuro dos meus filhos, dos meus netos, dos meus bisnetos? O que eu quero deixar para eles? É isso que o André Costantino está ali. É para eles. A criança não tem vez no Brasil. Este é um governo que sequestra o seio materno e mata as crianças. Então, nós precisamos dar um não rotundo aí que está aí, e só aquele homem que está ali, que foi injustiçado, Lula, foi preso arbitrariamente, pode dar essa resposta para que a gente possa fazer essa travessia.
Eu vou fazer resumão. Brazil is saying beautiful words, and he's saying that Brazil is the heart of the world. We have nothing but love and solidarity for everyone as a people. We should respect our ancestors. We should walk the path that they paved. We should respect the indigenous people and the children that are being killed every day. That the youth has no chance against violence. That we're losing our youth for violence. Every day in Brazil, for the lack of opportunity. We need to be able to re-elect and go to be like, we need to be able to re-elect and have to be able to have Lula that was arrested unjustly. It was arrested unlawfully. We need to unite, and we need to get this message across that André is bringing right now. We need to get this message across. These elections are the most important ones right now. But there can also be a coup d'etat in the election process. So we are in danger right now. And we need our message to get across so our northern relatives know that we also are in struggle, and that our struggle is caused by their own country. And if we do not unite, we're not going to win. And with that, thank you so much, Brizola. Desculpa se eu butchered your words. With that, I just want to end this panel. And I want to say to all my guests, because we have our next panel, everybody's here already. We're going to talk about China. And I'm so happy. I just texted Arby and I was like, this panel is my dreams coming true, because like we need, yes, to unite South through North and be able to know that your struggle is my struggle too. And that's how we decolonize our minds.
Yeah. Can I just want to thank the panel. I want to make sure I do it right.
Yes.
Obrigado, camaradas. Did I say it correctly?
Yes.
I just want to thank you all. And I just want to quote Lula da Silva, who said, those in power can kill 1, 2, or 3 roses, but they will never be able to stop the coming of spring. So I just want to... Obrigado.
O JB falou do Lula, falou a frase do Lula, tá agradecendo a todos vocês. Eu não tenho palavras para agradecer cada um de vocês. Eu sei, vocês são pessoas que eu admiro e assim, tô encantada de ter te conhecido. Natália, vamos, por favor, ficar em contato. Isa, Leonel Brizola, André, essa casa é de vocês. Entendam isso. Essa casa é de vocês. I'm just telling the panel, I'm so grateful. These are people that I look up to, and I'm having the opportunity to talk to them. So I will also thank RBN, JB, Nick, Sabi, CJ, for embracing, and Rome for embracing this crazy idea. Let's do a panel where we have translation and we stay for 2 hours long talking. People will stick for that. And we actually made it. So I am just so grateful. Also to Betty Beat Media. I hope I'm saying that right, but I'm going to say their names. Peter and Kareem, that also embraced the idea because they also know that the fight against imperialism is a fight from all of us have to fight. So I'm just so freaking grateful, and I know we learned about so many heavy stuffs, but I am freaking joyful in my heart, because the day they steal our joy is the day they stolen our souls. So my joy is here to prove that our fight is possible. It's more than hope, it's truth. But they will want us to believe that we are not able to do so, but we are fully capable of doing so. Do not let them steal your joy, American people. Let's smile with all of us from the South here, bringing the sun to you. Obrigada demais, eu não tenho palavras. Eu queria poder abraçar cada um de vocês como brasileira que eu sou. Muito amor, muito amor. André, tamo junto, hein? Pega meu telefone com a cola. Tamo aí. Força, força. Isa, Leonel Brizola, Natália, JB, amo vocês. Todo mundo in the comments, everybody in the comments, the brasileiros in the comments, everybody. Love you so, so much. I'm going to let you guys go, and I will start introducing the next panel. Eu te ajudo, André. Vamos lá. Beijo. So, I have my people here. Where's Nick?
Hey, yeah, I just want to introduce. I'm not going to be on this one.
Kareem
This is
has
last
a
panel
new
of the night.
hair.
Yeah, this last panel tonight, China panel. Yeah, I just want to get everything set up here.
Yes.
There we go. Oh, let's get Peter back.
I added JB back. I'm going to go. I love you all. Where's Peter?
I was just saying, obrigado, camaradas. Excellent panel.
Oh, thank you so much. Peter also has a haircut. I miss you guys so much. I miss our International Leftist Coalition
Yeah. Soon, back.
Soon.
And by the way, happy May Day, because here in China, it's May Day already.
Oh my God.
Yes, happy May Day.
Happy May Day. We call that Workers' Day in Brazil. Happy May Day. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for supporting this summit. Thank you for producing it with us. I'm extremely happy to have you. And if you need me here, I can stay with you in this panel. It's up to you.
If you have 5 hours, then please do. No, I'm joking. June, I don't mean to scare you.
No, I'm very prepared for 5 hours. Yes.
Oh my God. I have to go. I just heard that I have to go.
No worries, no worries, no worries.
I'm joking. I'm pretty sure you guys can handle it, but it's up to you. Just give me a message in the comments or in the private chat. But yes, the floor is yours, babies. It's a pleasure
right.
and an honor to have you here.
Likewise. Thank you so much, June, and thank you,
you so
Jana,
much.
for the great introduction. June Shu is a professor at the place that I first started teaching, John Jay. Go Bloodhounds.
Yes.
So nice to have you on. I was trying to think of how to start because I have so many questions I'd like to ask you, but I'm thinking, for an audience that might not have followed Chinese history, Chinese politics so much, I thought a way of maybe killing two birds with one stone would be, instead of just asking you to give a kind of very short history of China from the revolution until now, I thought perhaps I could ask you, and this might be a little hard, so let me know if this question is too unwieldy, but
Sure.
give people an idea of the different kind of ideological strands in China today. Could you explain how the main kind of ideological groupings in China view China's post-revolutionary history?
So if I can quickly jump in, June, sorry. So before you answer that question, it would be good, I think, for the audience to give a bit of an idea who you are, so they can know what you do, where you're from, so they have a bit of an understanding who you are.
Right.
I'm, by the way, Peter's colleague at the Chinese University of Hong Kong, so you know who I am. And then I guess we can go ahead with answering that question. But just so the audience knows who you are.
Yeah, good idea. Good idea.
Sure. Again, thanks, Peter, Karim, and the entire. I totally enjoyed the previous panel as well. It was so powerful and so timely. I hope we're gonna have some, wonderful, exciting discussions in this panel too. So my name is Xu Zhuan, and I grew up in China. But I'm now working in New York at John Jay. I teach economics. My own research, my own writing was mostly about Marxian political economy, with a focus on China. And I also do some other more research related to development. How do you get development, or why do you not get development? So there's a general interest, as any Marxist, on what's going on in capitalism, and more importantly, how to get rid of capitalism. And so that's what I do. So my initial response to the question that Peter had, the main ideological views. This is for the post-revolutionary period, let's say after the 1980s. There has been some major changes in how people perceived, their own life, perceived where is China in history. I think it was very common in the 1980s, for example, to have some certain kind of consensus among the working class and intellectuals, and also the government officials, the countries. So they all share this post-revolution vision that China is moving away from a model that has not worked so well, and they embraced. This is not just the new capitalist, the new business people, or the government officials. It was also the working class. They also embraced a lot of market reforms, a lot of new measures that introduced something they have never seen before. A market economy, unemployment, and all sorts of austerity measures. And I think that optimism lasted about 10 years, a little bit more than 10 years, But when it actually got to the 1990s, when millions of working people figure out that they can actually really lose the job. It's not just, some story that they heard. It's they themselves are losing the jobs that they have kept for decades. And they said, well, you have to go. This is the market economy. And they find that the factories, the state-owned enterprises they've been working with have been easily privatized and become the assets of a few, the managers or the friends or some other family members of the top government officials. And I think that was such a deep lesson for all of them, because all the fantasies, all the dreams about what capitalism can give you was basically shattered. And from then you had started to have the contemporary Chinese working class that's really been trained politically. You started to see lots of struggles against privatization, starting from the 1990s. I mean, those workers, they moved away from the pro-market consensus in the 1980s. They became more anti-market, where even for sections of those that had a better political training, they would even say, well, we actually want socialism, socialism that actually give everyone a reasonable paid job. So that you start to see also among the intellectuals, if there was a consensus in the 1980s, it was gone by the 1990s. You start to see people sometimes self-claimed, sometimes described by others as the new left. That means that it was different from the old generation revolutionaries, Marxists, but they started to revisit the issue of socialism, capitalism, with new insights, with new ideas. And then when we move into the 2000s, the current century, the development of the capitalist economy in China has been going wild. It's been growing very fast. The transformation of for example, many former rural workers, rural population into the new working class has been also very fast. China started to develop this largest working class, largest proletariat in the world by the early 2000s, and that remained until today. And with the rise of those working classes, you have the anti-privatization or more politically oriented struggles among the one section of the working class, especially those that stayed in the state-owned enterprises. You have also the new working class that mostly worked for foreign enterprises or some of the domestic private enterprises, and they've been gradually radicalized over time. And what we saw was that the division among, let's say, ideologies of all the social groups have been becoming more and more clear. You have the formation of the very mainstream pro-capitalist bourgeois intellectuals that has been, very active in demonizing the socialist past. They've been also very active in advocating for even more, let's say, neoliberal reforms, even more privatization, even more unemployment. And this was, and you have, the more radical version of the new left start to emerge as well. And they revisited the history of the Cultural Revolution. They revisited the entire Mao's China. They also started to study the contemporary struggles of the Chinese working class. So that really you start to see some of the major, I would say, some major strikes, some major worker struggles in the early 2010s. What happened after that in the last, say, 5, 6, 7 years was that the Chinese economy has reached a different stage. People sometimes call it the new normal. Under the new normal, the Chinese, basically the capitalist economy has reached its own limits. It's growing much slower than before. It does not create as many, let's say, good jobs as before. So you start to see some really significant changes in the society. The informal sector started to expand again, despite the rapid, capital accumulation in the previous decades. You have, the working people started to figure out that it's really hard for them to realize whatever dream, it could be a Chinese dream, American dream, but the Chinese capitalism itself couldn't quite absorb those working people, and give them let's say, a decent living conditions, a reasonable pay, with reasonable work time. No, you have to work longer, and you have to be, you have to settle with a not so satisfactory pay. And that is this is on top of this slowing down of the Chinese economy. Over the past, I would say, 3-4 years, and partly also because of the pandemic, I would argue there is a increasing radicalization of the Chinese population, especially among the younger generation, who are, who have are in college, or who have already graduated from college, and they experience the increasing hardship of a slowing down of the Chinese society. They have the very direct experience with it. They suffer from it. And in such a moment, the mainstream, the right wing, the bourgeois propaganda is not effective that much. It's like, well, if you work hard, you're gonna have a good life. But it's so hard to even to find a job, a proper job. And the government has been saying that you're gonna have, we encourage social, what they say, social innovation, vendor economy, right? I mean, you just start your own business, and that is really it's give you a sense of desperation, and that doesn't work with the younger generation very well. So you start to see an increasing renewed interest in radical thoughts, especially the writings of Chairman Mao among the younger students nowadays. I think it's so if you look at the overall trend, I would say that in a post-revolutionary society, the right-wing forces, their thoughts started with a more dominant position. But that strength gradually, I think, faded away when the realities of the transition, realities of a new market economy, I think it educated millions of people, sometimes in a bloody way, but the people gradually got it, and they turned increasingly to this more left, more radical version of ideology. So that's how I would describe the changes over the past 3-4 decades.
June, that reminds me of a joke that circulated around Russia in the 1990s. People said, everything the government told us about communism was a lie, but everything they told us about capitalism was true.
Yes. I think I always admire the Russian, the Soviet jokes, and I think I don't think there is a comparable level of humor, political jokes in China. I mean, it's so that's something that's probably uniquely Soviet, Russian, but yes, but those jokes circulated very widely in China as well, and makes a lot of sense.
Absolutely. Kareem, do you have a question? Because I got so excited about like delving right into it, but you asked the key question to get us started. So if you have any like follow up from the perspective of the audience that might not have been so engaged.
I do have a follow up. I do have a follow up also for our Western and American audience here. So very, very interesting and good summing up of a bit of the recent history of China. And you tell us that the youngsters are actually being disillusioned with capitalism in China. And you see a radicalization back to the more left-wing roots, you could say. And I wonder, because you're based in New York, right? And I assume you have seen the destructions of capitalism in the West, and in particular in the USA as well. And I wonder if you maybe have a bit of an idea, like if you compare that radicalization that you see in China, because they are so disappointed with many of the results of capitalism, and you compare it to the radicalization that you see in the West, because a lot of people are also disillusioned with capitalism in the West, but the radicalization does not seem to go very much left wing like you see in China. Maybe that's because of the Chinese revolutionary roots, but in the West you would see that often other capitalists, such as mainly right-wing capitalists such as Trump, seem to be able to galvanize that kind of radicalizing energy among people who are disappointed in capitalism. How would you compare that to the West? What is the difference between China and the West in that sense?
That's a fascinating question. Thank you, Karim. So I think it would be useful if we compare some of the earlier waves of, let's say, working class responses to the crisis, but not from a more left perspective. I was thinking about this, I would say a wide influence of some of the cult in China. One of them is called Falun Gong. This was very popular in the 90s, and even in my hometown, a small agricultural town, tons of people went to practice this Falun Gong. So it was definitely a response to the crisis in the society. This cult, if it claims that you don't even need to pay medical bills because this teaching can cure you. So that was definitely very attractive to working people. So that's kind of the more long left response to the crisis. But the interesting fact is that this Falun Gong, this cult, there's responses, there's more reactionary response to neoliberalism. They were much, say, controlled in China itself. And then it moved to the United States, where it found a much more fertile ground. It got support from the State Department and a number of other agencies, and they even set up their own newspaper, the Epoch Times, and then now they become one of the major right-wing propaganda in the United States itself. It's so pro-Trump in a lot of ways. Anyway, so I think that the history does matter. In the United States, the anti-communist tradition is so strong. And the long Cold War, the long anti-communist propaganda, they really had their impact. I mean, those money spent on this were not wasted. So when the younger generation, the many students I've taught, they are wonderful. The young people in New York City. I mean, they are natural rebels. I mean, they like to think out of the box. They don't want to be limited by capitalism. They are very actively exploring what's the alternative. But the problem is, if they want to search in their own culture, in their own history, there is very little they can find. For example, the CPUSA has only a very limited influence. And there's no, let's say, major history of an actual, let's say, socialist society in the US. And that at the same time, for many of them, what you hear, what you read is still from the mainstream media, where you can only find demonization of all previous actual existing socialism, to various degrees. And so, I actually in the United States, I feel fortunate if you can find a student, a young person that is at least willing to think about what's the alternative to capitalism. Otherwise, it will be totally normal for a young left, a young radical to think that, okay, we're going to do this, a social democracy, or you can call it democratic socialism, or some other terms. But in that sense, that is some heavy regulation of capitalism, more going back to the welfare state version. So I think that's what history, that's the anti-communist history that has an influence on people's thinking, even into today. If you look at Russia, if you look at the former, Soviet Union, the countries, anti-communist forces was also very, very strong, because those countries, their legitimacy was based on the anti-communist movement. Once those nation states started to emerge, the number one priority is to show people that communism is a way, no, you don't never go there. And that I think that limits people's ideas as well. In China, it is interesting because there is a continuity of the Communist Party in control, and they wouldn't say no to their own history, saying, well, we actually, socialism, communism is all wrong. We've been doing this stupid thing. No, they would never say that. So they would actually have to reconcile the history, the revolutionary past, and what they're doing right now. And this reconciliation is never perfect. It has so many problems, loopholes. So they couldn't provide a consistent, coherent ideology to the Chinese people. You have to, the right-wing people are not okay with this. They say, well, why are you still celebrating the revolutionary? But for the left people, they would say, well, actually, the history is socialist history is much better than this. That creates a lot of space for people, for younger people to learn, actually, because it's still legal to learn about the socialist history, despite all the censorship and all the other things. It is still very possible for a young person to learn with groups, to learn by himself or herself about the revolutionary past and become a leftist. That it's not the Western sense of social democracy, but it's more like a communist socialist type. So I think that the this particular arrangement of the Chinese society, this actually actual capitalist society, but controlled by this continuity of the Communist Party that provides a unique space for people to get radicalized.
Yeah, that's I think one of the major reasons why the way I put it is I'm least hopeless about China compared to the EU or the US, primarily for that reason. But I want to delve like really deeply into that, and I tried to come up with a way to introduce. Did you read this recent book, The Long Game by Rush Doshi? It's like a very standard. It was like big in the blob last year. Like everyone in the blob, it's the China threat, the China challenge. We need to read about China now. So it was a really popular book among the foreign policy establishment. There's a line in the book that I think would make a better title. The line is, none of this should be particularly surprising. Because basically all that he does in the entire book is lay out how the Chinese government attempted to get technology transfer and build up its productive capacities using capitalist investment and capitalist managerial techniques, et cetera, to get to a point where it could actually be on par with the U.S. economy and hence with U.S. power. And it reminded me when I read this, it reminded me of a conversation I had many years ago. I was living in California, Southern California. You can imagine not a lot of interesting conversations to be had there. But I saw some guy I didn't recognize. I said, "Hey, where are you from?" He said, "China." I was like, "Oh, what's your ideology?" He said, "Maoist." I'm like, "Okay, we need to go have a drink and talk." So he laid out, the kind of Maoist or neo-Maoist or New Left argument that China, thanks to Deng Xiaoping, went from the socialist road to the capitalist road, and it looks horrible. The future is somewhat grim because of this. And I said, okay, that I totally agree with you on the moral analysis there, because the introduction of capitalist forms of economic organization caused a lot of suffering, as they always do. So 100%. But look at it this way. If by the time the USSR fell, so early 1990s, if the Chinese government had said, you know what, we're going to go back on the socialist road and continue trying to do, state-led development, most of the economy is state-owned enterprises, et cetera, the most likely reaction from my government I think would have been, oh, great, now we have the enemy. The USSR, very unsportsmanlike, they took away our enemy, and now we've got a new one, thank God. So let's start a new yellow peril propaganda campaign. Let's talk about, the children or Christians or puppies or whatever that are being tortured in China and make them the huge, evil, satanic enemy, and then just strangle the Chinese economy so that it's essentially a much larger version of North Korea today. So given that environment that they found themselves in, I can understand why so many people in the government, like you said, in the 1980s, there was it sounded like you were saying there's almost a consensus that there needed to be some sort of market reforms so that China could catch up with the West. So if that is what was going on in the past, and now, as you said, there are a lot of younger people who realize, 996 is hell. Why would I want to do that? I'm not, the CEO of a company. Why would I want to work 9 hours a day, 6 days a week? That doesn't make any sense for me. Since you have that on the one hand, so that's a domestic pressure. But then internationally, the game is over. The U.S. foreign policy establishment is not going to let China grow according to its previous growth model. They now view China as the big threat, the big enemy. Maybe Russia now is distracting them for a little while, but they're going to go right back into targeting China. So it seems to me like the Chinese government is in a position where the path of least resistance and the path of most success, the most likely path towards success, is actually the socialist road again, because you can't you can't rely on foreign direct investment to give high tech, components, learn how to produce the most advanced semiconductors. That door is shut. So what do you think about the combination of domestic pressures, young people very dissatisfied with the use of capitalism, and then also the international situation where that old growth model, at least to me, seems like it's no longer viable? So do you think then that people further to the left within China, within the party, there's 80 million or maybe even more members of the party now, do you think that that's becoming apparent to more people, that they will have to go down a different developmental path?
Oh, that's such an important question. I think, as you obviously know, there's this whole thing is always highly contested. Which path should China follow? I think there is definitely the reasons that you mentioned would give a lot of rationale for China to go into a different path. If not a socialist path, let's say, a more a better model, a better capitalist model, let me say. But even that, I think it really depends on who is going to do this. Who has, or let's say the Chinese ruling class, or within the party, the ruling elites. I mean, who do they have? Do they have the same kind of idea? Do they have the pressure? Do they have the incentive to go to a different path? I think it's uncertain still. The pressures, all the domestic reasons, there's international factors. They're all highly, they're visible. It's like we're making up stories. This is real, ongoing. But still, I find that maybe that the Chinese leadership has not reached a consensus on this question, because they have been going on the same road for almost 40 years, and it's if the entire political experience, that the wisdom is that we don't make radical changes. I mean, that's what the post-Mao leadership has been saying. We follow the market economy, right? And we don't want to make left mistakes. The main threat is to make left mistakes, and this would be one of the left mistake you would make. And if we still remember 10 years ago, there's this very high-profile Communist Party official, Bo Xilai, who was then in Chongqing City. He was doing some of the more, some of the regulations, some of the anti-corruption, some of the, I would say, more pro-people policies at the time, and he was quickly purged. So how different is the ruling class different from the situation 10 years ago? It's not clear. I mean, obviously we have seen arguments that the current president Xi Jinping is doing policies just like Bo Xilai did. But let's even assume that this particular individual with big power has some intention of doing some reforms, but this is going to offend the entire capitalist class that has been profiting from the old model for decades. They're not going to sit there saying, well, just take my money and do the other things. It's not easy. I mean, last year, for example, after more than a decade of discussion, the central government finally started to talk about, oh yeah, let's do some property tax. Those people who own maybe more than one houses, apartments, they're going to pay some tax. Even this idea, they couldn't even entertain this idea very much. Like, this is so much threat. And you start to see, the mainstream media, all these commentators saying that, well, this is going to destroy our economy. This is so bad. And, the response early this year was that, we're gonna pause this reform. We're gonna do some pilot studies, but there's no guarantee.
Sounds very American.
Do it.
Sounds very American.
Yes. So the pressure from capital is real, and if I think that with the particular model that China has formed, it's not always easy to be against the interest of that group. So I think it's not certain. It seems on the surface that President Xi has so much power. He almost single-handedly control the entire country. But we know that couldn't be true. He has to rely on certain groups, interest groups, to help him control the country, and that those groups, they benefited from, let's say, international trade, relationship with the United States, and all the other things. And you cannot fight against yourself, your own people. I think that was, that's not just a constraint for China. I mean, that's really the constraint for all the countries that has powerful capitalist classes. I mean, they're not gonna easily give away their interests. So how, maybe you can say the special thing in China is that the party does maintain still its autonomy to some extent from pure capitalist interest. Maybe it can do something, and it does do a lot of things. Like you still see this very strict zero COVID policies that actually is against many interests of the capitalist class, but they still do it. So in that regard, there is still potential, but whether that potential can be realized is really, we have to see.
Yeah, I mean, there's also that recent spate of policies like restricting the tech companies and whatnot over the past couple of years, and seeing the stories come out, I'm like, is it Xi Jinping or Elizabeth Warren over there? Because it sounds like a lot of similar kind of policy mindset. But this is a question I ask my students all the time, and I think you can probably do a really good job of answering it. I get completely how within the U.S. political economy you can translate financial power, wealth power into political power. So if I own a healthcare company, I don't want Medicare for all. That's the worst thing that could possibly happen to me, because then I lose my source of wealth. I'm going to have to give up my second house, maybe my island with sex slaves. That's going to be horrible. So what do I do? Well, I pay a bunch of smart people to come up with ideas about why it's actually in everyone's interest to keep the same healthcare system. And then those ideas get spread through the media, all sorts of different channels. And then you've got a bunch of people in the population who think that they're coming up with ideas on their own, but they're actually being used as a meat puppet for the people whose interests really are concerned. But in China, it doesn't seem like you can't do that with the Chinese media system. If you're a rich person in China, you can't just say, oh, okay, I'm going to start a think tank and buy a media company and start spreading all of these ideas that will benefit me. So I don't get how political economy, the Chinese political economy, allows or doesn't allow wealth power to translate into political power. So can you try to explain kind of how that works?
Oh yeah, sure. That's also a very interesting question, because the link between concrete, specific capital and the media is not always that clear. A lot of the mainstream media are publicly owned. They're owned by the government in theory. So how can they actually be controlled? I think it really, in practice, every mainstream media has its own history, has its own relationship with particular, let's say, party groups. They have different. There are groups that are very pro-West, pro-capital, For example, close to Hong Kong, if you look at Guangdong province, their official newspapers, we used to call it the Southern Camp, Southern Daily, Southern Weekly, Weekend, or whatever. So that their official newspaper, despite being a party supposedly propaganda machine, it actually has been always very pro-capital, critical of the official policies. And for example, if you look at the other influential finance media called 财经 or 财新, it was controlled by basic princelings, controlled by people who have close ties with the Chinese central leadership, a part of it, and so they would have the power, the connection to advocate for a let's say different kind of view, a very right-wing view, and so but it's not always like I think it's rarely that just a real estate developer out of nowhere would control a mainstream media and like Trump. But the capital, that basically the capitalist always has some deep connection with someone in power in the government. I mean, that's how in this particular Chinese capitalist economy has evolved. It's always this connection between power and the economy. So it's always a political struggle, political division among the mainstream media. The left view, it's mostly not in this mainstream media. It's from grassroots media, informal or sometimes illegal media that still reached a lot of people in the country. So it's a contested area, but it works somewhat different from how in the U.S. capitalists control the media. But you still see the sharply divided lines among all those reports and commentaries. So that's how I would answer this question.
I'm going to ask you another question about that later on, but Cream has a good point about let's delve a little bit into foreign policy. But if I could just get you just to finish the thought you were explaining. So you just explained how the media system can't be used by wealthy people to propagandize so easily. But what about the equivalent of like lobbying, where again, if I want my wealth to be protected and grown, I can again hire smart people, get them to talk to politicians and get them to understand the issue in the way that I want them to understand it. And of course, on the other side, for the vast majority of the people, you don't have tons of lobbyists who are explaining that same issue from the perspective of, much more people. So is there something like that exists in an equivalent in China or no?
I think so, yes. We have limited information about how the central leadership actually works, how they get information, how they get feedback from different kind of people. But I would assume, from the openly reported meetings that we have seen, that they very often consult the ideas from leading entrepreneurs, what they say, the capitalist, foreign companies, and they would ask them what you need, what comments you have regarding our policies. So that I think that's a very common thing they do. They do it very actively. I'm sure there are other backdoor transactions. They would have lobby groups, but we don't have very good information about that. But what we know very clearly is that if you look at the local government level, this pressure on the local government officials are very clear. I mean, the officials, they need to always, make sure there's going to be enough investment in this area, and the money they can get was mostly, from the private capitalists. So they would give them very good terms, all kinds of preferential treatments. And not to mention that the private capitalists also give them something in return, sometimes in cash or in houses or other things. So they have I would say they have a very close collaboration on the local level that people know. On the higher level, I would tend to assume that it's more autonomous. Even a major, a global capital firm wouldn't have direct control on the Politburo members. They have their own, thinking. But on the local level, I think that control or influence is much more direct, much more profound. And so, on local level, you would see lots of sometimes crazy pro-capital policies. But on the central government level, you still see a more, I would say, controlled, moderate version of policies. They don't take very strict, anti-labor or pro-capital stance. They would still take a balanced view. So while we need to make sure labor also gets something, capital is important, but we need to make sure capital grows in a healthy way. That's what the President Xi just said in the meeting. So I think the autonomy is more if you go up, but much, much less if you go to the county level, town level.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I wanted to touch a little bit on foreign policy, as this is also an anti-imperialist summit. And I think that the China case is extremely interesting to an international audience, especially when it comes to China's relationship to societies around the world. So you tell us that China has a strong capitalist undercurrent. You even have a bit of a division in society between those who are more left-leaning, others who are more pro-capitalist. And we have learned over the years, of course, also me as a European, you as an American, Peter, is that capitalism pretty much always needs imperialism. The capitalism is in its way very predatory. It needs resources, it needs labor, so it goes outside of its own borders and tries to get these things through imperialism. And I wonder if that strong capitalist influence that we also see in China, if that drives China to engage in a similar kind of foreign policy as the United States, that is, we need more stuff from other societies, so we need to go to Africa, we need to go to Latin America, and we need to get their stuff, whatever it takes. Or if there is a marked difference between the China approach versus, for example, the US approach or the British approach or the Dutch or the French approach back in the day, that is, in the West, you see now this trend in the media that China is imperialist. Okay, so there's this idea that the Chinese are just as imperialist as everyone else. And I want to ask you, and feel free if you say like, oh, that's not my specialty or whatever. But if you know, or if you have an idea, please give your idea. What do you think is China's role internationally? Is it comparable to Western imperialism, or is there a marked difference?
Oh yes, this is also a very important question because every day, you read the arguments that China is, let's say, as bad as all the other imperialist powers, and so in other words, the conflicts between China and the U.S. is purely of interest for capitalist class. It has nothing to do with working people in the world. I think that definitely the two countries they have both capitalist economies for sure, but they don't have the same kind of they're not in the same position in world capitalism. Well, if you look at some of the recent writings by Min-Chi Lee, who has been writing a lot of stuff on this. It's very helpful. And I think he convincingly argues that China stays in the semi-peripheral group of world capitalism. U.S. Is still in the center. That basically means when China when China has transactions with a large part of the third world, it actually had advantage. So it gets surplus from them. But when it trades with the United States, with the West in general, it would contribute its own surplus to those places. So it's in the middle. It's definitely not let's say the least developed, the most vulnerable countries in the world in this system, but it has not reached the very top, like imperialist power yet. People argue that, well, it's not an imperialist now, but it doesn't have the tendency that it will grow into an imperialist power. I think that's again. I mean, Minchi, I gave a very, I think, convincing argument on this. Is that China's population is also India. I mean, is about 20% of the world population. Imperialist in the imperialist structure, the center has never absorbed that many people. If let's say let's do a counterfactual. If China becomes the center of the world system, become a imperialist country, that basically requires the whatever amount of energy, whatever amount of resources that the United States is currently consuming. In other words, it's impossible. I mean, even the Earth couldn't provide that much to have an imperialist China that consumes just like the U.S. consumers do. And also, not to mention that all the major imperialist powers would not allow China to even grow, even in the current model. Not to say that China replaces the U.S. I think that a lot of this thinking, all those sentiments around China as a threat, as imperialism, it has, it definitely there's the U.S. propaganda, and the mainstream has been pushing this narrative, saying, well, China is as bad as us. We should condemn China for this and that and that. I think it's really, moving the focus on what's really going on, what's really causing so much suffering in the world away, to China. So I think it's always very interesting to see all those discussions about the China as imperialist, or all those kind of things as a threat. Even in many leftist writings, because first of all, China hasn't really been to that stage, and it's very unclear whether China would actually eventually get to that stage. If you look at the Chinese society itself, a lot of this, China expansion in the world, those stories are mostly, I would say, nationalist propaganda. That's part of the way to buy support from the Chinese people. It's like, well, we're becoming so powerful in the world. You are starting to see the restoration of the great Chinese civilizations. This kind of thing. Based on my understanding of imperialism, it is. I think it's more than that. It's more than this, nationalist propaganda. It has to bring you something concrete. Let's say when the British working class, they actually benefited from the British colonies in Ireland, in India, in much of the world. They benefit from that, not just as, oh, we're so strong, we're so powerful, but they actually get something. um, that basically translated into the political support of the British working class towards the empire. In China, I mean, it was, even as some kind of a nationalist propaganda doesn't work very well, because it's people know this is propaganda, and the Chinese working class, there's millions of them, they don't benefit from whatever foreign exchange relation that China had with the US or even with Africa. I mean, the people that make profits out of those, but they don't, it's so small compared to the entire the Chinese capitalist economy. It's not a significant part. And the Chinese, even the nationalist, there are some crazy ideas of Chinese empire, but those were not shared, I would say, by the common people in China, because they don't see any concrete material benefits out of these dreams. So I think there is some important difference between the actual Western imperialism and some of the dreams of the crazy Chinese nationalists who are not that powerful or popular in China. So yeah, I mean, in terms of foreign policy, I think that, well, let's even look at the current war in Ukraine. I think that the more right-wing or more westernized people, intellectuals, or naturally they would basically adopt the New York Times point of view, saying that this is purely unprovoked Russian invasion and and all that. But from what I saw, I mean, the majority of people that I've talked to, they don't like wars at all, but they have some understanding of the deep history, the political economy behind all this, and the expansion of NATO, and this responses from Russia. So they don't have a like we support Russian army. It's not just like that, but they have a more nuanced, I would say, understanding of what's going on the soils of Ukraine. So I would tend to think that the Chinese people are not easily into this imperialist dream like some other people believe they would.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many different definitions of imperialism, but the one that I go by is you can't be imperialist if you don't have an empire, period. But people have different definitions of the word. I was trying to look at some of the comments, but I'm terrible at multitasking, so I'm just going to try to summarize some things I've seen. And it gets to your point that you just made. China cannot, there are physical limits. This is not, political imagination. This is just basic physics. China cannot have the kind of economy and the same system that the US has, because we would need multiple planets to allow for that. So just physically, it's impossible. But to me, it seems like there is a path for China to take. It's already invested more in renewable energy than any other country. And in a situation of stagnation, in a situation where the US is cutting China off from every advanced input that it cannot manufacture itself right now, like semiconductors is the perfect example. You had the example of ZTE basically shutting down because the US cut off some semiconductors that it could not be produced within mainland China itself. So to me, it seems like if you've got a problem of stagnation, you've got a problem of the US is no longer going to, just allow investment and trade completely freely in the way that it did in the 90s and 2000s, then it seems to me like the best option is going full throttle into creating a 100% renewable energy powered economy. It's good for soft power. China is in desperate need of soft power today. It's getting its ass kicked on the issue of Muslim human rights by the country that invaded two countries illegally, killed about 1 million people, caused several million more people to be refugees, tortured people, etc. their soft power situation is terrible. So it would be a boon to Chinese soft power. It would also be a boon for China's energy security. The only thing I can see keeping the Chinese government back from really plowing, 3 times, 4 times as much investment into renewable energy is just basic conservatism. Thinking that, look, we're still developing, we're still weak, we can still be crushed by being cut off from things that we can't produce ourselves. We shouldn't be the ones to have to, pioneer the future renewable economy, because that's going to be a lot of mistakes. Inevitably, there's going to be wasted investments. It's going to be a tough process. So all I can see really holding them back from doing that is just a basic sense of conservatism, which, you could look at recent Chinese history and say, oh, look, Cultural Revolution, we've got to avoid really, really fast, rapid revolutionary changes. But then you might also look back a little further in Chinese history and see, when we're too conservative, then these Western barbarians, come in and bomb our cities. And, so there are arguments in Chinese history for both sides. I'm wondering, what do you think the prospects are for China really kind of taking the lead in that 100% renewable economy, gaining that massive amount of soft power as a result, and also, getting energy security and, more importantly, allowing the human species to continue to survive on this planet?
Yes, that's such an important question. I sincerely believe that China needs, regardless how much soft power they can get from this, but China really needs to play a major role in the development of renewable energy, and and also the struggle around climate change, because it is, it's not. It also affects the Chinese living as well, But and China does, unlike like in the EU, in the US, the transition to the green economy or green energy has been fairly slow. I mean, it's slower than needed to bring some major changes. China, for whatever reason, it has been doing this relatively fast. It has invested so much in renewable energy. It lowered the cost of renewable energy significantly. I think that for its own interest and also for the interest of the entire world, it needs to keep on doing this and also do much more than that. I think it makes a lot of sense to really go green on all this kind of thing. But I think it's more than energy itself, because if we think about renewable energy as some sort of green electricity, mostly some green battery, a lot of our energy consumption goes beyond the electricity consumption or battery consumption. In a lot of cases, we still consume coal, we still consume gas, crude oil in a lot of ways. Just think about the impact of Russian pipes on the Western European society. I mean, it's still highly reliant on that kind of resource. And China still, to support its own industrial production, it remains highly dependent on oil, on coal, and also oil imports. So there has to be some kind of major restructuring of the Chinese industry for that to happen. You cannot produce that much, I would say. You have to put a stop on this ever expansion of production under capitalism. If for the interest of human society, you only need to produce this much, then you only produce that much. In other words, you have to at least partially go back to economic planning, a really rational economic planning to save the planet. You cannot let the anarchy of the market to control everything. And so I think if China can do that, it would set a good example for some other countries that can also, at least partially, let's say partially, go into economic planning, so that the likelihood that we're going to be all, destroyed by climate change is smaller. It's still there, but it might get smaller.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and then I told you I would get back to that political economy question, and this is the area I meant to bring it back into, because again, I don't get how wealth power and control over a business can be translated into political power. So on the question of going 100% renewable, absolutely, that requires state planning. And China. The reason why I say I'm least hopeless about China versus the EU or the US is that they don't have. I mean, there's definitely right-wing, like pro-market liberals that think that only the market system is the way to organize production. But you also have the revolutionary tradition, and you have the new left, and people that are much more accepting of government planning. So the way I would look at it is, okay, if you are in charge of coal mines or coal-fired power plants, and you're making money from that part of the economy, you would be arguing to the government, look, we employ so many people. If you shut us down, not only are you putting a lot of people out of work, but also the supply of energy is going to be less certain, and that can hurt the economy. Plus, we've got plenty of coal resources, so that's an energy security issue. So even if we're cut off from foreign supplies of crude oil, we at least can So I can see the arguments they would make. But what do you think the prospects are for the other side of the argument winning? Basically, we need to plow forward, be the trailblazers in the world on this issue, not only for our long-term energy security, but also for the survivability of the species. And there's also this wonderful soft power side benefit. So what do you think would happen in the Chinese political economy between these two arguments, these two different policy ideas?
Right. I think the threat of the concern of social stability, employment is definitely a big on the priority list of the Chinese government, because if you close all those plants, you will have some social problems. That being said, the Chinese government in the past has repeatedly carried out policies that didn't really care that much about this impact. If you still remember, a few years ago, there was this big experiment of getting rid of coal for the northern China households. So in the winter, they are not allowed to buy coal to burn for heating. You have to basically buy natural gas, some sort of equipment. And it was done very quickly, in a matter of a month or 2 months. And think about how that much chaos it created for so much households, rural households. I mean, some of them, they didn't get that equipment. It was such a cold winter for them. So imagine that this kind of social, I would say, chaos it has created, but nonetheless, they still carried out the policy. Sometimes the Chinese in the Chinese society, once the central government made a policy, it will get done, in one way or another. Sometimes not, in a very ideal way, I have to say. The similar thing if you look at the COVID policies, once the central government had a clear mind that, okay, we're gonna have dynamic zero COVID policy. And once it gets implemented, it received lots of complaints, very reasonable complaints. But it still gets implemented anyway. My point is that it seems that the Chinese central leadership does have that power, that once they make a decision on something, they can still see it through. They can actually get it done. So, if they actually have a policy that's promote renewable energy or going all green, I tend to think that they can actually do it based on the track record of the government. Because once they say they're going to do something, they actually do it. I don't know if that's a more optimistic view of the government. They can do not great things, but once they are going to do some great things, they actually going to do it. So I remain hopeful on the China's capacity or determination to implement more renewable programs or turning the economy into more green directions. That's remain hopeful.
Yeah, I was surprised. I traveled around China in 2019, and I went just like all around the outskirts. So like not any of the tier 1 cities, like tier 3, tier 4, etc. And by the time I got to Urumqi, I realized I hadn't seen a single gas-powered scooter. Every single scooter was electric. And so I asked somebody there, like, what's up with this? Like, is this just in tier 3 cities or something? And he's like, no, actually, a few years ago, the government just said, okay, we're getting rid of gas-powered scooters. You'll have a subsidy to buy a electric scooter when you turn in your gas-powered one. And they just got rid of gas-powered scooters seemingly overnight. But they didn't advertise that at all. And again, I'm just like, to me, the Chinese government seems like a hungry person who's looking on the ground for food, and they keep hitting their head against like really ripe fruit, like a durian, like really juicy, lots of calories, energy, and they're looking for food on the ground. They keep smacking their head into these ripe fruits, and it's like, guys, there are these things you could be doing that would solve your soft power problem. If you're trying to like just follow the right-wing market liberals, and you think that you're going to make China a rich country that is desirable and loved around the world, that's not going to work. We already have capitalist countries like the U.S., all over Europe, Japan, Korea. Like people in Korea call it Hell Korea because of how bad the life is for people who aren't rich. So Kareem and Nick asked me to try to end with a question that's more optimistic. I guess what I'd try to turn that into is, given the kind of forces, domestic and international, on China, and given the internal ideological state of debate, like how many people are very pro-market, have been influenced very much by Western neoclassical economics, versus people who are kind of relearning or delving into the Chinese socialist tradition. What is the optimistic case for China, and also China's place in the world? How China might we need to have cooperation between, at minimum, the US, EU, and China on reshaping the global economic system. Can you think of there's all sorts of possible futures, all sorts of things might happen. Can you pull out an optimistic one and explain it to the audience so that we have something in mind to work toward as activists who are trying to make links around the world?
Right. Yeah. Thanks. I think that a possible scenario, and also maybe an optimistic vision, is that we know that the U.S. Power has been in decline for years, but now it's very profound that it's really invisible decline. So when the process continues, and at some point the global capitalist economy will experience some sort of chaos without a clear leader. I don't think China can take that leadership position, but this would, I think, greatly damage the power and the attractiveness of the most conservative part of the Chinese capitalist class, because they are so closely linked with the U.S.-centered world system. When this group, their power weakened, I think that it will be much more possible for a working class-based politics to emerge in China. So that would, I think, will critically revisit the Chinese history, the past of China, what kind of domestic economic relationship we want to have, but also what kind of international relationship we want to have. I'm optimistic that with a progressive domestic politics, China would resume the very much more cooperative, mutual benefited relationship with the global South, like in Mao's time, with all the countries that has been excluded or have been basically exploited in the current world system. Those countries can work together, have like some of the authors have argued, have a new Bandung agreement that we're going to have a much better alternative international relation that with a renewable energy space, addressing climate change, but also really improving the standards of living for the majority of the world population at the same time, without getting into the old, let's say, a central periphery model that shaped so much of our history. I think that is definitely possible, but a key prerequisite is that the traditional Western power has to be really weakened, that they couldn't maintain the current world order in the way they want. Then we would have gonna open up a lot of potential, political space, economic space for all the other countries, including China. So that's what I would think that could happen.
Yeah, and maybe even like a cartel of high labor content exporters, a cartel of commodity exporters. That would be great.
Yes, definitely. Yes.
Well, we are now at 10:40 in PM in U.S. Eastern Time, and I know that poor Nick, he's probably tired as hell producing the entire day. So we'll wrap it up now. I'd love to have you on BetBeat to have this have a much longer discussion, because I literally, I would be fine going on for another 5 hours.
Yes. I would love to. Thank you so much.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much for joining us.
Really good.
Oh, thank you, Peter and Karim, for having me. It's such a pleasure.
Likewise, the pleasure is all ours. June, are you still there?
Yes, I'm still here.
Oh, okay, great. Yeah.